This is 90.9 WBUR. We're keeping an eye on some potentially damaging weather on Cape Cod this hour. The National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for southwestern Barnstable County on the campus at 9:30. Just about a half hour ago, Dr. Radar indicated a severe squall line capable of producing a tornado as well as damaging straight line winds. Major storms are located near Talon, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. Conditions impacting between Barnstable, Talon, Vernon, Ashland, and Hempstead. Stay with WBUR for more on this national report.
We're funded by you, our listeners, and the Overseas Adventure Travel, small group adventures with access to communities and cultures worldwide for Americans over 50. Learn more at oegtravel.com. And Geico, protecting people and their vehicles for over 75 years. Now Geico's drop off for car insurance and more in Massachusetts drivers free. Additional information at geico.com or 1-800-947-AUTO. That's 1-800-947-AUTO.
You're listening to the BBC We're broadcasting live from London. I'm James Mendes, and this is news out. A few years ago, the United Nations made an ambitious pledge to improve lives across the developing world by 2015 with a series of targets to keep Millennium Development Goals, namely reducing child mortality, improving maternal health, and promoting gender equality. Well, now that time is up. What exactly has been achieved? The BBC's Michelle Hussain is in Bangladesh to find out.
At a Dhaka school, the day starts with the national anthem. And in Bangladesh today, almost every girl is enrolling in primary school. It's been one of the most striking changes in the 15 years of the UN Development Goals.
You want to know improvement in English? Right.
My name is Nafisa Alamir. I am 10 years old. My aim is to be a doctor. My name is Afiakar. I want to be a doctor. My name is Musa Rahman. My aim in life is to be a doctor. My village people are very poor. They suffer.
These girls want to have very different lives from their parents, and their IT teacher, Shamima Afroz, hopes that they will be able to succeed in what remains a male-dominated society.
Now still girls have many challenges. One of them is mentality about their parents, about husband. When girls still live in their parents' home, they depend on their father mentally when she go out, when she come out. I hope people look at girls like a person.
Alongside Bangladesh's success can be credited to two big development organisations. Romania, best known for microcredit, the idea of giving small loans to the poor, and BRAC, the world's largest NGO. They're everywhere they go. Right in the centre of Dhaka is a city within a city. I've come to the Karai slum, home to a quarter of a million people, and I'm walking down one of the paths within the slum now. There's a lot of rubbish, small children everywhere, but also a lot of business going on. A man on my right has got his tea stall, and another one in front of me is doing a flourishing trade in the fluorescent small double-decker plastic buses he's selling. One of the projects BRAC runs here is focused on community health, and I'm with Dr. Tamanna Hussain, who's the doctor involved in the Manushi project. And you've got members of your community health team with you as well. What is it that the Manushi project does?
The main objective is to reduce maternal, neonatal and childhood mortality and the door-to-door.
We've just come off the main path and we're walking down a small alley towards one of the houses that Dr. Tamanna needs to visit today. So this is bringing health right to the patient. Assalamu alaikum. She's clearly several months pregnant, and the community health workers are going to do her checkup.
International aid is having an effect on people's lives here. But money spent on health or getting girls into school comes too little if those girls later drop out or marry while they're still children. Bangladesh has the world's highest rate of marriage for under 15s, and the government's been criticised for not being particularly fair. These children in another time, I get 50-year-old Srini, who was married and she was just 40.
No, Bangladesh is number 11. My parents said don't do this. We cannot keep 4 children. It's difficult for yourselves. So people marry
Mariam was at my school was beautiful for the first 2 months. Then we started to hate me and ask for money from my parents. But my parents don't have any money. So what am I going to do?
How do you feel about the fact that you have separate from God?
But my parents don't want to pay me. So I did what my parents thought was best. My parents want the best for me. All parents want the best. Parents never want bad things to happen to their children.
Right. But what position have you been left in now because your husband has left you?
For example, all my parents have everything. What if we have nothing? And if we don't have anything, we don't have it. Now sending them to school will cost even more than that. They can't afford it.
How do you feel about the choices your parents made for you, about the way that your life has turned out at the age of 15?
That one people here.
But what can we do about it? If my parents have married me off, there is nothing I can do about it. If my parents gave my husband money, he'd come back. If he comes back to me, I go back to him. What else can I do? And if my in-laws take me back, I go back.
Foreign aid can't change a country's culture, nor can it create the mass employment that would help transform the lives of women like Shamim. One place where women can find work is in garment factories. The industry has had a bad press since the Rana Plaza disaster 2 years ago.
I'm in a factory now, looking out on rows and rows of women sitting at sewing machines. Today there are big spools of blue thread that are up in front of the machines. They're working on cotton shirts that will possibly end up on a British high street. What is your name?
Shuma.
And what work are you doing here, Shoma? What is your job?
I mean, sleep joint for sleep joint.
So this is one of the sleeves,
It's a body, it's a sleep.
and you're going to attach the sleeve to the body of the shirt. Show me how you do it. So she's putting the two bits of material very carefully into the machine, lining up the two edges, and there it goes. A blue shirt that will one day be sold in H&M somewhere in the world. How did you come to work in this factory? I got married at a very young age. A year and 3 months after I got married, I got pregnant. And about a month after that, my husband got into an argument with his friends, and they murdered him. I never found his body. After my child was born, that's when I got this job. How much of a difference has this job made to your life? I always think and hope I keep this job, and poor girls like me are able to feed ourselves by working. This job is so good for me, it makes me very happy. I want to be able to raise my son while doing this job. I don't want my son to suffer the way I have. I want him to go to school and get a really good job. This is my biggest dream for my life. It's the end of the day. The monsoon rain has finally stopped. And in the evening sunlight, I can see small wooden boats gliding across one of Dhaka's many waterways. They're carrying the women factory workers home. Each boat is manned by a solitary boatman with a bamboo oar. For women like these, the Millennium Development Goals have provided a focus for aid to their country, helping them to give birth more safely, to get their children into school. But only 1 in 5 of women here have jobs. And until that changes, too many will still be trapped in poverty.
And that was Shah Hussain reporting there from Dhaka in Bangladesh. Just a reminder, you're listening now to NewsHour, but there must be some days that you don't catch the programme. So in order not to miss any edition of NewsHour, I wholeheartedly recommend our podcast. BBC NewsHour podcast. Just type that into your search engine, and you'll see all the old editions come up. You can also then subscribe, and the programme downloads automatically twice a day in our broadcast in 2 editions. I can, of course, recommend it. You're listening to NewsHour from the BBC World Service. Stay with us, we've got much more to come in the next half hour of this programme.
Distribution of the BBC World Service in the United States is made possible by American Public Media. Producer and distributor of award-winning public radio content designed to engage, inform, and entertain. Proud to offer the BBC World Service, bringing global newsrooms to an American audience as we live in an increasingly global, rapidly changing, and interconnected world. APM, American Public Media.
This is 90.9 WBUR and WBUR.org. We're keeping an eye on some potentially damaging weather on Cape Cod this hour. The National Weather Service issued a tornado warning for southwestern Barnstable County, although that is expected to expire in just a few minutes. Still, there's some strong thunderstorms on the Cape right now until the mid-Cape. The radar is tracking a line of strong thunderstorms from Provincetown to 10 miles southeast of Edgartown. It's moving southeast at 45 miles an hour. Wind gusts of 40 miles an hour can be expected with these storms. Storms also have a brief history of rapid spin-ups. Occasions include Barnstable, Brewster, Provincetown, Jarvis, and Harwich County, Orleans, Eastham, Wellfleet, and Shore. Stay with WBUR. We continue with more.
We're funded by you, our listeners, and by Boston Children's Hospital, the #1 ranked pediatric hospital by U.S. News and World Report. More at bostonchildrens.org/parents. Tanglewood, with opening night of the BSO and an All-American program led by Jacques Lepone, with guests Carol Gerstein and John Douglas Thompson, July 3rd. Tanglewood.org. At Carmen's Local 589, over 6,000 workers committed to making Boston public transportation America's best. Carmen's Union 589.org.
BBC News with John Manson. The Greek Prime Minister Alexis Tsipras has made a new offer to international creditors hours after his country's crucial loan repayment. He's written to the IMF, the European Commission, and the European Central Bank, saying he will accept most of the conditions they set for Greece to receive further funds, including demands for VAT rises and pension cuts. With his proposed amendments, Germany has already said it will no more talks until the Greek referendum will take place on Sunday. Some banks have again opened in Greece, but only pensioners who don't have debit cards, and limited numbers of people are being let in. Islamic State fighters have launched a wave of attacks on the security forces in Egypt's Sinai Peninsula. The army says the clashes are still underway. The security officials said at least 50 people have been killed. The military says 5 checkpoints and a police station were attacked. The witness told the BBC that militants were in the streets of town of Sheikh Suwaid. The Russian energy giant Gazprom has stopped supplying gas to Ukraine following threats of price negotiations. The Gazprom said Kiev had not paid July's payment. China's Infrastructure has passed a wide-ranging and controversial national security law. Companies government control of military and cyber security. The law calls for corporations to make annual attacks, protect secrets, and also destroy the state. The United Amnesty International says Cameroon is in the process of releasing 54 children who were detained 6 months ago. Children around the country are moved away from schools in the north. And a former SS guard of the Nazi death camp at Auschwitz has told a court in Germany he could ask forgiveness only from God. He was confirmed in 1994, moved with his role in the counting money confiscated from new arrivals and from accomplice to Holocaust. He said his opinions about Creed starting to rebel against the system. That's the latest BBC World Service News.
Coming up next on News Outline to the Sinai Peninsula. But first, business. It's London received wisdom that it was built in New Airport in London, one of the world's most dynamic cities. You'd never build it where Heathrow is, just to the west of the city. It's not really that it's particularly close to the centre. The problem is that almost all the flights driving there have to fly right over the city, creating noise and pollution. And today, government officials decided that the best option is for a new third runway at Heathrow. Even Prime Minister David Cameron said a few years ago that wouldn't happen. The Cooper arrangements his advisor on transport to London's mayor. He's been telling me why he thinks today's report went right.
The Commission has looked at the facts, really. They've taken the heat out of the aviation debate by just looking at what are the major pros and cons. And I think looking into things such as infrastructure requirements, local economy, big business, and how best, whichever option you choose, can you mitigate the disadvantages of increasing aviation capacity. When you look at all these factors, there's also two options of view. That the Heathrow should be the preferred choice for a third one.
And can you mitigate some of those effects of expanding Heathrow? I mean, I guess it's something you know about. You grew up in that part of London, so you know just how noisy things can be in West London.
Yes, I'm a child in the White Park. My father worked in cargo at Heathrow and then built a business around air freight. So, yeah, I see what it does for the local economy, but the disadvantages of noise and pollution, I think we've moved on as well. We've got pointed aircraft, we've got more angle to the landing pump as well. That reduces the impact rate. But right now, we have the majority of flights coming to wait for a landing slot around London and circle and additional fuel and additional pollution impacts as well as noise. We need the third runway to actually alleviate some of those impacts right now.
And just on that point, I mean, this figure of $230 billion is bandied around by 2050. Are they just plucking figures out of the air? And also, is there a wide benefit beyond the immediate environment of Heathrow and the benefit, obviously, for the airport's owners and the airlines?
When we look at the benefits, yes, local benefits, West London, but if we look at the benefits in terms of international connectivity to the city, one of the global aviation hubs that is really competing with other aviation hubs that are now both growing in the Middle East, but also in other parts of Europe. We look at Schiphol, we look at Charles de Gaulle, and we look at the links that it has for the UK. That location of Heathrow, the sort of west part of London, links it to further west as we go in the country. Also, the link up north towards Birmingham and beyond.
Why does the UK need to have a big international hub, especially if some centre of gravity seems to be moving east, doesn't it, to the Middle East and beyond?
We all know that London is the engine of the UK economy. A lot of global business deals occur in the UK and in London and in London's City District. And that's the reason why people want to come here and be here.
Most of the range of foreign buyers are not you're listening to News Hour from BBC. And this is News Hour from BBC broadcasting live in London. I'm James Menendez. Now, Islamic State fighters have launched a wave of attacks in the country's Sinai Peninsula. The army says those attacks are still going on, with a number of soldiers and jihadists killed. Let's talk to the BBC's Sally Bill, who's live for us in Cairo. Sally, just tell us a bit more about these attacks. What were the targets?
Yes, so far this looks like the biggest attack that targeted military positions in Sinai. According to the official version of the story, the military spokesman said that more than 70 militants targeted 5 military checkpoints simultaneously. He said the army managed to kill nearly 40 militants and that at least 10 soldiers were killed and injured. But he said this is just the initial death toll and the death toll seems to be rising and that they would announce the final figures at the end of the day. On the other hand, we have the IS-affiliated group which claimed its responsibility for the attacks. They published a statement on Twitter saying that they targeted 15 military positions and not just 5. They used assault rifles, mortar shells, rocket-propelled grenades. So this seems to be a very complex and well-coordinated wave of attacks.
Tell us a bit more about those responsible. I call them Islamic State fighters. It's a bit more complicated than that, isn't it?
They are affiliated with the Islamic State. They called themselves 2 years ago Ansar Bait al-Maqdis, and then a couple of months ago when they pledged allegiance to ISIS, they changed their name to the Sinai province. Actually, what's significant about these attacks is that they come just 2 days after Egypt's prosecutor general was killed in a car bomb here in Cairo. Just yesterday, President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi came out very defiant and he said, we want swift justice. He wants to accelerate his heavy military crackdown against extremists. He vowed and pledged that he's going to make some swift legal changes so that he can accelerate the prosecution and the execution of the convicted terrorists behind bars, as he puts it.
Sally, thanks for that update. Sally Bill, our commentator in Cairo. The deep-rooted relations between the United States and Cuba is melting fast. In a couple of hours' time, President Obama will announce that the two countries have reached a deal with embassies in each other's capitals, meaning that after half a century of often painful hostility, the stars and stripes can soon be flying again over the old US embassy in Havana. It's not the end of the story. There is still a US trade embargo in place, but it is a significant milestone. Now, we broadcast news out live from Milan back in March, and met many people there who were eager for relations to improve, including these two students I met outside Havana University.
I think the young people are happy because almost all of us think it's time to have a change, be friends, have more opportunities for young people.
Are you worried that maybe one day, soon, everything will become like America in Cuba? There'll be McDonald's, there'll be Burger King, it'll all become like Florida.
I love Burger King here.
You want it? You want Burger King?
Yes, and Coca-Cola company, we love Coca-Cola always.
You want to be able to buy the things that you can buy in New York or Miami or Los Angeles. You want to be able to buy those things.
All the girls love to buy anything.
I think what must change is the economical, the private sector. It's really small in Cuba, but if it develops, I think it will be possible. Not because of letting people know that.
So you don't want to lose the social benefits.
I don't want to lose the social benefits.
Well, when we were there in March, there was lots of talk about the embassies opening very soon. It's taking a little longer than that. It does look like an agreement has been reached. I speak to William Lapis from BBC London News' Latin American service, and I asked him whether the embassies were actually going to open today.
No, it's not just announcement today. They're going to open embassies. The details of it known of where they will be. I presume the places that the intersections are.
Yeah, we should explain that in Havana there is still a building on the seafront, a very sort of 1950s looking building, big imposing building, but it's going to be there.
Yeah, and it's the intersection, and in Washington DC, the Cuban intersections there, and another building used to be an air policy of the Cuban government.
Why is this so important? How will this enable relationships move forward?
Well, you said it's a significant step, it is a milestone, but I would say that we're pretty far away from the complete normalization of relations. There still is a very contentious issues that have to be dealt with, that have to do with the expropriation of U.S. companies during the Cuban Revolution. There's the wanted fugitives on both sides. On the part of Havana, what life is lifted of the embargo, which has an opposition in the US Congress, and it's really difficult to get through that. Also, there's the issue of Guantanamo Bay, where the US has a base in perpetuity that way. So we would like to negotiate that before it's a little bit of time. But it is important. There will be diplomats in Cuba and in Washington DC.
Are there concerns about how the embassies would work? I just remember someone saying to me, look, the trouble with having an American embassy in Havana is we don't know who's going to be watching, who's going to be watching who comes in and out. I mean, real concerns about how it will function in practice.
I suspect that in Havana there will be more worries. But yes, we want to know about the movement of the diplomats. Will they be spied on both sides? Because the opting out is restricted. So there are Cuban diplomats now in Cuban intersection in Washington restricted to about in Washington, which is married anyway. But also the funds of the trouble becomes news practices as anyone could when the diplomatic representation could. In Havana, I think the Cuban government would be wary of the activities of the embassy. Usually these places have cultural activities, they bring artists, they bring physicists, and they give passes. I would like to know whether there would be free movement of Cubans into the embassy, they wouldn't just enjoy what's happening. And like your interviewee said, which was very alluring.
William Marquez, from the BBC, without doubt, the biggest names in Brazilian music, and the two figures who've done most of that music for the rest of the world. Like kind of Los Angeles Gila, individual artists, but now with both men in their early 70s, they've joined forces to perform together in Europe. They're playing in London tonight. Brazil correspondent Julian Caminero up with them just before they left. It's a taste of what audiences can expect.
Two old friends sitting side by side, playing their guitars and singing together, as they've done now for 50 years, their hair now braying. Caetano Veloso and Gilberto Gil are two giants of Brazilian music, who started their careers back in 1965 in Bahia, in the northeast of Brazil. I meet them in Gilberto Gil's studio in Rio, for the first rehearsal before their European tour. They're traveling to 11 countries to celebrate half a century of separate careers that have always intertwined, and friendship that means everything to them, says Caetano Veloso.
If I play a little guitar nowadays, because I saw him play, and I just copied his movements and tried to understand what they meant.
If I had deeply like curiosity about the words about food, it's actually
As young artists, Caetano and Gil, as everyone knows them here, revolutionized Brazilian music, central figures of the Tropicalia artistic movement in the late 1960s. They embraced foreign influences and experimented radically, says Gil.
It was a very decent time for us in terms of collecting ideas and feelings and sensations and mixing it all in terms of music and poetry and texts.
Clive Davis, a music critic at the Times and Sunday Times newspapers, says their work goes much beyond the Tropicalia period and has influenced musicians from Beck to David Byrne.
And when it's explored, it's the which is really extraordinarily, I think, just unique.
Both have had prolific careers. Gil has navigated from Bob Marley to regional Brazilian rhythms and was Minister of Culture for 5 years. Caetano reinvented himself in his 70s, recording 3 albums with a young band of musicians. The tour will also take them back to what was their home in exile. In 1969, they went to London, fleeing Brazil's military dictatorship. It was their home for 2.5 years, inspiring Caetano's melancholic London London.
I know they keep going I found it dark and distant and isolated from the world, the way it felt back then. And but also we knew that music there was very interesting. We were able to understand those we were aware of what was going on in London.
Respected commentators on Brazilian life and society, they've seen enthusiasm for Brazil's future bloom during the Lula years. But now it's plummeting, with the country facing recession and a political crisis. Caetano said although the current situation is difficult, the optimism seen a few years ago was exaggerated.
So I hope all the pessimism that's going on now is a little bit exaggerated.
Just 2 friends with their soft voices and guitars. This is how they're going on stage in Europe. They're remembering one of Caetano's songs from their time in exile, inspired by walking down London's famous Portobello Road and feeling alive.
Julia Carneiro talking there to Caetano Veloso and Gilberto Gil there, performing in Europe and performing in London tonight. Just on talking about relations between the US and Cuba just a few minutes ago, that announcement expected in the Rose Garden in the White House at 11 a.m. local time That's 4 o'clock our time. That's 1500 GMT, so just over an hour's time. You're listening to News Hour on the BBC.
Distribution of the BBC World Service in the United States is made possible by American Public Media, producer and distributor of award-winning public radio content, engaging audiences, creating meaningful experiences, and fostering conversations. Proud to deliver the highest quality and most respected global news. The BBC World Service, because global times call for global perspectives. APM, American Public Media.
This is 9.9 WBUR and WBUR 66 degrees in Boston at 9:39. We're still keeping an eye on some wild weather passing over Cape Cod and the islands. A severe thunderstorm warning is now in effect for another 10 minutes on Martha's Vineyard. Wind gusts could hit 60 miles an hour. The storms have been passing across the length of Cape Cod for the last hour or so. The tornado warning that had been issued for southwestern Barnstable County has since been lifted. The storms are bringing lots of wind, heavy rain, thunder, and lightning. Also, downpours are heading toward northern district over the Saskatchewan counties. You can expect rain, sometimes heavy, to pass through the region most of the day today. Forecast clears up tomorrow. Sunny days ahead will begin next week.
I'm Jeremy Hobson. Same-sex marriage is now the law of the land. Back in 1961, this was considered a progressive video on homosexuality.
The program you're about to reveal controversial, delicate, and for some downright unpleasant.
That's Here and Now, today at noon on 90.9 WBUR, Boston's NPR news station.
You're listening to the BBC, gentlemen. This news hour. European leaders the other is migration. What to do about thousands of people trying to reach Europe and sea by land? Listeners agreeing about the answer to that question. Every country seems to have its own ideas. The Conservative government of Hungary is planning to put up a 175 kilometre long razor wire fence on its border with Serbia. The BBC is an expert in talking some of those crossing over before the fence is built.
It's just a few ships at New and then right on the Hungarian-Serbian border, with a few marks. The border is a narrow canal, overgrown trees, and in several places where it's clear that people have crossed through grass and reeds, flattened or pushed to one side. This is one of the favourite places for migrants to cross, and exactly the place where the Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban is determined to build his fence. Less than an hour later, we come across a group of about 20 young Afghan men sitting exhausted at the roadside. They've just crossed from Serbia. I give them the watermelons I brought with me, anticipating the situation. They slip them on the tarmac and start eating them ravenously. They haven't eaten for 3 days, they say. When did you leave Afghanistan? September. Another refugee has just rolled up his trouser leg to show me an ugly wound where a dog bit him in Bulgaria. Leaving the Afghans to wait for the Hungarian police, I drive just a few hundred meters down the road and find the police already guarding a larger group of asylum seekers. They too crossed the open border from Serbia in the early hours of the morning and are now waiting patiently to be taken to a refugee camp. There are about 50 or 60 people here and they look exhausted. Janai speaks the best English among them.
Nobody wants to leave their parents, nobody wants to leave their sweet family, brothers, relatives in a sweet homeland, but there is an alternative. We were compelled to do this and therefore we left the country.
The Hungarian government says that many people coming to Hungary now are economic migrants. What do you think of that?
I speak for my country because I like to live what we do. I don't know why this government why they have left their countries, but I left my country because of gas for the problems.
And how old are you?
I'm about 2 weeks ago.
A police helicopter swoops close over our heads, then carries on along the border. The Hungarian government says that this has become the #1 hole in Europe's defences and why it's determined to plug. Zoltán Kovács is the Hungarian government spokesman.
The government has made the decision that there is a need for fence. Preparations have started. Illegal border crossing is a crime. The country is responsible not only for its own security and its own citizen security, but also for the security of Europe. Therefore, we shouldn't take all the burden of the humanitarian crisis around the world, especially there are 3 to 5 million people on the move around Europe. These problems should be handled at their root.
But those groups are far away in Central Asia, East Africa. The videos already show that Americans believe that government is right to take a top line on migrants. Some, however, fiercely disagree. István Miklós leads the Hungarian Europe Society.
Finance is a tragedy for Hungary, and I think that the Hungarian government should understand that there are people and nations which do not belong to this privileged club, the EU. So the first reaction should be certainly solidarity.
Back on the border with Serbia, as darkness falls, I find an almost identical scenes in the morning. Only this time, the migrants are mostly from Africa. 48 from Congo reads the policeman, counting them into their prison bus. 2 from Pakistan, 1 from Cameroon, and 4 Afghans. 55 people in all, including 18 women and 2 unaccompanied children. The cage doors slam in the back of the bus, and the people are taken away to be fingerprinted, identified, and given a chance to apply for asylum. But their chances are not high. Hungary had the lowest rate in the European Union last year for granting refugee status. And in the future, the government wants to send people like these back to Serbia if it can't keep them out with its own defence.
That was BBC Nick Thorpe reporting there from the American founding committee appointed its first black principal ballerina in the company's 75-year history. Christy Kirkland is credited with broadening European ballet, having performed in a music video for the singer Prince in the sportswear advert that went viral. She was also on the cover of Time magazine earlier this year as one of the 100 most influential figures of 2015. On this the eye, Christy Kirkland told reporters that her new job is the fulfillment of a lifetime's ambition.
My dream has been in beauty since I was 13, and to be a principal dancer is reaching those heights. And now I feel like I can breathe, and I'm just excited to continue to do the roles that I've gotten to do this season and do more, and to continue to grow as an artist and hopefully see more brown dancers come into the company in my lifetime.
Mr. said she hopes that her success will inspire other young African-American dancers to pursue their dreams.
I think that it makes their dreams seem more tangible, which I didn't necessarily have, especially with American Ballet Theater, because there hadn't been an African-American female principal. So I think that for them, it's going to push them to keep striving. So many young dancers of color stop dancing at an early age because they just don't think there will be a career path for them. So I hope that it will change that.
Mr. Kirkland, I'm the first black principal ballerina at the American Ballet Theatre. Just a couple of updates on 2 of our main stories today on Greece. Don't forget, you go to our website, bbc.com/news. There is a live page with constant updates and some of the tweets that are floating around. We are expecting the Greek Prime Minister Alexis Tsipras to address the Greek nation on public TV within a couple of weeks, about an hour for him to appear, and he hasn't so far, but I think that will happen soon, so please go on the BBC for that. And on the US-Cuba story, there's a diplomatic relations being restored with embassies reopening. In a letter sent from the US to Cuba just ahead of this announcement, which will take place in about an hour's time. Apparently, those embassies due to open on July the 20th, so we do have a date for that reopening. That, though, is it for this edition of News Act. From me and the rest of the team here in London. Thanks so much for being with us. Until next time. Bye-bye.
This is 90.9 WBUR and WBUR.org. Coming up next at 10, it's On Point with Jane Clayson in for Tom Ashbrook. New rules on overtime that could give a pay boost to more than 5 million Americans. That's up next on WBUR.
We're funded by you, our listeners, and by Overseas Adventure Travel, offering international adventures to Americans over 50 since 1978. Groups of 10 to 16 travelers on every departure with dedicated resident guides, local modes of transportation, and access to communities and cultures worldwide. Learn more at oattravel.com.
From Boston University, this is 90.9 WBUR Boston. Also broadcasting on 92.7 WBUA Tisbury, Martha's Vineyard, and 89.1 WBUH Brewster in Toronto. WBUR, Boston's NPR news station, for live streaming at WBUR.org.
Support for On Point comes from the listeners of WBUR Boston, with additional support from NPR member stations.
From WBUR Boston and NPR, I'm Jane Clayson and Tom Ashbrook. This is On Point. There are a heck of a lot of middle-class Americans across this country who make between $23,000 and $50,000 a year. Right now, labor laws say that workers in that range cannot earn overtime if they work long hours. Well, the White House yesterday announced it's going to change that. Overtime, time and a half for at least 5 minimum wage earners and more. And it's going to affect a lot of bottom lines for families and companies. Up next on Point, overtime pay and the American workforce. First, this news. From NPR News in Washington, I'm Corbett Coleman. European leaders in Brussels and Berlin are debating the fate of Greece today. That country's international bailout program expired yesterday, but the Greek government may be trying to forge a desperate last-minute deal. Joanna Kakissis explains.
Greece is the first European Union country to default on its debts. It missed a payment to the International Monetary Fund yesterday. But now that a Eurozone and IMF finance bailout has expired, the financial days are more fragile than ever. Banks are closed until at least July 6th, the day after a referendum on the latest bailout deal.
Joanna Kakissis reporting. Meanwhile, Puerto Rico's governor says that territory cannot pay its bills, and he will ask for a moratorium on the debt. From San Juan, NPR's Ray reports officials in the U.S. territory say the financial crisis there is still building.
Puerto Rico's governor secured a block in the document the island's municipal bonds, indicating that much of its $72 billion in debt is unpayable. For years, the stagnant economy, Puerto Rico is desperately short of cash, and lenders are reluctant to extend credit. Representative Luis Vega Ramos, a member of the governor's party, the Puerto Rico labor revenue to default.
The savings of the current structure of debt payments is unsustainable, and the debt as it exists today cannot be paid.
Officials here are reviewing a push for Congress to change the law to allow Puerto Rico to seek court protection through bankruptcy. Greg Allen, NPR News, San Juan, Puerto Rico.
Russia has cut off natural gas supplies to Ukraine. NPR's Corey Woodall reports the two countries failed to agree on a price for Ukraine's imported
Russia provides about 70% of Ukraine's natural gas, and it's often used gas supplies as a way to get political concessions from the Ukrainian government. Right now, the two countries are locked in conflict over Russia's seizure of Crimea and its support for separatists in eastern Ukraine. The Ukrainian government has nearly withdrawn, but it's been negotiating with Russia over the price of future gas purchases. The talks collapsed Tuesday when Ukraine refused to pay the price that Russia's been demanding. Russia responded by cutting off Ukraine's gas supplies. Ukrainian officials say they'll buy gas from other countries until Russia offers a better deal. Corey Lindstrom, NPR News, Moscow.
An affiliate of the self-proclaimed Islamic State is claiming responsibility for attacks today against Egyptian security forces in the northern Sinai Desert. At least 50 Egyptian soldiers were killed. At least 6 military checkpoints were hit, and dozens of people were wounded in the attacks. These included a suicide car bomb and gunfire. On Wall Street, the Dow Jones Industrials are up 178 points, 17,798. The Nasdaq is up 50, 5,036. You're listening to Wake Up.
This is 90.9 WBUR and WBUR.org. So far, no reports of any tornado touchdowns on Cape Cod. However, the southwestern part of Barnstable County was under a tornado warning for a while this morning. A strong string of thunderstorms passed across the Cape and Martha's Vineyard just about an hour ago. Heavy downpours, gusty winds, thunder, and lightning. Massachusetts will be experiencing rain, sometimes heavy, throughout the day today. The United States Olympic Committee is telling Boston 2024 that they must do more to gain public support. The NCOC appears to be sticking with Boston for now, but they have until September 15th to declare a city. Earlier this week, Boston 2024 debuted a version 2.0 of its plan, with financial and event information. Worcester police say a suspect is in custody for the shooting of a 15-year-old boy. Police say the 20-year-old suspect went to the teen's home last night and asked to see him before shooting him in the head. The teen was flown to the Boston hospital and is expected to survive. On his first day on the job, the new president of UMass will meet with students this morning to discuss university plans. Marnie Meehan and UMass Boston students will talk about the university's future, issues facing higher education, and the contributions UMass can make to the Commonwealth. Position as the university's 27th. It's now.
You're funded by the Arts Industry. Please go create a bunch of thousands everywhere. Looking at the proposal is music come to life, July 8th and 26th. Tickets at artsemerson.org. And Cultivate Counseling Center, integrating a working farm with evidence-based group and individual psychotherapy for all ages. CultivateCounselingCenter.com.
In sports, the Red Sox and Blue Jays meet up this afternoon in Toronto. The forecast, showers and thunderstorms today. The high is around 77. Showers tonight before clearing. Really sunny tomorrow. The high is near 80 degrees. Right now, it's 66 degrees in Boston.
WBUR supporters include heritage museums and gardens exhibiting the wines America reflected, rarely seen artworks by 3 generations through September. HeritageMuseums.org. And A24 presenting Amy, a documentary about singer Amy Winehouse, an international star who lived her life in front of the camera and disappeared in front of our eyes. In theaters July 3rd.
From WBUR Boston and NPR, I'm Jane Clayson in for Tom Ashbrook. This is On Point. With a job comes a salary, hopefully benefits, and hopefully job satisfaction. Pride in your work. But many Americans work long hours with no overtime pay. Now the White House says it's going to change that. Give them a pay bump or give them overtime. This hour On Point, the president's new rules on overtime pay. You can join us on air or online. Do you make less than $50,000 a year and get no overtime? Then you get promoted to management to avoid having to pay you overtime. We're at 1-800-423-8255. That's 1-800-423-TALK. Or join us anytime at onpointradio.org or on Twitter and Facebook at On Point Radio. Joining me first from Arlington, Virginia is Marianne Levine. She's a labor and employment reporter for Politico and has been following the story. Marianne, thanks for being with us.
Thank you so much for having me.
So in the coming months, millions of American workers could become minimally eligible for overtime pay. Explain some rules.
So basically, the Obama administration this week is rolling out a new rule that's going to raise the threshold for overtime pay. So what that means is right now, as a salaried worker, if you make less than $23,660, you're entitled to overtime. And that's below the poverty line for a family of 4. But if you make more than that, you're not eligible for overtime. So what this rule is going to do is it's going to raise the salary threshold to $50,440. So if you're a salary worker and you make less than that, you will be entitled to overtime.
So today, the only way you're automatically guaranteed time and have to pay after a 40-hour work week is if you earn less than $23,660 a year, right? And that's below the poverty line for a family of 4. Now the Labor Department is saying we're going to raise that threshold to about $50,000 a year.
Yes, that's correct. And the motivation behind that is the threshold for overtime has only been updated once in 1975, and it was not adjusted compensation. So bringing it up to the $50,000 level would bring coverage of salary workers up to the same levels as they were in 1965 or to similar levels.
Here's President Obama in a press conference on Tuesday with the President of Brazil, Dilma Rousseff. He's speaking here about some of the goals he has for the remainder of his presidency, including the implementation of these overtime rules.
List is long, and my instructions to my team and my instructions to myself have always been that we are going to squeeze every last ounce of some progress that we can make. When I have the privilege as all I have the privilege of holding this office. We announced overtime rules that I'm going to be talking about more this week. It's going to give a raise to 5 million people, potentially in this country, who really deserve it.
President Obama issued the new regulations. Mary, need to need congressional approval for this?
No, yes, this is fully within the Toledo Department's regulatory authority. But that doesn't mean, though, that this is going to go down without a fight from congressional Republicans. There's definitely still ways to try to pass along this rule. And I think that based on the track record of how Republicans in Congress respond to some of the Obama administration's other labor priorities, and we can definitely expect there to be a congressional fight. But yes, in short, the Labor Department does have the authority to do this.
So everyone assumes that this might mean bigger paychecks, but there are exceptions to this, right? Explain that.
Yeah, so they're saying that it's a bigger paycheck, but this is also, there's some businesses that are saying that, there are some businesses that are saying that this is going to reduce the number of hours worked, it's going to reduce benefits, and that's what the Chamber of Commerce and the National Restaurant Association and some other business groups are arguing. And also, the goal in here reduce hours worked, and I think that's something that both sides acknowledge. But it can also create more jobs, also, because employers will be less likely to want to pay workers time and half day. So it definitely remains to be seen how this rule is actually going to play out.
Well, also, now the worker can be given limited managerial duties, right? Can be promoted to supervisor, and you immediately become ineligible for overtime.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so another aspect of this regulation is they're going to look at the so-called white-collar exceptions. So right now, a worker can be classified as a salaried worker if, you have some form of managerial duty, or an administrative duty. And what we're seeing is a lot of managers in stores, they'll be classified as under this white-collar exception and not entitled to overtime pay, even though they're making $30,000 a year.
So here's some sound from Kassan Makoud. He worked at Dunkin' Donuts as a manager. In an interview with PBS NewsHour, he said that he worked 75 hours a week and did not get any overtime pay. Bottom line, he was making less than his coworkers.
I'm making only $9, $10 an hour, which is that's even lower than who regular employees would be able to make.
So, Marianne Levine, the minute you label your worker a manager or supervisor, now you exempt them from this rule. That's what the president's going to change.
Yeah, and Brandon has offered in specific cases, but there are definitely forcing questions from the public about how to change this exception so this doesn't happen and that they stop workers' classification.
What about reaction from congressional Republicans on this? What's the reaction from business groups?
They're happy about the overtime rule. They're saying that it's gonna force a lot of employers to move people onto salary work or onto hourly work. They're saying it's going to reduce hours and that it's going to reduce benefits for employees because they won't be expected to they must be your salary. Which, so basically, business groups are not happy about this, and I think we can expect some significant protests in the months to come.
All right, barring that, when does this take effect?
They're aiming for 2016, so before Obama leaves office.
Marianne Levine, she's a labor and employment reporter for Politico. She's speaking to us from Arlington, Virginia. Marianne, thank you very much.
Thanks so much for having me.
Joining me now from Washington, Ross Eisenberg. He's a vice president of the Economic Policy Institute, a liberal think tank. He is also co-author with economist Jared Bernstein of the 2013 paper that the Obama administration's new overtime rules are based on. Ross, welcome to On Point.
Thanks for having me.
So tell us the story of how this law came about.
Well, the law is actually from 1938, during the Great Depression. The Fair Labor Standards Act was passed because there was so much unemployment. And at the same time, there were many millions of people who were working 60 and 70 hours a week. The President and the Secretary of Labor said, we need to have a better distribution of this work. And so they passed the Fair Labor Standards Act, which says employers have to pay time and a half overtime, 150% of the regular rate for workers who work more than 40 hours in a week. That shifted a lot of work from those long, sort of overworked people to the unemployed, people who were working part-time and needed more hours. And so that's exactly what this rule is going to do. It's going to cover 15 million more people than are currently covered by the salary threshold. And the Retail Federation, for example, is going to report, and they've said in the report, this is not going to cost jobs, this is going to create jobs. Because if you have a manager who's working 60 hours a week, those extra 20 hours are uncompensated now, will have to be given to someone. Someone is going to have to do that work now and be paid for it. The employer is going to shift the work from a higher paid manager to hourly workers, part-time workers who really need the work.
So how did you calculate what the new thresholds will be, or how did the administration? They based apparently these rules on the paper that you wrote in 2013. And how do you calculate what these new thresholds would be from 23,000 a year to about 50,000?
Well, we came to the same level, but we came to it a little differently. We just looked at, in 1975, what was the level. That was the last time the Labor Department actually raised the level to try to keep up with inflation. We said, what would be the inflation-adjusted level now? And it was about $50,000. So that's what we proposed. The Labor Department made a calculation where they thought the right level is that 40% of the salaried workforce ought to be guaranteed overtime pay, regardless of what their duties were. Because, and that's important to point out that even if you make more than the salary threshold, you could be entitled to overtime pay. This is just the level at which you're guaranteed overtime, regardless of what your job duties are. And we're only talking about salaried workers, because hourly workers are all entitled to overtime pay already. So the rule is that above the threshold, which will eventually, we hope, be around $50,000, then you look at the employee's duties. And if you're just a secretary, but you're making $55,000 a year, you're still entitled to overtime pay. It's only a small, it's supposed to be in the original law, a small group of the bosses, the managers, the administrators, and the professionals who are exempt from the overtime.
Well, we know what congressional Republicans say about this. The Obama administration really felt the clock ticking on this morning. Fair Corporations and Services and Association Mission.
They see that there's a viable court challenge. This is completely within the Secretary of Labor's authority. What they're doing is not really even restoring this to the level that it was in the Ford administration and the Nixon administration. Back in those days of Republican presidents, back then almost two-thirds of the salaried workforce was automatically entitled to overtime pay. Even with this change, the Obama administration only intends to cover 40%. So this is well within the historical norms. It's really just trying to recover what has been lost over the last 40 years.
And this is a very different conversation from the push for higher minimum wages that we're seeing across the country.
No, it targets a different workforce. This is sort of lower middle class people who are can be now work very long hours. I've talked to a dollar store manager who sometimes for 4 weeks in a row would work 90 hours a week. That's not really a middle class lifestyle, but that's what this is aimed at.
Ross Eisenberg, hold on for a moment. We're talking about new rules for the American workforce that will soon mean overtime pay for some 5 million middle-income earners around the country, maybe more. You can join the conversation. Are you an exempt worker working long hours? Do you think things will change for you with the new rules? 1-800-423-8255 is that number. It's 1-800-423-TALK. I'm Jane Clayson in Bridgeville, Nashville. This is On Point.
I'm Terry Gross, and this is the home of fresh air. We visit you on 90.9 WBUR, Boston's NPR community station. We're funded by you, our listeners, and by the Depression Clinical and Research Program at Massachusetts General Hospital, devoted to improving the lives of individuals with clinical depression. If you're currently depressed, you can personally help advance knowledge about depression through participation in research. Compensation or treatment may be available. Please call 877-55-NEWS. And AL Prime Energy Consultant, distributor of wholesale gasoline and diesel fuels for retail and commercial use. ALPrime.com.
This is 90.9 WBUR and WBUR.org. 67 degrees in Boston at 10:20. Coming up in the second hour of Long Point at 11 o'clock, the growing number of babies born to women in prison. That's the second hour of Long Point coming up at 11 here on 90.9 WBUR. In the forecast, showers and thunderstorms today. The highs near 77. Showers tonight, more clearing overnight. Low at 65 degrees.
Support for On Point comes from WBUR Boston. Geico offering motorcycle and RV insurance. More information available on motorcycle and RV insurance at geico.com or 1-800-947-AUTO. And Dear Sugar, the new advice podcast from Steve Almond and Cheryl Strait, author of Wild. The Dear Sugar podcast is produced by WBUR and can be found at wbur.org/dearsugar and on iTunes.
This is On Point. I'm Jane Clayson on Ashford. We're talking about the workplace and the middle class and the White House new rules on overtime pay. You can join the conversation. Employees, middle managers, employers, what's the impact going to be on your company? Will you pay the overtime or lower the amount of hours for workers so you don't have to pay it? With 1-800-423-8255. That's 1-800-423-TALK. You can also follow us on Twitter. Find us on Facebook at On Point Radio. My guest is Ross Eisenberg, Vice President of the Economic Policy Institute, and one of the people who convinced the White House to call for the new overtime rules. Ross, what about that? Employers talking about lowering the amount of hours for their workers so they actually don't have to pay the overtime.
Well, there might be a little bit of that, but, this is a rule that we've had since 1938. And looking back in history, we tried to see if evidence of that being done before, and we couldn't find any evidence that employers did that. It's a hard thing for an employer to actually lower someone's salary and expect them to stay there and keep working. As the economy improves, when people have more job prospects, more opportunities, they'll leave the employer and mistreats them in that way. So I don't think it's going to happen. The Retail Federation, really, I think it's important that their own analysis is that this is going to create tens of thousands of jobs in their industry. I think overall, across the economy, it's likely to increase several 100,000 jobs.
Are there particular sectors, you mentioned retail, are there particular sectors of the labor market where these overtime rules will be most felt? Earlier you said these rules will target different set of workers, lower middle class set of workers. How do you see this? What sector do you see this?
Well, it's business services, it's finance, the insurance industry has been sued many times because they take advantage of these duties tests to try to exempt workers who really are not administrators or professionals who the rule was meant to target, the exemptions were meant to target. But it's, it's not this word generally. One thing Marianne said that I think we need to correct is that if you end up making more than this new threshold, you might still be entitled to overtime pay. It's just that you're automatically entitled on the basis of your salary. But let's say you're a paralegal working in the law firm and you make $60,000. The rules say you're not in the exempt category. You're not a professional. You're not a professionalist lawyer. You're not an administrator, and you're not an executive. You're not managing something. You're just doing research and helping out an attorney. So the rules are below the threshold, you're automatically entitled. Above the threshold, you look at your duties and determine whether you're in this exempt category.
A lot of great calls here. Let's get a couple in. Mark in Madison, Wisconsin. Hi, Mark. Why don't you call? Welcome to the program.
Good morning, David. Thank you for taking my call. I'm a truck driver by trade, and I'm an hourly truck driver employed by a local company. This new ruling that the White House is putting out, it's not going to really affect me anyway, because there's a law that comes from 1935, which is called the Motor Carrier Act of 1935. It's been on the books all the time, and it's been getting any overtime pay whatsoever. I make an hourly wage. Last year alone, I put in an average of 100 hours every pay period, and I still only got straight pay for that because of that act, that law is still active.
Mark, thank you. Let's take that to Ross Eisenberg. What do you make of that? Is that just this particular industry?
It's not just that particular industry, but he's certainly right. The Motor Carrier Act and many other transportation laws exempt people in the transportation sector, merchant seamen, and people in the airline industry. Certain people in the airline industry are exempt. Teachers are exempt. They can work as many hours as their employer wants them to. They're never entitled to overtime pay under the Fair Labor Standards Act. So out of the workforce of 140 million people, I think something on the order of 110 million are covered by this, but it isn't everybody.
Ross, hold on a moment. That's the thing. This is
Thank you, Jennifer.
So, what was your initial reaction to these rules by the Obama administration?
Well, anytime there's a rule that comes out that affects me as an employer, the waterway for a while. Great for employees, be horrible for business, and ways in and out. The reality is, as a business owner, I've got to look at my bottom line to make sure I'm profitable. And as these rules come down the road, make adjustments as necessary to make sure that that's the end result.
What kind of adjustments do you make?
Well, for instance, if I've got a salaried person who I choose to pay a salary and they work 42 hours a week, I can now say I either pay them 2 hours of overtime or I change them back to an hourly rate rather than taking them off salary. So when they take 2 hours off in the morning to go to a doctor's appointment, which I don't keep track of now as a salaried employee, they go to hourly and they are getting the 2 hours for the doctor's appointment, but 2 hours of overtime on that. So it's balancing act. That's one choice. The other, obviously, is something up above the threshold so that there is no mandatory hours.
Well, to say this sensitively, gently, you're trying to sort of work around this in some ways?
Well, it's not a matter of looking around it again. It's just a matter of looking at the bottom line and saying, this is going to have to be passed on to my employees or to my clients. So, fortunately, 90% of my employees, they go to that threshold. I've got a couple who don't. And for the most part, don't work overtime. But there are cases who've got jobs that back out the door or posts that go out that would require that. Being salary, I like to think that we balance that out. Frankly, I think it's going to affect the contractors more than a little bit more.
Let me get Dave in the financial Tennessee. Hi, Dave. Welcome to On Point.
Thank you. Hi, Jane. I am glad to be here this morning. Last year, I agree wholeheartedly with her assessment. We are subcontracted. We handle logistics, endpoint logistics for companies. And as you said, with all due respect to your guest, he seems to be speaking from a theoretical academic viewpoint, which does not very advertise in the real world. These won't need to be jobs because, as I explained to your producer, the time increments that we generally find are 15 minutes here, 30 minutes later, 2 hours here, and I guess time is maybe 15, 20 hours, but generally we hire an individual to come in and work 15 minutes here, 17 minutes later. That's just impractical. The person that the company is going to be the individual who will be hired to fill that position.
Dave, thank you so much. It's complicated, Ross Eisenberg. It works in theory, Dave says, but in the real world, not so easy.
Well, the manager, the vice president of small business concern, has about 40 employees. So I know about how you have to arrange your workforce to get the work done, but the fact of the matter is that for 50, 60 years, we had these rules and small businesses lived with them, everybody lived with them, and the vast majority of salaried workers were covered by these rules, and the economy was very strong. We now are in a place where workers' wages are falling. Their entry-level wages, even for college-educated people, are lower than they were in 2000. And if we keep going in that direction, small businesses are going to have a harder and harder time finding customers, because you can work people. 2 hours doesn't make much of a difference, but working somebody 20 or 30 hours extra a week without giving them any more compensation means that they're not going to have the purchasing power, or someone else isn't going to have a job where the extra work to have the purchasing power to support small businesses.
Katie Tyler, back to you as a small business owner in the long term. Do you see this as good for you and your employees, or how do you rate this?
Yeah, in the long term, I think it is good. Anytime you can get more money in the pockets of your employees and they're happy about where they're working, makes better all for me and for everybody. It's just going to be, ultimately, somebody's got to pay, especially in retail prices are going to go up. And it's not a level playing field. Something's got to get somewhere in prices go up somewhere.
Katie Tyler, founder, owner, and CEO of Tyler 2 Construction. Katie, good luck to you. Thanks so much for your time today.
Thank you, Jane. Glad to be with you.
Thank you. Let me bring another voice in now, Ross. Somebody who does not think your plan is a good one, the president's plan as well. Michael Strain is a labor economist and a resident scholar at the American Enterprise Institute. Michael Strain, welcome to the program.
Thank you so much for having me.
Your reaction to how these new rules on overtime will affect the U.S. economy?
Well, I'm concerned about them. As you say, I think that these sorts of interventions are certainly well-intentioned. It's certainly the case that many of the people who are affected by this policy have been struggling for quite some time. And it's a good policy should address, and something we should all be concerned about. I just worry about what the real-world effects of a policy like this will be in terms of the things that you guys have already been discussing, cutting people's hours, whether firms will try to replace workers with machines and increase the pace of the automation of jobs, whether firms will switch people their compensation packages around in order to try and get around this. And I think we just have to be realistic about what's actually going to happen when regulations like this are put in place. It's a huge increase in the threshold exemption. I mean, it's a very, very low increase, and that's something to keep in mind.
I think there are many people who would argue that many employers are already trying to get around this. Just speaking of the which placed in March, President Obama foreshadowing yesterday's announcement, saying that companies have skirted basic overtime pay laws too long, and that many of them are playing with words to avoid paying their workers what they deserve.
Calling somebody a manager when they're stocking workers and getting paid $30,000 a year, those folks are being cheated.
And here's former retail manager Joe Yerogosian, who spoke with NPR Scott Horsley yesterday, saying that he was excited to get his first job as a supervisor until he realized that he was missing out on a lot of overtime pay.
I'm almost living in American dream in some sense, but when you get down to the nitty-gritty and you really start realizing that it really wasn't much to be a salary person, it ended up doing me worse.
Michael Strain, your response?
Well, I think that those clips actually make the point. When you have a salary threshold, it's in the 20s for exemption. You're going to push that up into the 50s. If employers are engaging in this kind of behavior with such a low threshold, imagine the negative effects that are going to happen if the threshold nearly doubles. And I think, in addition, I don't know if it's just playing words. I mean, it is the case that a lot of managerial professional roles still involve nitty-gritty work, and especially in industries like retail. And it's hard to demarcate these things as cleanly and neatly as supporters of this proposed regulation make it seem.
Let's get Maggie on here from Council Bluffs, Iowa. Maggie, thanks for waiting. Welcome to my clinic.
Yeah, hi, thank you for taking my call. I am a sales consultant for
Parents pay $30,000 base. They do receive commission, but it varies from month to month. For example, said that required that I work 45 plus hours a week. Most of the time, I'm putting in between 50 and 60 hours a week. There are some weeks, of course. Most of the time, 150 hours work week. I'm just kind of curious how that's going to affect my situation and the situation of those like me. And I think my answer out here.
Maggie, thank you so much. Ross Eisenberg, how will it affect Maggie? And then Michael Strang, how do you think it will affect Maggie?
Well, she's an inside sales worker, I take it, not somebody who's going door to door, because they have a whole different set of rules. But in her situation, if she isn't paid $50,000 or more, she will get overtime for those additional hours, and her pay will go up. Her employers do have to decide: do I want to pay her extra, or do I want to give those hours to somebody else, or do I just want to raise her salary to what is really the professional level that this rule is aimed at? You shouldn't be exempt from overtime unless you really are in this category of people who the employer so values that they don't want to keep track of their time. Just she should get paid more. If she's working 50 hours a week, she should be paid for every hour she works.
Are there any downsides to using this for someone like that?
Well, yeah, I think so. I mean, if you think about the way her pay is structured, her employer says, okay, I'm going to give you a guaranteed $30,000 a year. You get that no matter what, and then I'm going to incentivize you by giving you a commission-based compensation scheme for the actual work you do and your performance. That gives her a strong incentive to do well and to bring in business because she gets a share of what she brings in. And that allows the employer to take risks on hiring people because their maximum exposure, even if someone makes no sales, is only $30,000 a year. If you say that that now this firm has to keep track of how many hours she works and has to pay her overtime for work above 40 hours a week, then you're giving that firm a strong disincentive from making these kinds of jobs available because you're increasing the exposure the firm has. And I don't know if it'll affect her personally. I mean, she might personally be better off, but we have to think about the unseen consequences of people who don't get hired and firms who change the way that they structure their workforce.
Ross, your response?
Well, this is exactly what is going on with a lot of conversation about labor policy today. 20, 30 years ago, she would have been guaranteed, in inflation-adjusted terms, her salary would have been, if it had been what it is today, she would have been protected by the threshold. She would have been guaranteed overtime, but because the threshold has fallen so far, the employer thinks that $30,000 is a base salary they can get away with paying her. The labor standards should be raised up so that $50,000 is the base salary. If you're going to treat people, if you're going to own their time and expect them to work endless hours for you, you need to pay them a base salary that is at least a middle-class salary.
Ross Eisenberg, Vice President of the Economic Policy Institute, a liberal think tank, and Michael Strang, resident scholar at the American Enterprise Institute. Hold on, we're talking about the White House's plans to expand overtime pay for middle-income Americans making under $50,000 a year, and you can join the conversation. The employees with the new overtime laws actually hurt your family's bottom line? How? Employers will reorganize your staff to make this work. 1-800-423-8255 your number. I'm Jane Place and Tom Ashford. This is On Point.
We're funded by you, our listeners, and by Boston Children's Hospital, the #1 ranked pediatric hospital by U.S. News and World Report, for everything from simple treatments to the most complex procedures. With locations throughout Massachusetts, their world-class care is always close to your family. More at bostonchildrens.org/parents.
This is 90.9 WBUR and WBUR.org. 67 degrees in Boston at 10:39. Coming up in the second hour of On Point at 11 o'clock, the growing number of babies born should be dangerous. That's the second hour of On Point at 11 here on WBUR. Check out WBUR's opinion page, Cognoscenti Day. What do we relinquish when we say, I forgive you? Find that and more today on Cognoscenti at WBUR.org. Visit us on Facebook and follow us on Twitter at WBUR. The forecast, showers and thunderstorms today. The high is near 77 degrees. Showers tonight before clearing overnight, low 60.
Support for On Point comes from WBUR Boston. Geico, offering car insurance as well as services for homeowners and renters insurance through the Geico Insurance Agency. Additional information can be found at geico.com or 1-800-947-AUTO. And Loomis Sales, an investment partner working to navigate challenging financial markets around the globe and offering investment strategies to clients worldwide since 1926. Learn more at LoomisSales.com.
Boston is a smart city. Our janitors are math prodigies, our rivers are mystic, and our bars are silent. So it only makes sense to have the smartest county program on public radio here on WBUR. Listen to You're the Expert, WBUR's newest radio show, where 3 comedians try to guess what a professor studies all day. Hosted by me, Chris Duffy, tonight at 9, and again Saturday at 6 p.m. on 90.9 WBUR, Boston's NPR news station.
This is On Point. I'm Jane Clayson in for Tom Ashwood. We're looking at how workers are going to start earning overtime pay, with some exceptions and the impact on workers, businesses, and the economy as a whole. You can join the conversation. Is this a good idea or just more government interference? We're at 1-800-423-8255. That's 1-800-423-TALK. You can also follow us on Twitter. Find us on Facebook at On Point Radio. My guest is Michael Strain, labor economist and a resident scholar at the American Enterprise Institute, and Ross Eisenberg, vice president of the Economic Policy Institute. So many callers here and comments online. From John, he says, this is yet again another attack by the DC Central Planners against small community businesses. And at the same time, it's a gift to the Walmart and Costco's in our country, who will gain even more market share as the break-even point for small format is raised yet again. Here's Carl in Nashville, Tennessee. Carl, welcome to our point.
Hey guys, thanks for taking my call. I don't listen to the morning, and everybody keeps saying it's complicated. It's not very complicated. This is how easy it is. Thank you, President Obama, for in fact giving my opinion of my fellow citizens a raise. I would pay a little extra. I'm okay with that. And furthermore, why are we even listening to the other side of this conversation? Because the other side has told us, we're going to have death penalties if we have Obama. The other side told us that we should let GM go bankrupt. And I'm living here in Middle Tennessee. We have a GM plant that was closed under President Bush, but to be reopened because President Obama had foresight enough to say, yeah, we need to keep GM, but we don't need to let them bankrupt.
Carl, do you own your own business?
I do own my own business, and before I started my business, I worked in the restaurant business. You have no idea how many lower middle class people this is going to help. This is going to hit them right in the pocketbook, because I had friends of mine who became managers in the restaurants that I worked in and thought that they were being worked 70, 80 hours a week.
Without any overtime.
Well, why should I'm going to get back to being a regular worker. Now, a lot of people did that and then take advantage of moving up to managerial matters because of this. This is a wrong that has been right by the President of the United States, and have people, naysayers again.
All right, let's turn to Michael Strain. Carl, I so appreciate your call. Are you a naysayer, Michael Strain? Carl says, boy, I've seen it in action. This is going to help lower middle class folks.
Well, so I certainly think that Carl is correct in our focus debate about economic policy could have been more sober and serious during the Obama presidency. So I don't want to disagree with him about that. That may or may not make me a naysayer about this. I mean, I think it will help the people who it helps, and that's something important to acknowledge. I think it is also important to acknowledge that no one, the President of the United States, the U.S. Congress, the Department of Labor, big business owners, no one in the country can just wave a wand and create surplus where it didn't exist. And so the fact that it will make some people better off usually means that some people will be made worse off by it. And the question, as always, is one of balancing those trade-offs. And in my judgment, at this time, given the medium-term trajectory of the labor market, given where the labor market is right now in terms of weakness, now is not the time to erect further barriers on employing lower middle-class people.
Let's face it, these rules cover a lot of folks here. I'm looking at a list of salaried employees across the country. Human Resource Director in Newport News, Virginia, $45,000 a year. In Ohio, Convention Specialist, $33,000 a year. In Boise, a Warden's Assistant, $39,000 a year. In Georgia, Medical Support Assistant, $34,000. 911 Dispatcher in Kansas City, Missouri, $49,000 a year. Ross Eisenbrand. That's a wide swath of America. Does various work.
Yeah, there are about 15 million salaried workers who are going to benefit from this rule. And the important thing to remember is that we had these rules. We wrote it away, but we had these rules at a time when small business was a bigger share of the economy than it is now. In a pre-Walmart economy where small businesses thrive. So this is not something that's arguably unimportant. There's no reason to think it's not important. And it will actually create employment. This is something I really want the listeners to understand. The National Retail Federation, relying on the book for the retail industry, in the report said this will not cost jobs, it will create jobs. And they had a figure of even if the threshold were raised a little less than the president proposes, it will create 76,000 jobs in their industry alone. So this is not a job killer by any means.
Here's Mark in Madison, Wisconsin. Hi, Mark. Welcome to our point.
Hi, thanks for taking my call. I have a couple questions, and I missed the first part of the broadcast. I work with a group of professionals, most of whom are engineers, and are not administrative, are not managerial, that have just tasks given to them to do a project. And in my personal case, I'm on the road a lot, I'm driving a lot, I'm working 14-hour days. I don't understand how this might affect someone like me. That's my first question. And my second question is, if it does possibly, I work for like a $500 million company. So if it does affect me and I want to lobby for that in our own company, because I know our company won't do it automatically, can you be terminated for asking for that? So those are my two questions. Thank you.
Mark, thank you. Michael Strain, what do you say?
Well, I don't know exactly how it will affect it. As we discussed earlier, there are still exemptions, and if you said I didn't catch what industry it was in. I think, and I'm not a lawyer either, but I think if this regulation were to come to pass and if it request that it be enforced, certainly no punitive action should be taken against him by his company.
Stephen in Savannah, Georgia. Hi, Stephen. Welcome to our court.
Hello, how are y'all? I'm a business owner, and I would love to get my employees more money. But I think the one thing that everybody is missing here is that the economy is not that working. Look, anybody who believes that the current employment is where it is crazy. I see it. The government acts like business owners are making so much money. I promise you that if I tell some of my people that, look, I can't do it, I'm going to have to let you go, they will tell me, don't worry about it, just please don't make me lose my job. That's the reality that is not being discussed from a business standpoint.
Stephen, thank you very much from Savannah, Georgia. Here's Heather in Oklahoma City. Heather, welcome to the program.
Hi, Jeannie. I actually work for the government just outside of the rural town. And
One of the issues that we've had is there's about 35 different agencies, and each one of those directors are white-collar workers. In some cases, those directors make less money than their less skilled, less experienced staff, because we are classified as white-collar workers, even though you might be making $38,000 a year, $42,000 a year, but you don't, if you're working an 8-hour week, which you may not end up making as much as your staff. So I think we ought to not, even though we're considered white-collar staff.
Heather, thank you. Ross, has something?
Well, that's exactly who this is aimed at. And the previous caller, who was the engineer, engineers are exempt, but if he's making less than $50,000 a year, just like the caller who just called in, they will be automatically entitled to overtime pay. That's exactly who this is aimed at. People who are currently classified as executives, as administrative employees, and are not getting overtime, and make less than $50,000 under this, that's the end of the story. They are entitled to overtime.
And yet, Michael Strang, what are some of the workarounds for employers that you're talking about? Lowering base pay to offset any overtime? Maybe you limit hours, I'll send you home after 8 hours rather than pay overtime. What are some of the things that you're worried about?
Well, yeah, certainly those. I also think, as previously mentioned, some people who are close to the threshold will get a raise. So, we'll say, okay, you're now making $51,000 a year, and keep doing all the other things. I think the thing that I'm most worried about is where the labor market is headed. And we know that wages have been stagnant. We know that the threats of globalization and automation are real, and they've been reshaping the labor market for decades, and they are, by all accounts, going to continue to do that. And so I think what we need from the government is to decrease the cost of hiring workers in this group, while at the same time helping those workers to make ends meet and to make sure that work pays. This policy doesn't do that. This policy pretends like we're still in a world where everybody is productive and there are no massive threats to employment among these groups of workers, and where the argument is about how to divide up the pie between business owners and workers. And I think that's just not the world we're in and not where we're headed.
We get another call in here, a listener from Detroit, Michigan. Augustine's on the line. Augustine, welcome to our program.
Hey, Jay, how are you? Yeah, here. So, I'm just wondering, because I think a lot of opposition to, having registered overtime pay. And the work is that people that make under 50,000, people that actually live the life. So I'm a professional in the medical field. My base is on $50,000 last year. And my work is only 40 hours a week. So anytime I get paid, anytime I do work for the net, I get paid. So I understand the opposition from a lot of people, and including really small businesses, because if you expect people to work and don't pay them, that's the way of labor. I mean, we like to say, well, this is what the job entitled, but you cannot have someone working for free, because if I go to the hospital and they work for free, I'm not going to do that. I can afford to do that. But when a lot of other people who really need the money and who really don't have any options need such kind of tools to protect them, because there are some small businesses that are, that take care of the workers. There are a lot of businesses, corporations that do that. And, there's a lot of, sure.
No, thank you very much for the call. I'm going to get in here. Let's go to Jason in Nashville, Tennessee. Jason, welcome to our point.
Hello, Jason.
Go ahead.
Good. I'm a regional manager for a large Fortune 500 retail chain, and I've got 16 managers that would be impacted by this. And generally, we don't work in more than 44, 45 hours a week. I don't like to see that. I know that's not the case in a lot of other retail industries. But what will happen, the unintended consequence is that they'll just get capped at 40 hours, and those employees will just have to bring in lower paid people to fill in the gaps. And that's the unintended consequence. I think it's just a token gesture like a DP, I mean, it sounds nice, but it's not going to change anything further. That guy who was saying dividing up the piece of the pie, that's exactly what's going to happen.
Jason, thank you. I'll let you respond, Ross Eisenberg. Is that a real risk here?
No, that's actually what this law is intended to do. You just said they'll be reduced from 45 to 40 hours a week, and lower paid people will pick up the work. That is exactly what this is intended to do. And I'd just like to do a reality check on something that Michael said. We have the highest profits in America in history right now. Businesses are doing well, even if the workers aren't doing well. Their wages are stagnating. The argument that we'll be able to hire more people if we lower the wages of people, make them work longer without paying them. You know, this is not a good recipe for an economy. This is not. The economy is supposed to work for the great mass of working people, and you don't get there by cutting wages, by working people 20, 30 extra hours a week without paying them. That's a recipe for long-term disaster.
Anna is in Hudson, Massachusetts. Hi, Anna. Welcome to the program.
Hi, Jane. I'm calling because I work in education. I'm considered a professional with my master's, and I only work 18. I only work 39 weeks a year. So I wonder if that sort of detail is going to be involved in this law or not.
Anna, thanks, Ross.
It's determined on a weekly basis whether you're a professional, whether your salary meets the test. Is actually, it would be $970 a week. If you make more than that, then you're subject to this duties test. If you make less than that, you'll be automatically entitled to overtime pay. But a lot of people in education are exempt from this. Teachers, administrative staff in schools, a lot of them are just not covered by the law.
Let's wrap up here in our final minute, Michael Strain. Tie this together, this conversation, a lot of pieces to it. What's the impact of this long term, would you say, on the American worker and on the American economy?
Well, I think it's fair to say, and I think we've been hearing some of that confusion. I mean, if the point of this is to increase people's pay, that's not going to happen if firms cut their hours below the overtime threshold. If the point of this is to spread jobs around, that's not going to happen if firms will say, okay, I'm going to pay you overtime. So I think a lot of these policies are well intentioned, and certainly the government needs to be doing more to help workers in this group. But it's just hard to turn a lever in Washington D.C. to make these happen.
That's a great way to say it.
Well, I think it's a guaranteed win-win. Either the people who are salaried now and not being paid for their overtime will get paid for it, or their hours will be reduced and their salaries will still be their salaries. And the work will shift to the people who really need the work, their farmers and people who will be hired. It's a definite win-win.
Ross Eisenberg, Vice President of the Economic Policy Institute. Ross, thank you very much for your insight today. Michael Strain, Labor Economist, Institute. Michael, thanks to you as well.
Thank you.
You can continue the conversation, listeners, and get the On Point podcast at our website, onpointradio.org. Follow us on Twitter and find us on Facebook at On Point Radio. Coming up tomorrow on Point, a big proactive look at the sophisticated online efforts of ISIS to recruit and lure Westerners to their cause. That's tomorrow. I'm Jane Tyson for now, and for Tom Ashbrook. This is On Point. On Point is a production of WTUR Boston and NPR. Support for On Point comes from the listeners of WTUR Boston and station. No abortions, noting that more than 1 in 3 adults are at risk for diabetes, and that people can talk to their doctor about getting screened. More information is available at AskWeKnow.com. And the Kresge Foundation, expanding opportunities in America's cities through grant-making and social investing. More at Kresge.com.
It's 90.9 WTUR. 57 degrees in Boston. Coming up in the second hour of On Point, the number of babies in living to women in prison. That's up next on WBUR.
WBUR supporters include our members, the East Coast premiere, Hershey Felder and Irving Berlin. A great American composer and his music come to life July 8th through 22nd. Tickets at parkmembers.org. I'm Jeremy Hobson. Same-sex marriage is now the law of the land. Back in 1961, this was considered a progressive video.
The program is about which deals with the subject, which is controversial, delicate, and to some downright unpleasant.
That's Here and Now. Today, New York 3.9 WBUR, Washington.
From Washington University, this is 90.9 WBUR. Also broadcasting on 92.7 WAC, and 81.1. WBUR, Boston's NPR news station, related news about this at WBUR.org.
Comes from the listeners of WBUR Boston with additional support from NPR member stations. From WBUR Boston, WBUR, I'm Jane Clayson in Tom Ashbrook. This is On Point. Since 1980, the number of women behind bars has increased over fivefold, and many are pregnant. The majority of babies born in prison are immediately separated from their mothers, sent to foster care or to relatives. Now there's a movement to change that. Prison nurseries, once rare, are gaining favor, allowing for an infant and a new mother to live together in prison, bonding, locked up, but together. Is this right for the infant, for the parents, for the state? Up next On Point, mothers and babies behind bars. First, this news. From NPR News in Washington, a court told and Greek Prime Minister Alexis Tsipras referendum. Greeks are being asked to choose on Sunday whether to back demands made by international creditors on Greeks in exchange for bailout money. Tsipras, who called for the vote, is urging Greeks to vote no. Speaking to a BBC interpreter, the Greek Prime Minister says a no vote does not mean Greece would leave the Eurozone.
No means that you don't pressure towards an economic viable agreement which will give solution to the debt. It will not destroy our efforts in the European Union.
Tsipras says it would mean a better deal as Greece stays at the negotiating table. But Greece missed a huge debt repayment yesterday. The country is in arrears of $1 billion. France says it's trying to keep negotiations open with Greece and will push euro finance ministers to reach an agreement with Greek leaders. NPR's Eleanor Beardsley reports ministers will hold their second conference call in 2 days.
French Finance Minister Michel Sapin told RTL Radio that France hopes Euro finance ministers will find a deal that paves the way for a return to stability in Greece and to the issue of Europe and the euro. But analysts say it's unclear how much the region costs. Sapin admitted it's complicated. He said many smaller countries that have gone through economic reform will take the toughest approach towards Greece. German Chancellor Angela Merkel has already ruled out further negotiations until after Sunday's referendum. That referendum will measure whether the Greek people support the reforms or if it's depending for the bailout aid. President said no vote will risk negotiations on the Eurozone.
The United States and Cuba have agreed to reopen embassies in Washington and Savannah after shared
News of the embassies and the renewal of normal bank account. It was difficult to terrorism.
Recent research Cuba, will take an act of Congress to lift in 60s era embargo. So it's the White House.
On Wall Street at this hour, the Dow Jones Industrial Average is up 105 points at 17,727. The Nasdaq Composite Index is up 4 points at 5,021. The S&P 500 is up 13 points. You're listening to NPR.
This is 90.9 WGBU. I'm Steve Brown in Boston. Boston Fire. A house fire in Dorchester that neighbors say was caused by They say the fire is contained with no injuries or damage to surrounding properties. They're still working to completely put it out. As well as some severe weather in the area this morning, including a tornado in Barnstable County that has since expired. 2024 has their marching orders from the Olympic Committee. Boost local support will bring games to Massachusetts in 2024. In California yesterday, the USOC appears to be sticking with Boston. The committee does have until September 15th to officially declare a host city. Police are searching for a suspect following a shooting this morning in Plymouth. One victim was shot in the leg and the other in the shoulder outside an apartment building around 1 o'clock. Police are investigating how 3 inactive grenades got into a charity donation box yesterday. Bomb squad determined that the grenades were explosive or not dangerous.
It's 11:05. We're funded by you, our listeners, and our Canada Group, with opening night for the BSO, an all-American program led by Jacques Lacombe, with guests Kira Gerstein and John Douglas Thompson, July 3rd. CanadaGroup.org.
In sports, the Red Sox and the Blue Jays will meet this afternoon up in Toronto. In the forecast, showers and thunderstorms today. The highs will be around 77 degrees. Showers tonight before clearing overnight, low 65 degrees. Sunny tomorrow, the highs near 80. Mostly sunny on Friday, 4th of July. The highs will be in the upper 70s. Mostly sunny again on Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. The highs will be around 83. Right now, 68 degrees. 90.9 WBU.
WBUR supporters include Emma, email marketing and automation software. Specialized editions for organizations like universities, agencies, and franchises. Emma, email marketing and modern brand. Learn more at myemma.com.
From WBUR Boston, Tom Ashford, this is on point. More women are in prison, and approximately 1 in 5 are pregnant. That means more babies are being born behind bars. Now more states are looking to allow mothers to stay with their babies in prison nurseries. Advocates say it's better for babies to be cared for by their mothers, even if she's a criminal behind bars, and it prevents recidivism. Others have heard questions about whether a baby ever belongs behind bars. This hour on Point, babies born in prison. You can join us on air or online. Should mothers get to keep their babies while serving time? What's best for the child? 1-8255-1-800-423-TALK. Or join us anytime at OutbreakRadio.org or Twitter and Facebook at Outbreak Radio. Joining me today from Washington is Celia, the managing editor of The Atlantic. The piece and current issue is Children Born. You can find a link at our website, OutbreakRadio.org. Celia, welcome. Thanks for having me. So the population of female babies is growing in decades. Talk to us about the numbers.
That's right. The number of women in prison has grown by 800%, more than 800%. So women remain a small percentage of the overall prison population, but since the 70s with the crackdown on crime, their population has grown at twice the rate of the male incarceration rate.
And so generally, if a woman gives birth in prison, what happens to the baby?
In most cases, the baby is taken away a few hours after birth. The mother then returns to prison, and the baby comes.
Sarah Yeager, Managing Director of Medical. Hold on for just a moment. Let me bring in Alyssa Mayer, who you profiled in your piece. She joins me from Houston. She gave birth to a she was told for violating parole. This was a felony conviction for self-narcotics. She was released from prison this past Wednesday for a 17-month-old son. This is so nice to have you with us. Thank you for being here.
Hi, Jane. How are you?
I'm okay. How are you? Tell me how far along you were when you were sentenced.
I was about 5 months pregnant.
And what were your emotions at that time? And having a baby under the best of circumstances can be overwhelming, to say the least. What was it like for you in the weeks before you had this child as you were sitting in prison cell waiting to look at?
I was scared. It was my first time. We just finding my first child, and I was scared. I was confused. I didn't really know what to expect. It's a bit of a scary experience because you're kind of by yourself and you're going through it by yourself. Can't really like see family and stuff very often. So like I said, I was definitely confused and scared and didn't really know what was coming.
What did you think was going to happen when you had your baby? Did you know?
At first I didn't. I didn't know about the program too much until I actually reached Bedford Hills. I was in the county at first, and I thought that I was gonna have to have my child and that they were gonna take him from me, and yeah.
So Devonta was born, I take him in the hospital, right?
Yes, he was born in Westchester Hospital.
Was his dad there? Did his father know about the plan?
His father actually was not there. His father is actually another inmate. He's ward of 3 at the moment and was at the moment. But I was in contact with him, so he didn't know about the situation. And so once I did find out about the program in Bedford, we thought that was the best thing for me and my child, so that we could still hold a bond and I would still be able to have them.
So you came back from the hospital and went to the prison nursery. Can you describe it for us?
And then upstairs, you walk in and lay down where the officers sit. And they have a corridor that leads to a rec area, which is carpeted. It's full of toys and couches. And then they have 2 corridors. One corridor is for babies that are 4 months and under, the newborn. And then there's another corridor for once your child hits 4 months and up, you move to the other side of the corridor and you get your own room with your child. And they have a kitchen, an eating dining room.
So like a family sort of environment, but you don't forget that it's a correctional facility because there are officers just inside the entrance, right?
Yes, there are officers everywhere.
You have said you felt somewhat selfish for keeping your son in prison with you. Can you talk about that for a moment?
Yes. At first, I didn't really understand that feeling until once my child was born and he started to grow, and you see the curiosity in your child, and just to know that my child didn't know what was on the outside world, but me as an adult, I knew what he was missing as far as like being able to go to parks whenever we wanted to, or like even be in like a grocery store, or be in a car or be around cars. So there was a period of time where I felt that I was kind of selfish because in my own mind I was thinking like, he's missing out on so much. I mean, the reality of it is they're not really missing out on too much at that age. They're very young and you can't really miss what you never knew. But there was a time frame where I did feel like I was selfish for keeping him in there. But in the end result, I can honestly say that it helped him strive. He progressed very fast, and they learn so much more in there. They have so much more hands-on contact and constant attention, and it's a very good place. It's a good place for them.
What do you say to critics, Alyssa, who suggest that, it's not good for that prisoners like you or don't, dare I say, deserve the right to re-engage because the crimes that were committed, or even that they would be better off on the outside of the conditions? What do you say to them?
I feel that once upon a time I might have felt like that, but it took for me to go through the process. You have to understand that not, how do I put it? People make mistakes. Not everybody is a bad person, and some people deserve that extra chance. And I truly believe in my case that my child is what changed me and what made me want to be a better person. And who knows where I would be if I didn't have that experience? Who knows if I would still be down the same road? I feel that some others need that, and they need that experience to change the direction of their life. So no, I don't feel that that's accurate.
Well, I want to hear more about that after the break. Alyssa Meyer, thank you very much for being with us. Stay with us. We're talking about babies born in prison and whether they should stay with their mothers. You can join the conversation. How should prisons handle the growing number of pregnant inmates? What is best for the child, the mother, for society? We're at 1-800-423-8255. That's 1-800-423-TALK. I'm Jane Clayson in Tom Ashford. This is On Point. We'll be right back.
In the forecast, thunderstorms today. Rainy showers tonight before clearing. 65. Sunny to the highs near. Mostly sunny on July highs will be 70. Mostly sunny on Sunday, Monday, and the highs will be. Again, right now it's
75 years. Insurance for drivers. More information on available at go.com or 1-800. And Lucas Sales and investment navigate challenging financial around the globe and offering strategies to clients since 1926. Learn more. Born in prison to their convicted mothers, and a new push to keep them together while mom is serving time. You can join the conversation about babies better off with a grandparent or even foster care. Should every effort be made to keep mom and baby together? 1-800-423-TALK is the number. You can on ABC in August 2015. One inmate talking about I'll be there in a so I'm going to use come up first so you never. And here's Jacqueline McDougall, the former. She gave birth and raised her baby for 11 months. ABC McDougall spoke about how she feels raising her son and how that will help her.
Every day and knowing that I have to take care of him is going to be big and
We're talking with Sarah Yeager, managing editor for The Atlantic. She wrote the story Prison Born, the current issue, and with Alyssa Meyer, a mother who gave birth to her son Devontae in jail while serving a prison sentence. Alyssa, you heard what Jacqueline McDougall said this morning. about her son and how seeing him and being with him every day in prison actually gave her incentive once she got out. Was it the same for you?
It was. It was. It definitely changes your mind. You want to know that, you did this on your own and you have responsibility for another life. Yeah, I agree.
So you left the proposed correctional facility at the end of April, just a few months ago, with your son, Devontae. How's he doing, first of all?
He's great. He's amazing. I can tell that first day he missed his little friends. He made a lot of young friends there. But I mean, he's definitely striving, and he came out here and just jumped right in things. Like he's been here forever. Like this wasn't too much new to him.
How do you think your life is different with the baby in prison with you than would have been had he not?
Like I was saying before, I feel that experience, being with him 24/7 and having that bond with him is like rehabilitated me. It showed me a different way of life, and it gave me so much of a purpose. And to know that I had to come out here and do everything by all means to make sure that the child and myself were taken care of. Like it has pushed me progressively over time. It really has.
What are you going to tell your son about these early years, about his early years?
I'm a firm believer on not hiding things. He will know everything, every step of the way. I documented, and we have pictures, and anything he wants to know, I'm definitely open to the subject and open to the situation, because it's not something that helps him in life. It's something that helps me and him get to where we're going.
Listen, Mayor, I so appreciate your time today. Thank you very much.
You're
I
welcome.
really appreciate you and wish you all the best. And your son, too.
Thank you.
Thank you. Joining me now from Brooklyn, New York, is Tamara Kraft, Stoller, Director of the Women in Prison Project, Correctional Association of New York, an independent nonprofit organization that advocates for women's issues in the criminal justice system. She authored the February report, Reproductive Injustice, the State of Reproductive Health for Women in New York State Prisons. Tamara, welcome to our point.
Thank you for having me.
Just heard from Melissa Mayer, sounded quite a remarkable young woman. Talk to us about the state of reproductive health care for women like Melissa in prisons, not just in New York, but across the country.
Yeah, well, much of what Melissa talked about and said is echoed around the country. And as you and as Derek pointed out in your article and at the top of the show, this is happening to hundreds of thousands of women. The number of women has exploded as we're incarcerated over the past 30, 40 years. What we found in our study, our organization had the Correctional Association of New York has unique statutory authority to monitor prison conditions in New York State. We're actually one of only 2 organizations in the country that has this kind of statutory authority. And we carried out a study essentially of justice in a 25-year period. We looked at sample studies and completed we found that pregnant women are often forced to endure extremely poor conditions, really torturous conditions, poor housing, lack of support, especially if they're not in the nursery program, and that's certainly something I'd like to discuss. Officer mistreatment, really punishing childbirth experiences. We've heard Alyssa talk about the fact that the father was not there, even if he hadn't been incarcerated. Corrections does not allow an individual or any family or friends to be with an incarcerated woman when she's given birth.
Well, you talk about insufficient food, even inadequate food meal care at a lot of these facilities.
Every single woman we interviewed said that she did not get enough food. She was pregnant when she was incarcerated. You have to really wonder what country we're talking about when you hear those kinds of comments.
And there are still correctional facilities in this country that shackle women during childbirth. Can you tell us about that?
That's right. Many do, including in New York State. Unfortunately, our organization led the effort in 2009 to pass an anti-shackling law in our state. Essentially, that bans the shackling of incarcerated pregnant women during childbirth. But what we found in our study is widespread violations of that law. We interviewed 27 women who gave birth after the legislation went into effect, and 23 of those 25 were shackled at some point in violation of the law. There are 21 states and the District of Columbia that have laws banning this barbaric practice. But in many of those states, we find what we found in New York, which was that there are violations of the law. And we only have to find out women are routinely shackled without pregnancy. That's a commonplace in New York State, even during the last trimester, in the untransported off prison ground, sometimes even in full shackles with weight chains, with handcuffs and single shackles. And again, that is also routine in other states across the country. There's actually a bill that's pending right now in front of the United States governor, and well, it's not actually coming to the Senate governor yet, but it's a legislative message that would ban forcible shackling pregnant women throughout their pregnancy when they're pregnant in New York State. But it is routine, and it's a really a human rights violation of the highest order.
We get a call from Aaron is in Detroit, Michigan. Aaron, thanks for calling.
Hi, Jonathan. First of all, I want to say that this is a very, very difficult subject. It's a very delicate subject. And even though I know that some of the women may be in jail for crimes that are violent, it's hard to
it's easy to sort of be apprehensive of the idea of a baby who literally is embodied and isn't anything wrong. Being in what we understand culturally to be a very harsh, controlling institution. Like Melissa said, the prison nursery at Bedford Hills, which is the one that I visited, does have a feeling of a family house. There isn't, barbed wire wrapped around all the windows, and there isn't, there's bright paint on the walls, but it's still very much prison. And as Lauren has detailed, there is sort of an essential conflict between the autonomy that you need to be a mother and the submission that you have to the prisoner. I would say that the reality, the unfortunate reality, is that a lot of these women don't have a better option. They're 3 times more likely than incarcerated fathers to be the primary caregivers of their children on the outside, and may not have a better place for their child to go.
Here's Jay in Saratoga, New York. Hi, Jay. Welcome to our point.
I'm curious. Anyone has any ideas on there?
Jay, thank you. What are the economics of this, Syria?
They're complicated. I don't have current numbers for the Signing of the New York program. I know it was calculated when Nebraska first opened a program back in the 90s that it had expensive startup costs, but that if you factored in the savings in reduced recidivism, which was believed to complete the program, and perhaps some benefits to the child themselves, perhaps being less likely to become involved with the criminal justice system, that you could see savings over time.
Alice is in Providence, Rhode Island. Hi, Alice. Welcome to the program.
Hi. I guess my question just kind of got answered a little bit. I was confusing about. My question was, what do the statistics say as far as children who stay with the mom and children who don't stay with the mom? I'm thinking that even the reunification after the mom gets released from prison, that's going to be difficult. More difficult than for the child to just stay with the mom. We see the numbers on people who keep the dogs to them to train them. Role model citizens, prisoners. And imagine the better life the kids would have in the long term. It would be less money out of the system because now we don't have to pay for foster care and all the traumatization that's going to happen after the death of the child.
Do you want to start? Would you speak to that? Alice, thank you so much for the call.
Yeah, absolutely. There really is no question that it's great to have prison nurseries and that we need prison nurseries and that they provide this incredible, valuable, critical resource for mothers and babies. They do reduce the risk of baby-centered foster care. They do improve the odds that mothers and babies won't need to get after them. They do reduce recidivism, which is tremendous cost savings. And really, it's the question not should we have prison nurseries? The question should really, why are women incarcerated to begin with? What are the social injustices that have led women to prison to begin with? How can we deal with those? The overwhelming majority of women who are incarcerated for things like crimes related to addiction, mental illness, poverty, to domestic violence, to abuse, and we care criminal justice system operating in a way that is really right with racism, with gender-based oppression, with classism. And we really need to deal with those social injustices to make sure that women are able to have the resources and opportunities that are provided sometimes for the first time in their lives in the prison nursing program. We need to make sure those resources and opportunities are available in the community.
Well, Sarah Yeager, that's right. I mean, there's a lot of parenting support, other mothers to talk to about, distractions, and certainly without drugs and alcohol, other significant issues that come into play when you're on the outside. That must be something you consider with these nurseries as well.
Yeah, so Mary Byrne at Columbia University has been conducting the first longitudinal study of prison nurseries in this country, and her findings are in line with that idea. She has found that children raised in a prison nursery with their mother have attachment outcomes. They're as likely to be securely attached, to have sort of a firm sense of themselves and trust in other people, as those who are raised in middle-class, stable homes outside prison. And that's a surprising finding, given that the odds are kind of stacked against these babies.
Right, and a significantly higher rate in the sample group of at-risk children.
Right, that's correct. And, there have been a lot of studies showing that if a mother herself was insecurely attached to her parents, so if she sort of had a sort of shaky, turbulent upbringing herself and internalized that insecurity, that she's likely to raise an insecure child. But what Mary Bird's study found is that even though that it was true that many of the mothers in the Bedford program were themselves insecurely attached, they were able to raise secure children within the nursery environment. And when I talked to administrators there, they had said that it had probably a lot to do with the fact that there is a lot of structure in prison, particularly in the Bedford program. There's parenting support, there is sort of a protection from a lot of the outside factors that can negatively impact child's upbringing. And I think it's important to say that, I think the idea has come up earlier in the conversation that maybe motherhood changes you. And I think it's a little too simplistic to say that because 2/3 of female prisoners in state prisons are mothers of minor children, and a lot of them have committed crimes that have left their children on the outside. So it's not as simple as that, but there does seem to be something about the structure and the intensity of the nursery experience, where it's just you and the baby for this concentrated amount of time with support that really gives them a chance at a good first step in life.
Gives them a chance to break some difficult cycles, familial cycles. Mary Byrne at Columbia also found that children who stayed in the nursery, prison nurseries, the longest had the best outcomes. Essentially get a buffer in some ways against environmental risk when they left the prison. Right, Sarah?
Yeah, that's right. So, again, going back to this idea that prison is a frightening, scary place for a child, Byrne's research is actually kind of showing the opposite of that, that it actually, being in the prison and having the benefits of that structure may leave them better off than if they were on the outside. I would note, too, the idea that the prison nursery is better than foster care, and who has a pretty simple argument to make, but it's true that a lot of the children aren't going to foster care. They're going to live with families, in a lot of cases, grandmothers, aunts, friends. And but a lot of studies have shown that caregivers on the outside they tend to be poor, they tend to be sick, especially because of grandparents. A lot of them are so the same stress child can happen even if they're in a caring, supportive home outside.
So, Mark Pastola, what would you add to that? I mean, you see pictures of the barbed wire around in a little playground, and you might get a different what actually is going on inside.
Right, it's absolutely right, and it's critical to piggyback off the point that Sarah was making at the end, which is that it's a myth that mothers and babies are better off in prison, with programs that are impressive and valuable in the way that sexual surgery is, and give women the resources and support to finding the outcomes that are very positive that Dr. Burns found. But we have things like community-based alternative to incarceration programs where women can actually live in a community and receive and are better outcomes for mothers and for the babies when women are allowed to engage in the community, contribute to the community, address underlying issues, really maintain that close connection with their babies. And we went to Bedford Falls, we evaluated the nursery program many times, and in our reproductive injustice study, which is available on our website, I should say, for people check out at correctionalsensation.org, we found one of the most troubling things was that Bedford, the administration at Bedford Correctional Facility seems to be denying more and more women acceptance to the nursery. And given how high the stakes are with babies being able to form those physical secure attachments to their mother, we find that very troubling. And many times women are rejected because of things like being convicted of violent crime or
I appreciate so much your time working with the Women Inclusive Project. We really appreciate your efforts to join us today. Thank you. 1-800-423-8255 is our number. I'm Jane Clayson for Tom Ashford. More after this break. This is On Point.
This is 90.9 WBUR and WBUR. 69 degrees in Boston and coming up at noon, it's Here and Now from Young and Jeremy Thompson. Will Greece remain in the Eurozone? That story and more coming up on Here and Now at noon here. Heard about a book on Here and Now? Radio Boston, which you love to read, but you just can't remember the title? The new WBUR's new digital bookshelf lets you browse all the books covered on WBUR in one place. It's the WBUR digital bookshelf at WBUR.org. Forecast showers and thunderstorms today. The high is around 77 degrees. Showers tonight, a little clearing overnight, a little around 65. Sunny tomorrow, the high is near 80 degrees. Mostly sunny on Friday, and on the 4th of July, the highs will be in the upper 70s.
Support for On Point comes from WBUR Boston. Geico offering auto insurance coverage for cars, trucks, or SUVs and providing 24/7 customer service. More information on auto insurance at geico.com or 1-800-947-AUTO. And Dear Sugar, the new advice podcast from Steve Almond and Cheryl Strayed on Irv Wild. The Dear Sugar podcast is produced by WBUR and can be found at WBUR.org/Dear Sugar and on iTunes. I'm Lisa Owens, and I'm the new host of WBUR's All Things Considered. In every interview, I'm trying to get from the issue of the person is the more you get genuinely cut through the spin of things, the more valuable the interview becomes the most. Join Lisa weekday afternoons from 4 to 6:30 on 90.9 WBUR, Boston, and Martinez. This is On Point. I'm Jane Clayson, and for Tom Ashbrook, we're talking about women with birth behind bars and what's best for the babies. Stay with your mothers in prison while the fathers serve time. You can join the conversation. Does keeping children with their mothers make sense to you in prison or not? We're at 1-800-423-8255. That's 1-800-423-TALK. You can also follow us on Twitter, find us on Facebook. We're speaking with Sarah Dager, managing editor for The Atlantic. She wrote the story Prison Porn, the current issue. And joining me now from Williamsburg, Virginia, is James Dwyer, Professor Wild, in American School of Law. James Dwyer, welcome to Our Point. So what's your opposition to prison nurseries?
I was think about the research that you've heard in the last month or so are false. There's no evidence that these programs reduce recidivism, and Professor Burns' research actually shows bad outcomes for the great majority of children. Before I get into that, the first thing we need to talk about is legal rights of children, and these programs are obviously unconstitutional. The state may not put people in prison simply because it thinks it might be good for them, without any court hearing, without representative punitive for the person who's going to be put in prison. So it's kind of shocking that this goes on with no resistance.
So,
The legal profession.
what is the answer to that question? Jay in Tulsa, Oklahoma here is asking that very thing. How do you get around illegal incarceration of a child? What do you say to that?
There is no way. The state may not put mentally disabled or mentally ill people in prison with relatives, reduce recidivism, or maybe good for those adults. This would be obvious to all of us. We would be outraged if the state started doing this. We require the state to have extraordinary justification for putting people in prison, and it's simply absolutely not allowed. Anyone who's not been convicted of a crime.
So, in your opinion, what's the biggest problem with a child that a child faces after spending the first years of life in prison?
That one wants to stay with the child. So what we see in Professor Burns' research is that the great majority of mothers appear to have separated from the children at the beginning of the program. So the percentages that you were talking about attachment are actually false. She started a study with 100 children and found that 18 at the 1 year mark showed signs of secure attachments. And some of those 18 immediately separated from the mother at that point, disrupting the attachment. So, in fact, the rate of secure attachment is extremely low for these children, and once mom leaves prison, there's a very high rate of separation from the children. In some cases, it's return to prison, but just as often or more often, it's abandonment because of substance abuse or relationship with a man or something.
So, is the prison nursery in any way a better alternative than any existing, alternatives on the outside? Is it better there than where it could be, but then where they might end up?
It's really surprising that no one's mentioned the A word, adoption. Ms. Yeager says there's no better option, it's better than foster care. First say that it's extremely rare for these babies to go to foster care. It would have to be the case that no relative whatsoever is willing to take a baby. But in fact, there is the alternative of adoption. There's enormous demand for adoption of babies. There are qualified adoptive families who would love to have these children. They would have no difficulty getting placed, and they would not face the prospect of being separated from their parents thereafter, or having parents with no place to live, job, criminal history.
What about more comprehensive screening techniques used for these women, or perhaps a quote-unquote advocate for the child? Would that change the calculus for you in any way?
Well, there absolutely should be an advocate for the children who can argue in courts that the child should have a place in the best interest of all options instead of doing adoption. But I think that anything where the child to remain in a legal relationship with birth, there are such cases. I'm not suggesting that none should. They are likely to be one for which one has very short time left in prison, in which case the child doesn't need to be with mom. The child can go stay with a relative temporarily, stay for months, and when mom comes out, she can unite with the child and begin the attachment process.
Sarah, how do you respond to what you hear from what you hear from the professor, that especially the percentage of the attachments are off?
Yeah, so I take issue with his assertion that Burns' research actually shows bad outcomes for the children. So he mentioned the number of 18 securely attached children. It's important to note that that doesn't mean she found that only 18 out of the 100 other child pairs were securely attached. In the attachment study, she only reported results for 30 other child pairs, and that was for those for whom she was able to conduct an attachment assessment for both the mother and for the child at the 1 year mark. And so it had, for 70 of the 100 pairs, there's just no information. And so for Mr. Dwyer to say that, we can assume that all of those children have insecure attachments is just really overreaching. The information that we do have shows that they are able to form safe adaptive community together.
There's another caller in here, Sarah. I have Sheila is in Watertown, Massachusetts. Hi, Sheila. Welcome to Brooklyn.
Hi, Jane. First of all, I just want to say as a mom that I found Mr. Myers' assertion that babies being separated from their mom for 6 months, which is several times without being reunited. That's really not good. But what I wanted to ask was, there must be studies from other countries which take a less punitive approach to imprisonment where these things have been tried. And I just wondered what the outcomes have been, say in some European countries where one assumes they have that sort of
Sheila, thank you very much. Syria, Germany,
Yeah, very different. So Germany has a much lower incarceration rate than the United States generally, as in countries of the world. And so the number of women in prison is limited to begin with, but when a woman comes in pregnant, she is allowed to raise her child until they actually reach school age. For the women with less serious offenses, they live in sort of an open house where the staff will take the child out on field trips, take them to the zoo, take them for a hike through the woods. And for mothers with children at home, they're actually allowed to leave the prison grounds and go home during the day. It's treated as sort of a work release to raise your children, to be able to make dinner, to tuck your children into bed, and then check yourself out at night.
James Dwyer, are there examples in other countries that you point to based on the knowledge here that to suggest that prisoners can start work?
There is research in England from the 1980s, I believe, that showed negative developmental outcomes for children. You don't see a lot of research on it. What's interesting is that in many other countries, it's regarded as a kind of national shame that children are in prison. In most of the countries, they just don't have foster care and adoption systems. They take children and families sort of do coordinate children with the general assumption that that would be better, that they could be better than the children being in prison.
Here's Mark.
Now, the Germany system is quite different from what we have here.
James, thank you. Here's Mark in Berlin, Vermont. Mark, welcome to Brooklyn.
Hi, thanks for taking my call, sir. I was glad to hear the constitutional issue being brought up. But I think what everybody is failing to examine here is the fact that I live in the state of Vermont, for example, and while women in the state of Vermont have rights to take care and employees and begin to spend time with their children, the men can't even have contact. And I cannot think of a constitutional scenario where women would be allowed to have a program such as this, and it's not equally administered to the men that are also incarcerated that may have children and want to choose to be the guardian parent for those children. It is very important that we examine that because, eventually it will become an issue as these programs get going, and the men will, eventually, experience a lot.
Thank you. I'm so glad you both bring that up. Syria, what about that?
Yeah, so there are a couple of different reasons that these programs are extended only to women. One is historical. When these prison nurseries were first beginning to flourish in the progressive era, they were founded on kind of a very deep gender ideology of maternalism, which was the idea that motherhood would bring out innate virtues in a woman, and that the presence of children, along with things like sewing classes and planting flowers, would have a softening influence on her behavior. Obviously, that idea got dropped a long time ago, but the reason that they continue to be extended to women is just the simple fact that women are the ones who are carrying children into the prison and therefore are sort of making the prison's problem to determine whether they should be separated or kept together, and men don't get rid of it.
James Dwyer, how do you respond to Mark? What about the dads on this issue?
I think it's plausible that at some point men would complain that you have men with similar profiles, they really committed non-violent crimes, and they're going to be in a separate unit. So forth, but I doubt they would ever succeed.
Let's get Steve from Atlanta, Georgia. Steve, welcome to One Point.
Hi, Jane.
Hi, welcome.
I was wondering if there's been plenty of longitudinal studies about foster children, how their emotional makeup is affected by that fact. But I wonder if the program has been up long enough for these prison babies for them really seeing the long-term effects. Thank you much.
Sarah Yeager?
Yeah, this actually goes back to a point that Mr. Dwyer made earlier, which is that the majority, he said, of peers are separated, post or during the nursery experience. Dr. Bird actually found that the 3-year follow-up, which I believe is what she did, that the majority actually were together. Many did get separated during the nursery stay, and some experienced brief separations afterward, but for the most part, the women were ending up with their babies. But she actually had another member of her team for the doctorate study that came out last year, which found that children raised in a prison nursery for whatever amount of time, when compared to those who had been separated from their mothers as babies or toddlers as a result of incarceration, had a much lower behavior, anxious behavior, being withdrawn and depressed. And it was important to note that was true whether or not the baby who'd been in the nursery program was currently living with an alternative caregiver or with the mother herself. And the important thing about attachment theory is that it's an internal sense of security. So even if the baby ends up later separated from the mother for a short period of time or permanently, there seems to be a benefit to having that secure attachment that allows the baby to form secure attachments to other people.
Here's Emily in some of the Massachusetts. Hi, Emily. Welcome to the program.
Hi, Daisy. Thanks for my call. Great discussion. I want to take it a step further with individual outcomes. I'm a doula for low-income women in Boston, and I see that birth can be a very vulnerable time at a time that can either transform into activated women or can really be disempowered. And I'm wondering, let's make this a public and community health issue. And I'm thinking that there's a rehabilitation component of incarceration that we really don't deal with that much in the United States. And I'm wondering if there's any programs that any of the women can come into this cadre of community health workers, community health educators, but that they are deployed out into the community, potentially with, funding from grants or something, and if they can communicate and work with women and parents in their community and really kind of break that cycle.
Emily, I hear it. It's an idea for a powerful model. In Emily's perspective, Sarah Yeager, are there?
No, I don't know of any programs that sort of dispatch former prisoners out to their communities to sort of share the lessons that they've learned, but I do know that the program at Bedford Hills makes a lot of programs available to parents, both to those who are in the nursery program, but also to mothers who have children at home. There are parenting classes, there are lessons about self-reflection and ways to think before reacting. So it's definitely an emphasis of the program for the individual mothers, but I'm not sure whether it's moving out to the community level at all.
James Dwyer, would you like to see these prison nurseries closed in the long term?
Yes, absolutely. I think it's important that the Yeager and legislators look more closely at the research. In fact, Professor Burton's team assessed an additional 42 children for attachment. She said they declined to report the results. There's a lot of very selective reporting of research, characterization of the results. And there's no question that these children would be better off being adopted. If the alternative is a mother who's going to separate, a mother who's going to maltreat because of her own lifelong struggles with mental health issues, then we confer a bad child.
Sarah Yeager, 8 states now have prison nurseries. One opening, what did you say, Wyoming, I believe? Yeah, what do you see the long-term impact of these? Obviously, they have quite different communities as well.
Yeah, I don't see these programs ever becoming incredibly widespread. They're fairly small and local, and because it's sometimes different things to deal with. And so when there are state budget crises, these programs are the first thing to go. But I would say to his point about adoption, I certainly agree that women should know that adoption is an option, just as all women should know that if they feel unable or unwilling to care for their child, that they could place it with another person who would want to care for it. But I would also say that we would never step in a situation outside of prison where a woman has not demonstrated an inability to care for their child, and say that because of your certain demographic characteristics, because of who we think you might be, they're not able to have the right to raise their child. And I would say that's a dangerous assumption.
Sarah, you're managing editor of the Atlantic. Clean Cases Prison Born in the current issue. Thank you so much for being with us, Sarah.
Thank you for having me.
And James Dwyer, Professor of Law at William & Mary School of Law. I appreciate your time today, James. Thank you.
Thank you.
You can continue the conversation with the On Point podcast and our website, onpointradio.org. Follow us on Twitter and find us on Facebook and On Point Radio. Coming up tomorrow, the Love Children's author Judy Bloom is with us. I'm Jane Clayson in for Tom Ashford. This is On Point. On Point is a production of WCUR Boston and NPR.
This is 90.9 WBUR and WBUR.org. 71 degrees in Boston. Next at noon, it's here and now. German Hobson Group Greece remain in the Eurozone. So more coming up next on Here and Now here on 90.9 WBUR. Forecast showers and thunderstorms today. The high is near 77 degrees. Showers tonight before clearing overnight over 65. Sunny tomorrow. The high near 80 degrees. Mostly sunny on Friday and on the 4th of July. Highs will be in the upper 70s. And right now, it's 71 degrees in Boston. This is 90.9 WBUR.
Support for On Point comes from Athena Health, cloud-based EHR and practice management services for medical groups and health systems to help physicians work as one across the continuum of care. More at athenahealth.com. And the Melville Charitable Trust, supporting solutions to prevent and end homelessness and efforts to ensure that everyone has a safe, affordable place to call home. Learn more at melvilletrust.org.
I'm David Zuckerberg. And I'm Andrew Ford. Today on Radio Boston, when the Khmer Rouge overthrew again in the brutal genocide, Sang T lost his family with autism. Today, he's a middle school guidance counselor in London.
I'm one of the luckiest person on this planet. Never thought that I would be able to, succeed my life and work here.
Surviving Cambodia's killing fields on Radio Boston today, only on 90.9
From Boston University, this is also broadcasting on 92.9
Jeremy Hobson is here now. Coming up, Greece's future, whether it will remain in the Eurozone and
Also, recreational marijuana is legal in Oregon starting today. People who form PACs and who fundraise for politicians react. I don't giddy is exactly the right word, but I think everyone felt really grown up.
We'll hear what scientists are planning to improve brain function, including computer chip implants.
And Lester Lee exploring the Civil Wars. What defines American music and how does she hear from new songs?
There's a hint of an Appalachian feel. There's a hint of sort of the American style of writing in that form.
Coming up, here now.
The news is first.
From NPR News in Washington, I'm Lakshmi Singh. In a historic moment for the U.S. and Cuba, the Cold War era rivals have agreed to reopen their embassies and restore diplomatic relations more than half a century after they were severed. President Obama made the announcement today. NPR's Michelle Pelliman has the news.
The deal caps months of negotiations on how to upgrade the diplomatic mission already in Havana to a full-blown embassy. President Obama says Secretary of State John Kerry will travel there this summer to formally raise the U.S. flag.
This is a historic step forward to normalize relations with the Cuban government and people. We begin a new chapter of neighbors in the Americas.
Cuban-American Congresswoman Ileana Ros-Lehtman says she thinks President Obama is just legacy shopping. Senator Marco Rubio, another Florida Republican, says the White House is making too many concessions to the Castro regime. Obama says the U.S. should not be imprisoned by McNabb.
Officials here are reviewing the Congress to change the law around emergency court sessions and
Private companies are hiring more people than they had in the past 6 months. The National Employment Report reveals the creation of sector jobs in June became our third straight month of improvement since the slid to a 14-month. The Dow is up 114. This is MP.
Good afternoon. I'm Steve Brown and Balls of the Joe. New England Patriots player Aaron Hernandez will not throw out his murder conviction. Hernandez's first-degree murder 13 killing of one. Procedural step before the appeal can be filed. Convicted Hernandez first-degree murder back in April. He has to serve a mandatory sentence of life in prison. The Massachusetts Senate is pushing to increase the tax on flavored tobacco products. Non-cigarette tobacco products already carry the proposed 210% tax. Senator Jason Lewis says addressing tobacco use needs to be one of our top priorities.
Tobacco still is the leading preventable cause of illness and premature death, both in Massachusetts and in our nation.
If the tax is approved, Massachusetts would have the highest flavored cigar tax in the country. People crossing state lines into New Hampshire should know that the state adopted a new law today banning use of handheld devices while driving. Patrol Sergeant Steve Callahan says the state has been prepping the public and the troopers for this new law.
Weeks in advance, we have put out emails and educated our shifts on the new statute that is out there so that they are able to enforce this because it's happening in person.
Law applies to cell phones, GPS units, tablets, and all other handheld electronics. Violators will face a $100 fine per person. Boston fire officials are investigating whether a lightning strike caused a fire in Dorchester today. Officials say no injuries were reported and there was no damage to surrounding properties. As long as the first with wild weather in the region this morning, including a tornado warning on Bronson. In the forecast, showers and thunderstorms today. The high is near 77 degrees. Showers tonight, full overnight clearing, low around 65. Sunny tomorrow, the high is 80 degrees. Right now, 7.
crisis. He also said there are those who say that I have a hidden agenda that would take Greece out of blackout, lying to you in commission, tweeting Greece is Europe, Europe is Greece.
Exactly how they
People behind him. Zaropoulos writes the blog The New Union, joined us from Athens. And John, the negotiations that are going on between Greece and its creditors.
Well, the problem is mentioned on Sunday. Something that increases according to the vote, they will come back to the negotiating table.
We know that there was a big protest against the bailout in Times Square a couple days ago, and then yesterday there was a big yes vote. What are you expecting? Do you think that people are going to say yes or no?
Well, I think there was more development in the weekend where it was announced that the recent poll figures we've seen today in the Belgian Friendly newspaper showed that that's fallen by about 10 points to roughly 46%. The yes vote has risen by 3 points to 37%. It's still, however, that the trend is upward. So that could be an upset with never very defined Sunday. The campaign, of course, still goes on on both sides, and it's deeply polarized here. A lot of people feel that this is essentially a referendum on the budget, and was a yes vote will be, in effect, a popular censure that will bring it down. I'm not at all surprised if that is what Greece's creditors are hoping for, because they've insisted the referendum take place, perhaps hoping that it will truly fall into the end. And no, but in particular with the position I think is it is really up to their creditors' discretion to extend the new offer. You need to put back the exercise to balance the moves and capital reports in place, which will stress the European stability mechanism, which is a governmental distress fund set up by Eurozone governments, which the Greeks have asked to essentially offer them bankruptcy protection over the next 2 years by picking up their debt as it comes due. A sort of moratorium on debt payments. The ESM as well offering under the authority of the Saudi government, the European Commission. And the European Commission is at this point intended that it's not to the Greek government. There's an guarantee therefore that after a no moratorium investment, the Greeks on Monday will have their creditors coming up to them to shake their hands and come to a new arrangement.
And John Zaropoulos, what are things like right now in Athens for ordinary people who have now had to deal with many days of only being able to withdraw 60 euros out of ATMs? We know that ATMs have been running out of money in some places. A lot of retirees don't even have the cards that they need to put in the ATM, so they've had to make extra measures for them to come at banks so they can get some money out. What are things like on the ground?
Well, people, are very worried about the cash availability problems. This hasn't happened in recent decades, at least. It's not something that has happened in living memory. So the Greeks are feeling a mixture of bad things. One is embarrassment that they've brought themselves to this pass. Another is consternation over whether they'll be able to cover their material needs for the coming days. And some, of course, anger towards the government for watching its negotiating strategy so badly, and for backtracking or flip-flopping, if you like. Because today the government has revealed to have gone back to creditors and said, yes, we will take the last offer that was on the table with a few minor changes. if you would please agree to reopen negotiations with us. It is an embarrassing and humiliating point, I would say, in Greek history, and it's not one which people were generally proud of, and that is mixed up with their own personal worries about their survival in the coming days.
Journalist John Soropoulos in Athens. He writes the blog, The New Athenian. John, thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
With Oregon now, where Oregon's recreational marijuana users are using it legally for the first time today. Last night, supporters gathered on Portland's Burnside Bridge to count down the seconds to midnight when the law went into effect.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oregon is the latest state to allow recreational marijuana use, and as the industry grows, so does its political clout. The members of Congress who are constantly fundraising. The cannabis industry offers new, high-yield donors, but it also raises questions about the money's source and what the donors expect in return. Conrad Wilson from Here Now contributor, Oregon Public Broadcasting, reports.
It was a classic political fundraiser, semi-formal, with chicken, potatoes, and salad on the menu. 300 plus donors sipped cocktails and Oregon Pinots in Portland early last month.
I don't know if giddy is exactly the right word, but I think everyone felt really grown up.
Amy Margolis is a Portland attorney and founder of the Oregon Cannabis Capital. The Marijuana-backed Political Action Fund hosted a fundraiser for Oregon's Democratic Congressman, Earl Blumenauer.
People that I've been working with, in some cases, for years, people who are trying to modernize our marijuana laws, came together and made $2 million. It was great fun.
Fun indeed. The event raised more than $100,000 for Blumenauer's re-election. Margolis says that's the largest sum ever contributed by the cannabis industry to a politician during a single event. According to data analyzed by the Center for Responsive Politics, the cannabis industry nationwide has donated more than $400,000 to members of Congress and federal candidates since 2002. The top PAC represents a newly energized group. The members of the cannabis industry are now in an era when their product is legal for recreational use.
As the marijuana industry scales up, it's see a growing legislative presence.
Todd Donovan is a political science professor at Western Washington University.
Right now, you kind of see it go from a small lobby group that was about legalization to a more mature industry that's affected by state taxes, state regulations, local regulations, but where you can open stuff.
Neighboring Washington State will mark its first year of recreational pot sales, and about the same time Oregon gets ready to enter that market. So far, Washington's retail marijuana stores have exceeded $250 million in sales. Of that, more than $60 million is tax revenue.
The amounts have been relatively small in comparison with more established industries. However, they are increasing over time.
That's Peter Quist, research director at the National Institute on Money and State Politics. By comparison, the beer, wine, and liquor industry contributed more than $10 million to members of Congress and candidates just in the 2014 election cycle. That's according to data analyzed by the Center for Responsive Politics.
This industry doesn't give a lot in the greater scheme of things. However, it's increasing over time. So it's giving more now than it used to. And it is reflective of the new industry going on in the city here.
Back in Oregon, organizers of the fundraiser for Earl Blumenauer say the purpose of the gathering was to thank him for his efforts in Congress. But it was also an opportunity to showcase what cannabis donors can do for supporting politicians.
We are willing to come out for you if you support us.
That's Amy Margolis again, founder of the Oregon Cannabis Capital. As for where the industry's contribution money comes from, she says it's all about hope.
Voters in Oregon have overwhelmingly supported the adult use market. We've had a medical market since 1998. And I don't see any reason a legislator from a state that has so overwhelmingly supported this shouldn't be able to take that money.
Margolis says right now the industry wants access to banking services and a change in federal law to allow businesses selling pot to be eligible for tax exemptions. And Congressman Blumenauer, he seems on board with that.
They should have a bigger political footprint because it's insane that the federal government interferes with doing things like having a bank account or being treated fairly in the tax system.
Earlier this year, Blumenauer introduced legislation that would tax and legalize marijuana at the federal level. For Here and Now, I'm Conrad Wilson in Portland.
And you're listening to Here and Now.
We're funded by you, our listeners, and by Tanglewood, with opening night for the BSO, in an all-American program led by Jacques Lacombe, with guests Gerald Gerstein and John Douglas Thompson, July 3rd. Tanglewood.org.
I'm Steve Brown. President Obama has announced the U.S. is reestablishing diplomatic relations with Cuba. It's the latest in a series of moves signaling a thaw in hostilities between the two nations. The president said the best way for America to support its values is through engagement. Greek Prime Minister Alexis Tsipras is vowing to push on with his plan for a referendum this Sunday on the recent proposals from the country's creditors. On his national address, Tsipras also reaffirmed his support for a no vote in the referendum. He insisted that a no vote would not put Greece's place in the euro or in the European Union at risk. The Secret Service has begun installing sharp metal spikes on the White House fence to discourage potential intruders. The move comes after a Texas man armed with a knife was able to climb over the fence and run deep into the executive mansion last month. You're listening to Here and Now. In sports, the Red Sox and the Blue Jays meet this afternoon in Toronto. In the forecast, showers and thunderstorms today. The high is near 77 degrees. Showers tonight before clearing overnight. Lows around 65. Sunny tonight. The high is near 80 degrees. Mostly sunny on Friday and the 4th of July. The highs will be in the upper 70s. Mostly sunny on Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. The highs will be around 80 degrees. Right now it's 71 degrees in Boston. Don't miss You're the Expert with the BURC game show tonight at 9 this week. Comedians Joe Firestone, Wyatt Snack, and Jubin Correa. Join host Chris Duffy and try to guess what the noted researcher studies and why. That's tonight at 9 on 94.9 WBUR, Boston's NPR news station.
Funding for Here and Now comes from the listeners of WBUR Boston and your NPR station. And Geico, offering motorcycle and RV insurance. More information available on motorcycle and RV insurance at geico.com or 1-800-947-AUTO.
It's Here and Now. Can we make brains smarter? People already use drugs and enhancing technology to heal the brain, but in her Atlantic article, Hacking the Brain, journalist Maria Konnikova lists the methods scientists are using or hoping to use to make minds more powerful. She joins us now. So Maria, we all do things that affect the brain.
Absolutely. I mean, Robin, have you had a cup of coffee today?
Well, I get my caffeine cold, but yeah.
Well, there you go. So caffeine is a cognitive enhancing drug.
Yeah, there it is. And there's also drugs like Ritalin that are being used.
Yes, absolutely. So there are lots of drugs, Ritalin, modafinil, which is used for narcolepsy and sleep disorders, were developed with therapeutic purposes in mind, are now being used off-label, so to speak, to try to get people smarter. So people take Ritalin now in college, for instance, to concentrate, to improve their memory, to improve their retention. Modafinil makes people go longer. It's being used by the U.S. military, in fact, to try to see what they can do to make their soldiers be able to function for longer at a higher capacity.
Well, let's back up a second, because before even more college students learn to take Ritalin, which is prescribed for people with ADHD and narcolepsy, and used to say to take a test, there are side effects, and that's sort of a small reminder of the downside of all of this cognition enhancement.
Absolutely. I mean, none of this is, the smart pill. For instance, Ritalin specifically might improve your attention span and make you be able to stay up later for that assignment, but it also impact your creativity. So you might not be able to connect ideas quite as well. You definitely won't have that sort of insight into, if you're trying to write a paper and you want to have an insightful argument, that might not happen with Ritalin.
There's the same kinds of side effects with other drugs. But the point is that when scientists see that we can do something with a drug, we can impact the brain with a drug, they are looking forward to maybe, personalizing things and taking away some of these side effects. Give us the overarching here. There's a saying that you quoted, that human beings only use 10% of their brain power. Is that true, by the way?
That isn't true. So I quote it as one of the myths that we would like to adhere to, so that we have this blue sky ahead of us, that we can make ourselves smarter. But the truth is, we use all of our brains. We don't necessarily use everything as efficiently. We can develop certain parts of the brain, can form those connections, but we do use the brain. It's just a question of efficiency of training.
Right, and that's what people are researching right now. We spoke about drugs. We spoke to a neuroscientist at MIT who says that some biotech companies are looking to personalize drugs.
Yeah, this is Guoping Feng, and he was telling me about some fascinating research about basically people who use what we are now learning about the human genome to then, in the future, be able to give you a personalized medicine. We can say, okay, it looks like you're a very creative person, but your memory is lacking. So let me give you something that's going to affect that one particular thing and to make you the best possible version of you. This is something that people are working towards.
And there are a lot of questions about it. We'll get to some of those, but you set off on a journey to learn what else is going on, and started with sort of electronic stimulation. And you tried it. Now, we know about electroshock therapy, so what's different now?
So this is called transcranial direct current stimulation. And what that means is you basically get little jets of current through your brain at specific points of your brain. And depending on where you put electrodes on your head, the strength of the electric current and the interval between the different currents, you get to create different sorts of brain patterns. So what I tried was a do-it-yourself type of electronic stimulation. There's a company called Think, THYNC, actually based in Boston, tried to create this device that you can send out to your home. So far they only have two different vibes, they call them. One is called Calm and one is called Energize. And those things have cognitive side effects as well. And by side effects, I actually mean good side effects. So when you're calmer, you're able to reflect, you're able to focus more, when you're energized, that gives you kind of the same type of jolts that you get with caffeine, but it actually can last longer. We know some of these things last for up to 2 hours after the fact. A few years ago, this was still just being tested in the lab, and people weren't quite sure if it was safe or not.
Now it's been tested on 3,000 people, including you, and you were maybe a cautionary tale because you wanted the calming jolt, but instead you got this electric shock and the software problem. But I would think that would be one of the concerns.
Yeah,
dropping things on your head.
Well, honestly, I tested it for the sake of science and journalism, and what happened was 3 electric shocks to the head, kind of very one flew over the cuckoo's nest like, and it hurt. And they told me, oh, we're so sorry, this was effective, why don't you try it again? But to be quite honest, after that had happened several times, I had no desire to try it again.
Well, and also, I just did that, mild shocks to the head for some calming, or a little bit of a jolt that might last a half an hour, as you said, a cup of coffee. Why not do yoga for the calm and run a half a mile for the jolt?
You are absolutely right. And to be perfectly honest, the data we have for things like that far surpasses the data for any single cognitive enhancement technology that we currently have. So the best things we do are sleep, exercise, right? Things that we normally do for a healthy lifestyle. Those are the types of things that are going to enhance your cognition above and beyond anything like the current stimulation to your head.
And yet, if you have a problem like Parkinson's, deep brain stimulation, the electrodes that are put inside your brain, deep in there where the think electrodes can't reach, can maybe help with depression and with other related illnesses.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, therapeutically, deep brain stimulation, we're just in its infancy, and already we're seeing huge impacts. People who've been depressed for decades, for whom nothing has worked, for whom basically life has not been worth living, are suddenly seeing themselves reawakened. And people with Parkinson's, their symptoms are controlled, their tremors are controlled, and this is being tested in more and more diseases. So when it's used correctly for what it was developed for therapeutic purposes, this is really a beautiful technology. But people even want to use deep brain stimulation, where you have, that is open brain surgery. You can have electrodes inserted inside your head. People want to use that for cognitive enhancement.
Well, look down the road, electrodes are one thing, but people are considering chips with linked directly to the internet.
Yes, this is something that the team at Oxford University is looking at. They have this dream that everyone will be always connected to the internet and potentially even to each other. So you can even go a step further. What if your chip were connected to someone else's chip, and you could kind of get the collective brain power? And on the one hand, you can see why someone would want a chip in their brain. It's like instant memory, instant internet. You have all of this information at your disposal. On the other hand, it's the same as with all these technologies. If we're having privacy concerns about the NSA checking on our phones and our emails, imagine what happens when we now have brain chips in our head and the government, the medical institutions, whoever it is, has access to that data.
Well, and that brings us to maybe the most controversial approach to this, as you write, neuro enhancement. Not stimulating the brain, but re-engineering it. We know so much about the human genome now. There's miraculous ways that an embryo's genome could be altered to fight disease. But then what if you can identify genes associated with being smart? Anything like that?
There's now, for the first time, a technology that's being developed at Harvard and MIT that can take one single gene and change it before someone is born. At least in theory, that's what we can do. And people are thinking, oh, well, why can't we just do this to create super people? Why can't I, have a designer baby? And I think that is a long way off, because intelligence is incredibly complicated, and there's no such thing as a smart gene. I mean, there are lots of genes that interact with each other, and they have a different function at different points in our development. So that's a very distant possibility, but we're going to have to figure out a lot more before we can do it.
Well, the other questions for the very rich, then be able to afford tinkering with an embryo and be the only ones to afford to put the smart genes in if they find them. How would physicians determine who would use these inventions? A lot of ethical questions remain, but you found great excitement.
I did find great excitement despite the ethical concerns. The funny thing is, the biggest concern, at least for now, we're not even at the ethics yet, is a question of health, because we don't actually know what will happen to us in the long term if we do manage to rev our brains up. Our brains have been enhanced over millennia, and so what if they're already running as they should be, and if we make them try to run more efficiently, faster, we'll be better at something? What is the long-term effect? Are we going to die sooner? Are we going to get dementia sooner? All of these health questions, we haven't answered those yet.
Maria Konnikova, her article in The Atlantic is Hacking the Brain. She's also author of Mastermind, How to Think Like Sherlock Holmes, and The Forthcoming Confidence Game. Maria, thank you so much for talking to us about this and for allowing yourself to be a guinea pig.
Thank you so much for having me, Robin.
It's here now.
This is 90.9 WBUR and WBUR.com. 73 degrees in Boston and 12:32. Just ahead on Here and Now, we'll have the latest on Puerto Rico's financial woes. Just ahead on Here and Now, here on 90.9 WBUR. In the forecast, showers, thunderstorms today, the high is near 77 degrees. Showers tonight before clearing overnight, low 65. Sunny tomorrow, the high near 80 degrees. Mostly sunny on Friday and the 4th of July with highs in the upper 70s. Mostly sunny on Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. The highs will be around 80 degrees. Yeah, right now it's 73 degrees in Boston. This is 90.9 WBUR.
Where were you when you heard this?
The Red Sox have put to rest the curse of the Bambino. They won the World Series last night with a...
Maybe you were in your car. I'm Bill Littlefield. If you're still driving that car, maybe it's time to move on. Why not donate it to WBUR? Your gift will help support the programs you love, and you could qualify for a tax deduction. To donate your car, go to WBUR.org/support.
Funding for Here and Now comes from the listeners of WBUR Boston and your NPR station. MathWorks, creators of MATLAB and Simulink software for technical computing and model-based design. Accelerate the pace of discovery in engineering and science. Learn more at mathworks.com. And Brigham and Women's Hospital, home to 60 years of transplants, supporting organ and tissue donation. More at brighamandwomens.org/transplant. Brigham and Women's Hospital, life-giving breakthroughs.
This is Here and Now from NPR and WBUR. I'm Jeremy Hobson. Let's check in on Puerto Rico, where the power company has reached a deal today with creditors, giving it until September to negotiate its debt. That was just part of the money Puerto Rican borrowers owe by the end of today to avoid default. Ann Krieger co-authored a report on the debt crisis in Puerto Rico. She's a former official with the World Bank and the IMF. Ann Krieger, welcome.
Well, thank you very much. Good to be here.
And how bad is the situation in Puerto Rico, as you found in your report?
It's bad. They've had almost no economic growth in a long time. There are a lot of problems. A lot of people are leaving for the mainland. Participation in the labor force is only about 40%, contrast to more than 60% here on the mainland. But while it's bad now, the problems are there's enough overhang in debt and financial and other issues that unless they do something, it's going to get a lot worse.
A lot worse in what way? That more people would just continue to leave, or what?
The government has tried to offset the failure to grow by thinking that it was a recession, and they, of course, spent to do that, and they financed a lot of that spending by accumulating debt. And of course, debt builds up over time, and they're getting close to if they are not at the point where they can't borrow anymore, in which case the government will have to cut back. And on present policies, which of course can't continue, they would indeed basically run out of cash. And then, of course, the government would have to shut down, and certainly not something to be contemplated, so there'd be a big cutback in some government expenditures and so on, with huge ramifications.
What is the root cause of this? Why is the U.S. territory of Puerto Rico so much worse off than any city like Detroit or any state in the United States?
Well, first off, it's not a state. It is, of course, the territory of the United States. And it's subject to some U.S. laws which help it, some which hurt it. The ones that hurt it, have hurt it, I think, Puerto Rico is subject to U.S. minimum wage laws, and yet it's competing with other Caribbean islands, which have, of course, much lower wages. And basically, the minimum wage covers about 80% of the workforce in Puerto Rico, contrasted with 27% in the U.S., i.e., U.S. wages are high enough that the same minimum wage protects the bottom, but not the rest. In the Puerto Rican cases, but otherwise, and so a lot of people have just left to go to the mainland for work. There was, in the 1970s, Puerto Rico was given a huge tax advantage for American companies that located there. And they had, by the way, a good boom during that period in a lot of companies, some of which left after then, 1996, when their tax treatment was removed. So some of it has been the result of earlier largesse, which then went away, and some other things. And there's been a lot that Puerto Ricans have done to themselves, which have made the situation even worse.
What can be done about this at this point?
Well, first off, I think it isn't any one thing, and there's a lot that Puerto Ricans can do. You can't take care of the financial mess without restoring growth. If you can't restore the economic growth without taking care of the financial mess, you've got to work on all fronts. We think there are things that need to be done to make it easier to do business in Puerto Rico, easier to hire labor in Puerto Rico. We think that the absence of Chapter 9 of the U.S. Bankruptcy Code applying to Puerto Rico hurts it and is probably unwarranted.
Well, do you think that the Congress is going to listen to you on that and allow Puerto Rico to file for Chapter 9 bankruptcy protection?
I don't know what they'll do, but I think as an American citizen, it seems to me only reasonable that there has to be some way out for the Puerto Ricans. So the alternative is really trying to negotiate at a big disadvantage, and as I said, with real financial threats.
Ann Krieger, who co-authored a report on Puerto Rico's debt crisis for the Puerto Rican government. She's a professor of international economics at the Johns Hopkins School of Advanced International Studies. Ann Krieger, thank you for joining us.
Oh, thank you.
And you're listening to Here and Now.
I'm Robert Siegel. This is the home of all things considered, weekday afternoons starting at 4, 90.9 WBUR, Boston's NPR news station. I'm Steve Brown. President Obama says the reopening of embassies in Havana and Washington is another demonstration that the U.S. doesn't have to be imprisoned by the past. The president announced the formal restoration of diplomatic relations between Cuba and the United States. Secretary of State John Kerry will travel to Havana this summer to raise the American flag over the presidency. No matter the outcome of Sunday's referendum in Greece, the country's prime minister says Greece should remain part of the euro currency. The government remains at the negotiating table and will remain there until the end, even after the referendum. The UN Nuclear Agency says Iran is broadly meeting its commitments under a preliminary nuclear deal that set up the current talks in Austria. The terms of that November 2013 deal commit Iran to not expand nuclear programs during the ensuing negotiations. You're listening to Here and Now. In sports, the Red Sox and Blue Jays meet this afternoon up in Toronto. In the forecast, showers, thunderstorms today. The highs will be around 77 degrees. Showers tonight before clearing overnight, low 65. Sunny tomorrow, the highs near 80 degrees. Mostly sunny on Friday and on the 4th of July with highs in the upper 70s. Mostly sunny on Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. The highs will be around 80 degrees. Right now, it's 73 degrees in Boston. 90.9 WBUR. Wondering where to find great music, art, dance, and more this weekend? Check out The Artery, WBUR's arts and culture page at WBUR.org. You'll find news and reviews that help you decide. That's The Artery, winner of the 2015 Commonwealth Award at WBUR.org.
Funding for Here and Now comes from Lumosity, offering a 10-minute fit test to challenge memory, attention, and problem solving with brain games to calculate baseline scores and build a personalized brain training program. Performance can be compared to global averages. More at Lumosity.com. And Dear Sugar, the new advice podcast from Steve Almond and Cheryl Strait of Verve Wild. The Dear Sugar podcast is produced by WBUR and can be found at wbur.org/dearsugar and on iTunes.
It's Here and Now. Say American Songbook, with very specific names come to mind. Gershwin, Porter, Ernie Lopez, all great contributors to America's soundscape. But those are only a few threads in the grand patchwork that is American music. We've been taking an occasional deeper look at that patchwork, asking people in music what do they think of when they think American music. Is it Nina Simone? Is it Woody Guthrie? Today we're asking Joy Williams. Born and raised just outside Santa Cruz, California, she was half of the Grammy-winning duo The Civil Wars with musical partner John Paul Wade. The Civil Wars disbanded last year. Joy's new album is called Venus. We're going to hear a little of that. But first, her picks. Joy Williams, welcome.
Thanks, Robin. How are you? I'm good.
And we're excited about hearing what you think of when you think of American music. Come up with some.
Oh, goodness. I feel like it was a really difficult thing to come up with a list because my list went so long and deep and wide.
you mentioned the greats and the classics, but to me as well, there's Billie Holiday needs to be included in that. I grew up listening to her my whole life, and I still put her on when I'm cooking dinner or if I'm driving and stuck in LA traffic, like I seem to be a lot more these days. And I just love, she has a song called Them Their Eyes that I just feel like encapsulates, I don't know, sort of the, even that wasn't recorded in the 1920s, I don't think. It sort of captures that sort of roaring 20s, this sort of carefree time before a harder time happened in life. But I always loved that she had an ache even when she was singing something sweet.
Well, let's listen to a little of Billie Holiday's version of Them Their Eyes, recorded by Holiday in 1949. This is
I fell in love with you the first time I looked into them eyes, and you were having sex with the cute red flame. Them eyes.
You know, you're right. Joy, that is America. Very much. I mean, can you just imagine a dance hall just filled with people in beautiful clothes? And I just always love the way she sings. And there's a confidence with her, you know, especially as a woman in that day and age. She really found a way to carve her own niche. And even get a little controversial at times, too, which I like that. Well, and that brings us to your next selection. Let's listen, 1970, Janis Joplin's Mercedes-Benz.
Oh Lord, won't you buy me a Mercedes-Benz? My friends all drive Porsches. I must make amends. Worked hard all my lifetime, no help from my friends. So Lord, won't you buy me a Mercedes-Benz?
The stories that I was told, she was just a firestorm everywhere that she went. And I think what I love the most about the song is that I think in a way this song sort of sums up this capitalist idea of I'm working hard and I would like my life to, you know, to evidence that. And I've always just, I think it's such a great tongue-in-cheek way of almost kind of blending this like church song feel with a front porch attitude, and also a little bit of that tongue-in-cheek of her sort of even, I don't know, playing with the idea of that a Mercedes-Benz would somehow be, you know, the epitome of making it.
So, very American sound there to you, Joy Williams. Your next choice, let's listen. This is Alabama Shakes, Give Me All Your Love.
So much is going on, but you can always come around.
Joy, what are you hearing here? I'm hearing Motown, I'm hearing everything. Everything. I mean, you hear jazz, you hear blues, you hear Motown. I mean, I even hear a little bit of Billie Holiday in some of her jazz vocal approach and how she's doing it. But then if you listen onto that song, she literally is like yelling at you and me to give, you know, give me all your love. I just love that there is a total embrace of this sound that they created that feels very historic and yet also modern to me at the same time. And then isn't it always the American way to take what you have and then try and make it bigger or build off of that? Brittany Howard from Alabama Shakes, another book from Joy Williams. All right, let's set up this last thing. It's a voice not everyone might know, but you might have heard his work. It's Chris Stapleton. He's written for Kenny Chesney, George Strait, Tim McGraw, Adele. This is his own performance. Whiskey in Me.
Tomorrow, I don't walk in the store, ain't a problem. You always still show you. That's something I can buy. Anything I do.
Scream, scream.
I love the way Chris writes. And this song in particular, he almost speaks the what we would call the hook, what we songwriters would call the hook. That's the difference. Like doing whiskey and I love it's harkening back to a different era of music, and I hear Hank Williams and I hear in that aching and that way of talking about a bottle, and I think that also I hear Waylon Jennings a lot in this too. Almost mountain songs, where it feels very much rooted to the earth, and maybe not always flattering, but that's not a bad thing. That it's so innately human that you can hear yourself in the song too. Well, Joy Williams, again, formerly of the Civil Wars, now this Grammy-winning musician, is out with her new solo album, Venus. Pick one cut for us, that, in which we can hear the American Songbook. Oh, interesting. I think, I don't know, there's like a few I feel like we can pick, but there's one song that's coming to mind for me, where I read an ancient tradition where women go off into the forest when they find out that they're pregnant, and they wait until they find a melody that they can attribute to the child. That becomes the child's theme song. I always loved that idea, but when I was pregnant with my son Miles, I was on the road so much that I didn't feel like I had another chance to hear that melody. So I was born, and in my arms, in the screened-in back porch of my house in Nashville. And I just remember holding him just pink and smelling so beautiful like newborns do. And all of a sudden this melody came to me, which does not happen very often. And I saved it on my phone. Well, on which song? Sweet Love of Mine. And then when the time came to write for this record, this melody came back to me. And there's a hint of an Appalachian feel. There's a hint of sort of the American songwriting, and that it's a classic form of writing, and yet I did something a little bit different in the second verse, which I like to think is my own way of interpreting the classic songwriting in this American age. Joy, thanks for sharing your playlist with us. Yeah, thanks for listening. I had a good time. Joy Williams, formerly of the duo The Civil Wars, her solo album is Venus. Feel free to suggest your picks for American music at HereandNow.com.
From Boston University, this is 90.9 WBUR, Boston's NPR news station, and live streaming at WBUR.org. Coming up in the second hour of Here and Now at 1 o'clock, for the first time in over 50 years, the United States and Cuba are reestablishing diplomatic relations. That story and more in the second hour of Here and Now, coming up at 1 o'clock here on 90.9 WBUR. Go to WBUR.org today for a report on how the state's all-Democratic congressional delegation reaching across the aisle in an effort to stem the state's opioid addiction crisis. That and more at WBUR.org. In the forecast, showers and thunderstorms today. The high is near 77. Showers tonight before clearing overnight, a low of 65 degrees. Sunny tomorrow, the highs will be near 80. Mostly sunny on Friday and on the 4th of July, the highs in the upper 70s. Right now, 74 degrees in Boston. This is WBUR.
Funding for Here and Now comes from WBUR Boston and your NPR station. Curious.com, committed to helping people learn more than 15,000 skills like Japanese, Java, and juggling. Curious.com, grow your skills. Learn more at curious.com/NPR. And MathWorks, 3 years of MATLAB and Simulink software for technical computing and model-based design, accelerating the pace of discovery in engineering and science. Learn more at mathworks.com.
It's here and now. Thousands of people will travel to Gettysburg, Pennsylvania this week to mark the 152nd anniversary of the bloodiest battle of the Civil War. They'll come to stand in the battlefield's most storied places, like Little Round Top, Devil's Den, and National Cross, as landscapes to witness. Until recently, that experience could be hard to get to because of how dramatically the land was altered in the decades after the battle. But that's changing, as Luke Lewin from the ESA in Pittsburgh reports.
Even more than 150 years after the battle, there's still plenty at Gettysburg that kind of makes you feel like you're stepping back in time. If you really want to go the extra mile, you can even do a battlefield tour in a horse-drawn carriage. Katie Lawhon prefers to walk the battlefield. She's been a park ranger here for more than 20 years, and you can still hear the excitement in her voice when she hikes some of the most legendary places on the battlefield.
So we're at Devil's Den, and this is important ground because we have heavy fighting on the second day of the battle. General Hood attacked nearly a mile of open ground uphill against this position, and they took it.
Devil's Den was one of the more dramatic landscapes of Gettysburg in July 1863. It was a sloped, open field strewn with giant boulders. Soldiers would use these rocks for temporary cover as they made their attacks. But by the 1990s, the whole area had grown up into a wall of trees. Lawhon says park rangers had to use historic photos to show tourists what it used to look like.
And a lot of people who study the battlefield, they just walk down into those trees. They try to walk in the footsteps of the soldiers, and they do it. This is what I really understand.
So in the late 1990s, the National Park Service started toying with a pretty radical idea. What if they rehabilitated the natural landscape at Gettysburg to look like it did in 1863? In places of heavy fighting, like the peach orchard, they replant peach trees. And the meadows that had grown over into forest, well, those new trees would get the axe. And the Park Service did it over the course of about 15 years.
We're very careful about what we do, and we base it on historic evidence and studies. But at the same time, our job is to preserve and maintain these battlefield features. We can't be so in awe of the Gettysburg battlefield that we keep our hands off of it.
In all, the Park Service rehabbed more than 500 acres of the battlefield's most significant spots. They also removed man-made structures, including a motel, a 9-hole golf course, and even their own visitor center, which the Park Service plopped down in the 1960s at a key point on the Union Line. Most of the heavy work is done now, but maintaining the battlefield's new look might prove to be an even bigger challenge. Head landscaper Randy Hill walks up a rocky hillside called Little Round Top. For historical accuracy, he actually has to maintain a clear cut that was done here just before the battle.
For the area of Little Round Top, if you were a single person working with a single handsaw, it would probably take you 42% to keep this area maintained and clear. And then the next spring, you'd have volunteer woody vegetation popping right back up, and you'd be right back at it again.
Some natural details on the battlefield are more authentic than others. The historical cluster of trees that was the focal point of Pickett's charge actually doesn't have any 1863 trees left in it. Randy Hill just trims the trees that are here now to the right shape and size. But one set of details the Park Service wants to make sure they get exactly right is minimizing the environmental impact of the battlefield rehab. Zach Balago manages natural resources at Gettysburg.
We knew that we wanted to move up to 500 acres of wood habitat. We said we would never do it in any one portion of the park all at once. So the thought process is that things will have the opportunity to adapt as we change the landscape.
Balago says in places like Devil's Den, they decided to leave some non-historic trees when they found out they were home to a pair of nesting black vultures. And they mowed fields as little as possible. And then, only after Gettysburg's birds are finished nesting, Park Service has even started using fire to mimic the way nature would regenerate all the open meadows that are again part of the Gettysburg landscape.
The Slider Field was our first 13-acre test burn, and it was a pretty good success. It was a good success being that it was the first time we did it, and people accepted the fact that Gettysburg could burn down a cultural resource.
All in all, they've done a pretty good job, according to Randy Wilson, professor of environmental science at Gettysburg College, and an expert on public lands management. Wilson says it's also important to remember that Gettysburg is a national military park, whose primary mission is protecting the historical values of the battlefield.
So their efforts to try to intervene and say, look, there can also be a place where we can protect the environment. That's a very important step that they've taken.
Wilson says evaluating whether the ongoing rehab at Gettysburg is a good thing for the park will take some time. He points out that visitation numbers at national parks are down across the board. So it's unclear whether the battlefield rehab will make Gettysburg more of a destination. But 28-year-old Kyle Beaker, who's here on a road trip from Missouri, says the new look of the battlefield is all the difference.
The feeling you get here, just a bit surreal. It's like, we were just thinking earlier, it's like, imagine all the cannon fire, what it was like to be here. It's hard to explain, but it's incredible.
For Here and Now, I'm Luke Willie, Gettysburg, Pennsylvania.
And Here and Now is a production of NPR and WB, in association with BBC World Service. I'm Jeremy Hobson.
Yeah, this is Here and Now.
Funding for Here and Now comes from the Institute of Contemporary Art Boston, a waterfront museum for visual art, dance, music, theater, film, and more. A rotating schedule of exhibitions and performances brings new art and experiences to visitors throughout the year. Learn more at icaboston.org.
KC is 90.9 WBUR. 75 degrees in Boston. For 1 o'clock. Coming up next at 1 in the second hour of Here and Now. The first time in over 50 years, the U.S. and Cuba are reestablishing diplomatic relations. That's coming up next in the second hour of Here and Now, 1 o'clock here on 90.9 WBUR. The forecast: showers, thunderstorms today. The high is around 77 degrees. Showers tonight before clearing overnight. Low 65. Sunny tomorrow. The high is near 80 degrees. Right now, 75 degrees in Boston. This is WBUR.
You want to create jobs, you've got to be clear what you need.
I said, please be mindful that you can't just say that SBA is coming in to help. Do you understand that many businesses won't know what you're talking about?
I'm Kyle Rizal of Baltimore, and it's Job Strategy at Comma Marketplace from APN.
Tonight at 6:30 on 90.9 WBUR, Boston's NPR News Station.
From Boston University, this is 90.9 WBUR Boston. Also broadcasting on 2.7 WBUR Shrewsbury, Virginia, and 89.1 WH Brewster, Cape Cod. WBUR, Boston's NPR news station, with the latest news and analysis at WBUR.org.
Funding for Here and Now comes from MathWorks, creators of MATLAB and simulating software, accelerating the pace of engineering and science. Learn more at mathworks.com.
From NPR and WBUR Boston, I'm Robin Young.
I'm Jeremy Hobson. It's Here and Now. Coming up in a big step toward reestablishing diplomatic ties, the U.S. and Cuba will open embassies in each other's capitals.
This is a historic step forward in our efforts to normalize relations with the Cuban government and people and begin a new chapter with our neighbors in the Americas.
Also, we'll have a look back at one of the first documentaries about homosexuality. It was produced in 1961.
The program you're about to see deals with a subject which is controversial, delicate, and to some downright unpleasant.
And after the Supreme Court ruling on same-sex marriage, the battleground moved to some counties in Alabama where officials are still resisting marrying gay couples. Coming up, Here and Now.
The news is first.
From NPR News in Washington, I'm Lakshmi Singh. The U.S. and Cuba are embarking on a crucial, tangible step toward restoring full diplomatic relations that had been severed during the Cold War. They plan to open embassies in their respective capitals. The Obama administration made a formal announcement today after the leaders of both countries exchanged letters agreeing to the next phase of their new and fragile relationship. Secretary of State John Kerry says it's just time.
Coming a quarter of a century after the end of the Cold War, it recognizes the reality of the changed circumstances and it will serve to meet a number of practical needs.
Kerry says he plans to visit Havana later this summer to raise the U.S. flag outside the embassy, which is currently identified as the U.S. intersection under the watch of the Swiss government. Kerry is in Vienna, where negotiators are currently the U.S. and 5 other world powers meeting with the Iranian delegation, trying to forge a compromise on Iran's nuclear program. They have given themselves an extra week to reach a final accord. The Episcopal Church is set to vote today on whether to change its laws to approve same-sex marriage. NPR's Tom Gjelten says the proposal is being considered at the church's General Convention meeting in Salt Lake City.
The Episcopal Church already allows its priests to perform civil same-sex weddings, but its laws officially define marriage as the union of a man and a woman. The proposal under consideration would eliminate that language. The Episcopal Convention, with delegates from around the country, is meeting just days after the Supreme Court legalized same-sex marriage. More than 10 years ago, Episcopalians elected a gay bishop to lead the church in New Hampshire, but the latest measure is controversial. The Archbishop of Canterbury, the spiritual leader of the church worldwide, issued a statement on the eve of the vote saying a decision to approve same-sex marriages would cause distress in the church worldwide. Tom Gjelten, NPR News, Washington.
Hillary Clinton's Democratic presidential campaign says in its opening quarter it has raised more than $45 million to be spent in the primary. NPR's Tamara Keith has more.
The top line number is large, but what Clinton's team really wants to highlight is that 91% of those donations were for $100 or less. Large numbers of small dollar donations are used as a proxy for grassroots support, though Clinton has also been raking in cash at fundraisers where attendees pledged $2,700 each to get in the door. Clinton is the first major candidate this cycle to announce their fundraising haul ahead of a mid-month reporting deadline. GOP candidates, including Jeb Bush, are also expected to post large numbers. And in the age of super PACs, fundraising by campaigns themselves is less significant than it used to be. Tamara Keith, NPR News, Washington.
The Dow is up 75 points. This is NPR.
This is 90.9 WBUR. Good afternoon. I'm Steve Brown in Boston. As expected, the judge has rejected Aaron Hernandez's attempt to throw out his murder conviction. The ruling released today, Fall River Superior Court Judge Susan Darsh turned down the defense motion to reverse Hernandez's first-degree murder conviction of Odin Lloyd in 2013. The judge said the prosecution proved their case beyond reasonable doubt. This is just the first step in the process. Residents on Cape Cod were hit with street flooding after a heavy rain from a powerful storm this morning past Barnstable County. No reports of any serious damage. The storm prompted the National Weather Service to issue a tornado warning. Forecasters are trying to confirm if any tornadoes actually. It's now legal for drivers in New Hampshire to use handheld cell phones. The new hands-free law took effect today and applies to all handheld devices, Bluetooth or other hands-free electronic devices. Brandeis University in Waltham has a new interim president, Lisa Lynch, an economist moved into the position today. She succeeds Frederick Lawrence, who was Brandeis. The city of Boston is launching a new web and free mobile app to help residents take up their trash. In sports, the Red Sox and Blue Jays are meeting this afternoon up in Toronto. In the forecast, showers, thunderstorms today. The high is near 77 degrees. Showers tonight before clearing overnight, low around 65. It'll be sunny tomorrow. The high is near 80 degrees. Mostly sunny on Friday and on the 4th of July. Highs will be in the upper 70s. Mostly sunny on Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. The highs around 80. Right now, it's 75 degrees in Boston. This is 90.9 WBU.
We're funded by you, our listeners, and by the Corporation for Public Broadcasting and the John S. and James L. Knight Foundation, helping NPR advance journalistic excellence in the digital age.
From NPR and WBUR, I'm Jeremy Hobson.
I'm Robin Young, it's here and now, and we're launching a new chapter in U.S.-Cuban relations. And talking about Cuba today, President Obama asked Congress to drop the embargo what Cubans call the blockade, which was first imposed in 1960.
He also announced today that the Cubans and the U.S. have agreed to reopen their embassies in Washington and Havana. The U.S. Embassy in Havana is expected to open later this month. Joining us now is Guillermo Grenier, who's at the Cuban Research Institute at the Florida International University. Guillermo, welcome back.
Thank you for having me.
And how big of a milestone is this from your perspective?
Oh, well, it's 50 years, it's been exactly 19,902 days since the U.S. Terminated relations with Cuba. And, one of those definitions of insanity is that we expect different outcomes doing the same thing over and over again. So maybe now all the things that the U.S. has critiqued about Cuba policy can actually be addressed. How Cubans run their country, that can be actually addressed with diplomacy or sanctions, or at least engagement. And so I think it's huge. And I think it's huge for critics of the U.S. policy as well as for supporters of the U.S. government. Because both are interested in change in Cuba, most likely, and what has been going on for the last 19,000 days hasn't worked.
But there are still going to be a lot of roadblocks, including from Senator Marco Rubio, who is Cuban-American, Republican senator from Florida, but also a candidate for president. And he says he wants to block the appointment of an ambassador to be in the U.S. embassy in Cuba. Do you see big obstacles ahead?
Well, there will be obstacles. There will be rhetoric about obstacles. Now, how, in effect, that has an impact on the operations of diplomatic relations being continued, that's another story. I think that we don't need an ambassador. The U.S. doesn't really need an ambassador. The same kinds of thing. An upgraded infrastructure is just as effective as an embassy in terms of personnel. And that is an appropriation that's already in the books.
So you don't think having an ambassador will make that big of a difference?
No, I don't think so. I think it will be a huge symbolic difference, and I think there will be, in terms of operations of diplomatic relations, I don't think it will be a huge difference. I will make that big difference, but I think that it will be a sticking point and something that can be negotiated for. We expect all kinds of negotiations to go on from here on out. This is not the end of the story, it's the beginning of the story. You're negotiating with Iran, trying to get a deal, and maybe it'll happen, maybe it won't. I think that's how we'll see negotiations with Cuba go forward. Sometimes the Congress will agree, sometimes the Congress won't agree, and there'll be specific events that have to occur before the Congress agrees to disagree. So I think that the diplomatic channels are open now. They will continue to be open, and we'll see what lies ahead.
And what about the comments from Congresswoman Ileana Ros-Lehtman, who is another Republican from Florida and has been critical of the Obama administration's plans in Cuba? She says opening an embassy is not going to help the Cuban people at all.
Well, what has been going on hasn't helped the Cuban people. So I would just suggest that we've done something for 50 years that has not worked. It might be time to try something new. And we do have a whole array. We have a history. The United States has a history of dealing with governments that they don't agree with on human rights issues, on trade issues, on a variety of issues. And we deal with them. That's how we deal with governments. So I think that the fact that now Cuba has entered a pantheon of normal relations, I think that, who knows, we might be able to help Cuban people more than we've helped in the last 50 years.
Well, what are people saying where you are in South Florida, where there is a huge Cuban-American community, and many of them are on the Republican side and have been opposed to what President Obama has been doing, but at the same time, a lot of younger Cubans are very much in favor of the restoration of diplomatic relations.
No, that's right. I think that most of the population here and in Cuba, 97% of Cubans are in favor of normalizing relations, but I think that a large percentage, if you ask how many Cubans, as we do in our poll, we've been doing these polls in 1991, that you see trends after so many years, and you clearly see that a balance has been reached where most Cubans want diplomatic relations, most Cuban Americans here in Miami, South Florida want diplomatic relations. And I think that that pushes me led by the fact that Cubans keep coming from the island, 300,000 from the last 10 years. And younger Cubans are being socialized into the United States Democratic, Liberal Democratic ethos, believe that perhaps it's better to engage the government than to isolate it, in order to bring about the change that you want to bring about.
That's Guillermo Grenier, who is a professor at Florida International University and the Cuba Research Institute there. Professor, thank you.
No, thank you.
Well, to Yemen now, where the UN says the humanitarian crisis is getting worse. Fighting has killed more than 1,400 civilians and displaced more than 1 million. And Saudi Arabia is leading a coalition conducting airstrikes against Iranian-backed Houthi rebels who are taking control of most of the country. The BBC's Jeremy Bowen made a rare visit to Yemen recently and has this report.
I'm driving through the streets of Sanaa, the capital. There is a tremendous amount of rubbish, debris around, and I'm heading to an area which has been heavily bombed in a raid a little while ago. You see broken down buildings and a crater too, where presumably a house used to be.
This is your home.
And what's your name?
Samir.
There's a lot of damage here.
Yeah, it was damage.
What happened to this man's house?
It's completely gone.
Yeah.
Completely.
The man's arrived, he's produced a bit of a projectile that did the damage. A twisted piece of very heavy duty steel, covered in jagged edges. What's your name? So, were you here when all this happened?
Yeah, I was in the car right there. My car was in front of it. You hear the jets flying, and out of the blue, huge explosion right nearby, and then another explosion. At that time, we just freaked out and ran away. That's when we heard third and fourth explosions, so the last one we heard. So the biggest explosion actually, and a lot of people got hurt.
Can you show me what we filmed?
Just the kids, the ladies, my friends yelling and screaming. I'm like stupid. I tried helping a lot of people, and I saw my friend. He was screaming at me and crying. And he was pointing at the ground. He's like, he's dead. The little kid, he's around 5 years old. So I walk close by and I see the kid coming around with his head cut open. His brain out, and it was really, there's no words to describe what I saw.
So there were children who were killed?
5. I'm just standing there.
What about the said about the sons?
They were getting around.
I'm in the old city of Sanaa, very beautiful, very ancient, and also, sadly, very poor. And there aren't many shops either, because prices have gone way up since the Saudis imposed their blockade in Yemen.
Life is miserable. No water, no electricity, diesel. This is the only place where you can get water during the day, and it's only available for 2 to 3 hours. The state and Saudi Arabia have destroyed everything in the country.
This is not correct. We don't have the right to attack our country. And that's why we hope that we will stop this aggression of our country.
People here are getting united in the way the British did when they were bombed. Yes, of course.
I am sure that we are great. You see? And this is the answer of Saudis. We have to be careful.
But the explosion wasn't a Saudi aircraft, it was a car not far away. We're now seeing the explosion, and there's a lot of debris. See a trail of blood on the floor where wounded were taken away, wounded or dead. This is a bomb outside the mosque. A few days ago there were 3 bombs outside mosques claimed by Islamic State. There are people here who say it could be Al-Qaeda. The Houthis are also fighting jihadists who are hitting back. Layers of war destroying the enemy. Mostly a homegrown fighter.
I'm Steve Brown. Referendum on Sunday. Slovakia united in decision to wait for the outcome of the Greece referendum. Gay marriage is legal then. You're listening to In sports, the Red Sox and Blue Jays will meet the Showers, thunderstorms today. The rain showers tonight before clearing around 80 degrees.
Non-hierarchical workplace. Very few of the company's 10,000 all considered associates. It's one of our series of conversations with leaders called View from the Top. Just bringing one of the few people at WL Gore with a title of President and CEO. Who joins us from our office in Newark, Delaware. Terry, welcome to you.
Thank you.
And what does it mean that you're a non-hierarchical?
Back in the early 80s, and so the philosophy has been in place now for over 55 years of really distributing leadership. And it was the view of our founders, Sloan before, and they were, I think, quite progressive. If you think back in the 50s and thinking about a flat organization, and his whole view is it was going to make the company more successful, just by driving more empowerment, we'll drive more innovation, more productivity. And so I'm fortunate that I kind of inherited that when I joined the company and was already well in place and they've been operating for several decades.
But so how do you look in the office then when it's not hierarchical? Does anybody have an office? Is everybody in the same kind of space? Do they all have the same stature in the company?
So I think as it looks in practice, it's pretty dynamic where we organize more around opportunities. So it's pretty fluid versus it's kind of a static organization. I think the leadership moves based on problems being solved. So I think in traditional companies, it's a pretty fixed hierarchy of who the leaders are and who they report to, where it's maybe a little bit more difficult to see that in our organization because we purposely try to make it more dynamic. I think one of the best compliments we receive is when someone comes into the business board, it takes them a while to figure out who even the leadership is. And if you think about it, other companies, it's pretty obviously right from the onset, right? Who's the leader, who reports to the leader, and so forth. And we kind of like that, right? Because it should be dynamic, right? It should be more situational and fluid. I think the thing also different is how the leader conducts himself, right? The leader is there because they had the support from their peers, and they know that. They've got to earn that every day. They're not directing the organization. They're not telling. They're doing a lot of stuff themselves, right? In terms of why we should be doing this, and really getting the organization on board.
And do you think that they're more creative, these leaders, as a result of this structure?
I think they certainly have to be more creative in terms of how they influence, because every day they're trying to, hopefully get the organization to understand, particularly to drive change, right? Why do you need change? And what I hear from community organizations, they see that the level of engagement, the level of curiosity, the level of wanting to understand why we're working on something and wanting to buy into it, and then support it is really great.
Well, how do you feel?
I really don't like having a title, to be honest. And so certainly for the external world, it's helpful that folks know who I am. But internally, I'm an associate. Every board associate, I'm an associate. And again, I may be in situations where I'm providing leadership. But then there are a lot of other associates that are, with their knowledge and their capability of providing leadership. So again, even in my commitment, leadership becomes very situational depending on the topic.
What are the drawbacks of this? Because this is a very different idea than the one that rules most companies in this country. There must be some downsides to this, or everyone will do it.
So it's a lot of work. So to create an environment like this, it would be pure chaos if you put a significant amount of time in terms of giving folks what's the purpose of the enterprise. So for us, our purpose is improving lives through our materials. I think that's what resonates with our students. We're all very much aligned that we're really advancing our technology in medical devices and industrial products and vortex fabrics and so that's the way we align around our common purpose. But then we have, I would say, rules of engagement. There's a lot of work that goes into establishing our core values. What are our principles? How are we going to make decisions? And so the role of the leader is really to make sure that they are every day creating that framework for associates, helping them understand the boundaries, so that they can operate and be empowered. Because if you don't do that, it truly just becomes chaos. Right? Everyone's going off in different directions, and it would not be very productive.
Well, I have to wonder how we hire somebody also. It's somebody who's not on board, who you're not able to corral and keep a common purpose.
So you can imagine joining the company, there's a lot of screening in terms of, do you really believe in these core values? Can you operate in this kind of environment? Because if you're hiring someone that has leadership potential, you're really looking to see, are they comfortable operating without kind of that esteem control and you work through influence? So that's aligned with that set of values. But then once they come in the organization, not everyone, they find out that maybe it's not the right environment for them, or they're not able to perform. And so the best situation is they actually select out, right? That they realize that this is probably not the right environment for me. So that's partly what happens. But if you can imagine, again, you're evaluated by your peers, and you're the one that's making the least contribution, that will show up, right? In terms of that, that peer ranking, it will show up that you're falling to the bottom of the list. And so forth. That's a great feedback mechanism to the associate, that you're not really earning that respect or making an impact. And we've put a lot of energy in trying to help that associate succeed. We have an interesting role in board, which is a sponsor. And so on board has a sponsor, which is basically a personal mentor that's made a commitment to help that individual succeed and maximize their impact to the organization. And other times it just doesn't work out. So we have to do that too. I've heard situations. Some associates out really aren't being successful. You don't get their peers to want to work. So we have situations where associates that it's really to invest in this issue. So not unlike other organizations, I think we just put a lot more thought and care into helping the associate before it gets to that point.
All right, I want to talk to you about what you make there at WL Gore, and that would be Gore-Tex fabric used in a lot of athletics. What is next for you as a company? What's the next big thing in Gore-Tex?
So certainly the most important is our Gore-Tex brand, and probably not as known is that we really are a materials company. We found the creation of a really floor comfort, and we really develop products that go into a number of applications. to hunting apparel, we're into outdoor gear, we're into various footwear products. And we're very excited about our medical device products. So we have a whole range of products that treat cardiovascular disease. Again, based on this kind of unique material, we actually make a device that closes the hole in the heart. We are the leading provider of fuel cell technology. The membrane electrode assembly is our material that goes into those applications.
And what's the biggest growth opportunity going forward out of all of those possible applications for your product?
There's quite a few. We are doing some work in the pharma area, drug development, so we go down to cryogenic temperatures, and so that our materials have a very broad range of temperatures, so we're finding applications in pharmaceuticals.
But you have been at this since 1983, is that right? After you graduated from the University of Delaware?
I was one of our early graduate programs was to hire engineers and bring them directly into the company. So I started as a process engineer working in product development, and eventually actually led one of our businesses to sell military apparel. So another application of product is to arm forces with Vortex apparel. So that was that's my Navy.
Well, and are there applications from back then that are just nobody uses that anymore? Is that sort of where shift away from?
So that's another discipline is to continue to improve the portfolio. So we started the company in electronic products, making wire and cable, which is probably not well known. But as that market and some of those applications have matured, we continue to challenge ourselves. Are we providing differentiated technology where our materials matter? The answer is no. We will kind of go move and shift to another opportunity.
And do you think it's easier to make those choices in a non-hierarchical workplace than in a traditional workplace?
It's easier to do once you get the buy-in from the organization, they understand the choices. I think the level of commitment is much higher. It's easier for a leader to say we're not going to work on that. And I was instant gratification because you've got the decision made dearly because the organization really doesn't understand why the choice was made. The project was killed, and so we put a lot of energy to associates understand why, the rationale behind it.
Think about the difference in the manufacturing industry versus 50 years ago. Is this something that you would suggest to other companies?
Absolutely, I do. Maybe unfortunate that I inherited this and had the opportunity to let it and the reward of having basically 10 associates feel connected with the owners of the business. For me, what's the reward for putting the energy in, right? Because it's a lot of work.
Ms. Terry Kelly, the CEO of WL Gore, joining us from Newark, Delaware. Terry Kelly, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
When you think about it, every time you put on anything that is made out of Vortex, it says here.
WBUR at WBUR.org. 75 degrees in Boston at 132. Just ahead on Here and Now, we'll have the latest on Greece's financial news. That's ahead on Here and Now, here on 90.9 WBUR. In the forecast, showers, thunderstorms today. The high is near 77 degrees. Showers tonight before clearing overnight, low 65. Sunny tomorrow, the high is near 80 degrees. Mostly sunny on Friday and on the 4th of July. Highs will be in the upper 70s. Mostly sunny again on Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. The highs will be around 80 degrees. Right now it's 77 degrees in Boston. This is 90.9 WBUR.
We underwrite BUR because the listeners come first when we want on our farm.
Dave Volante, and owner of Volante Farms in Needham.
We find that the BUR listeners really are happy to share the information that they found when we run over the BUR, and that's why they're performing. And that's really the easy way to track the success of any kind of campaign.
For more information about underwriting on WBUR, call 617-353-8451. That's 353-8451. Funding for Here and Now comes from the listeners of WBUR Boston and your NPR station. MathWorks, creators of MATLAB and Simulink software for technical computing and model-based design. Accelerate the pace of discovery in engineering and science. Learn more at mathworks.com. And Brigham and Women's Hospital, home to 60 years of transplants, supporting organ and tissue donation. More at brighamandwomens.org/transplant. Brigham and Women's Hospital, life-giving breakthroughs.
From NPR and WBUR, I'm Robin Young. It's Here and Now. Greece's Prime Minister Tsipras has been tweeting all day, asking Greece to vote no in some referendum on whether to accept budget cuts in exchange for European loans. Yesterday, of course, Greece defaulted on the loans to the IMF. Then Tsipras seemed to be giving in to demands from creditors, offering concessions, but they've been rejected. Nick Vokas owns a restaurant in Athens. Nick, banks are closed. Are you open?
Yeah, but we're basically pretty much just like being closed. It's implemented on Monday the what do you call it, capital control procedures. And unfortunately, the only thing you can withdraw from the ATMs is €60 a day. And therefore, business has grounded to a halt since Monday morning here in Athens. We are open, but we're operating basically with half of our personnel.
Well, so explain further. I mean, someone might say, well, why can't you just use a credit card?
Well, we don't take credit cards in my shop.
No?
In most shops, most restaurants don't take credit cards.
There's interest in credit at this point. So, I mean, how are people going without food?
People got work to do today, and they've been building line at the gas stations. Yeah, people are working, they were not expecting it to happen here.
Well, and so how are you going to vote on Sunday, this referendum that your prime minister is calling for?
I will definitely vote yes.
Really? Even for more austerity?
That's right.
Why?
Because it's the only way we can stay in the euro. In these many, many years, they had to make a variety of reforms in the public sector which didn't take place. And of course, there was a bill created in the public sector, as you well know, of about €300 billion. And if you want to be part of the euro and don't want to go bankrupt, you'll have to implement those rules.
Well, what do you say to those who say that this really isn't Greece's problem, that the European Union and the debt collectors, the IMF, are being too tough on Greece? Here's Paul Krugman, a columnist here in the U.S. He said, yes, the Greek government was spending beyond its means in the 2000s, but since then it's repeatedly slashed spending, raised taxes. There's nowhere more to go. Government employment has fallen more than 25%.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, they were on the right side. Unfortunately, the job was not consistent. We're a country in the European community which has the biggest public sector in Europe. And all of us in the private sector spend millions to support the situation. So the only way that Greece really can become a true Western country like it is in the United States and Western Europe is to make this reform.
Do you worry about a debt spiral? All those people who lose those jobs and those pensions that get cut, they're not going to come into your shop and buy.
Well, they haven't been doing it in the last 5 years anyways. But the big problem in this country is the public sector. There's no problem. And the wages here are very, very competitive. I mean, they have to, this monster that we call public sector, it has to go, has to finish. This is a main issue. I know that it is a difficult decision you have to make. But I mean, you have to decide what you want. You cannot live with a drop money. Which will become a killer with a drop money.
That's Nick Vokas. Again, he owns a restaurant in Athens, very strong supporter of Greece signing on to the bailout proposals from the European Union. He will be voting yes in Sunday's referendum. Nick, thank you, and best of luck to all of you. It's Here Now.
We're funded by you, our listeners, and by Biogen, anchored in Kendall Square, committed to community, dedicated to patients, and focused on science that truly matters. Learn more at biogen.com.
I'm Steve Brown. The United States and Cuba plan to open embassies in each other's capital cities after more than 50 years of hostilities. President Obama says the move will enable American diplomats to engage directly with Cuban government officials, civil society leaders, and ordinary Cubans. In a letter, Cuban President Raul Castro says his country is encouraged by the plans to develop respectful relations with cooperation. House Speaker John Boehner is criticizing the White House for the Cuba deal. Statement of the leader maintained that relations with the Castro regime cannot be revisited, let alone normalized, until the Cuban people enjoy freedom. The White House has ended a long-standing ban on tourists taking photos or using social media during public tours of the building. First Lady Michelle Obama made the announcement in the video posted on her Instagram. You're listening to Your Internet. It's 4:36 in the forecast, today, 77 degrees. Tonight, sunny tomorrow, 80 degrees. It'll be mostly sunny on Friday and on the 4th of July. It will be in the upper 70s. Mostly sunny on Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday as well. The highs will be around 80 degrees. Right now, it's 77 degrees in Boston. Wondering where to find great music, art, dance, and more this weekend? Check out The Artery, WVUR's arts and culture page at WVUR.org. You'll find news and reviews that help you decide. That's The Artery, winner of the 2015 Commonwealth Award at WVUR.org.
Funding for Aaron now comes from Gentle Giant Moving Company, orchestrating moves around the block or around the globe for 35 years, with locations throughout New England and across the country, offering moving, packing, and storage services. Learn more at GentleGiant.com. And Curious.com, committed to helping people learn more than 15,000 skills like Mandarin, mobile app development, and mindfulness. Curious.com, grow your skills. Learn more at curious.com/NPR.
It's here and now. After last week's historic ruling by the Supreme Court that same-sex couples have the constitutional right to marry, officials in many states where gay marriage was banned immediately began issuing marriage licenses to same-sex couples, but not everywhere. Some places in the Deep South held out and continued to resist issuing marriage licenses to same-sex couples, including in Alabama. NPR's Debbie Elliott is. She's in Orange Beach, Alabama. Debbie, welcome.
Hi, thank you, Darren.
And where is the pushback coming from in Alabama?
You know, there are several probate judges here who are pushing back. A few have actually turned away same-sex couples, saying they want to wait until the Supreme Court has had a chance to revisit its decision, something that is unlikely. But the Alabama Chief Justice Roy Moore has told probate judges they could wait for 25 days. But today we've had a ruling from a federal judge in Mobile who says that is not the case. You can't wait, you can't discriminate against gay and lesbian couples, and that every probate judge should comply. Then we have a different group of probate judges here who are simply getting out of the marriage license business altogether. This is happening in Alabama. It's also happened in Kentucky. They said, you know, rather than violate their religious convictions that marriage is between one man and one woman, that they'll just close their doors instead. So that's sort of the lay of the land. And, you know, people are getting married everywhere in the South, but there are these pockets where people are resistant.
And where, even if you're a straight couple trying to get married, you may run into some problems because the local clerk has decided they're not going to give any lessons to you.
Right, you may have to go to the next county. And so I think the legal question now becomes, is that a duty of your office? And that's something that civil rights groups say they are ready to pursue in court as well. So as this plays out over this week and the following week, I think we're going to find that there are county officials who maybe want to stand on their religious principles and think that they have First Amendment rights to do so. The question will be, does that transfer when you hold public office?
Well, and if the federal judges were is not enough, that the Supreme Court's work is not enough. Is there anything the federal government can do to compel these clerks to issue licenses to all companies?
Well, I think that here again, that plays out in the court. I think that individuals have to start at their county level and say, hey, I've come in to get a marriage license, you're denying me this. You can file your complaint at that level, and then you can work your way up through the court system. And then if a county does not comply, a federal court can hold it in contempt. And you're talking, that you're looking at potential jail time, whether or not your county can afford to defend that. I mean, those are the types of conversations that you're confronted with. And a lot of these officials are elected officials. So there's pressure coming at them from both ends on that. A few people, both in Louisiana and Mississippi, have actually resigned. We've had a justice of the peace in Louisiana and a county clerk for 24 years in Mississippi who have said, rather than put my name on a marriage license for same-sex couples, I'm just going to resign my post. I'm not going to be a public official anymore.
We were in Texas doing the show last week when the ruling came out, and Texas was at the time the largest state in the country that, up until that point, did not have same-sex marriage. But in Alabama, this goes back quite a ways before that, because same-sex marriage became legal by order of the court back in January. And there's been this back and forth between various legal officials ever since then. Give us a sense of some of the context. This is not new.
Right. The probate judges said they were confused because.
Sorry, Debbie, you still there? We lost NPR's Debbie Elliott, but we will see if we can get her back. In the meantime, move on, because we've heard from a lot of gay Americans just how unbelievable last week's decision was, how much societal attitudes toward gays and lesbians have changed over time. Now, that is clear from The Rejected, a 1961 television documentary that was one of the first to openly address sexual orientation.
This is the program of homosexuality. What causes the early children? What is the homosexual pre-erotic condition? What is the cause of homosexuality?
The film was produced by the San Francisco Public Television Station and was lost for many years until now. Sam Harnett, NPR's Code Switch team, has one.
Watching The Rejected is like stepping back in time. It's black and white, everyone's wearing suits, smoking. It all looks very early 60s. But the topic was so uncommon, so scandalous, the film was prefaced with this warning to viewers.
The program you're about to see deals with a subject which is controversial, delicate, and to some downright unpleasant.
Back in 1961, homosexuality was formally classified as a mental disorder. It was equated with drug addiction, alcoholism. This film challenged assumptions. It has professed experts like famed anthropologist Margaret Mead.
We have to say that homosexuality is a potential of human beings. Human beings are deeply bisexual, and bisexual is different periods in maturity. And when
even more surprisingly at the time, viewers heard from openly gay men out there.
We find, I think, that the homosexual is no different than anyone else, except perhaps in his choice of a love life.
Told is talking directly to the camera in a national audience. It's a key moment for gay men in America, a moment many scholars believe advanced.
I just figured it was lost to the ages.
Bob Connolly is a film professor at American University in Washington, D.C. He read about The Rejected as a graduate student and has since taught it for over a decade. All he had was a transcript he found in the Library of Congress. When archivist Robert Chahosky called him and said he was searching for a copy of the documentary, Connolly didn't believe.
I really thought Buddy did want it.
Chahosky is the archivist at KQED, the San Francisco public TV station that produced the film. Now you might think it would have The Rejected, but no. Archives cost money, and old news wasn't a big money maker. Chahosky says many stations just cost it.
It simply did not afford the resources to catalog everything.
Recovering The Rejected is about more than saving history for Chahosky. It was personal. Chahosky came out in the early 80s. His mom still thought gayness was a mental disorder. As an archivist, he wanted to find The Rejected, which would have validated his experience as a teenager.
It just became that unicorn that I was looking for. Like, I get really obsessive with this.
So Chahosky came out with another Now it's 2. And together they went on the hunt, which ended up taking 6 years. Finally, Clue led Chariot all the way back to where the search had begun.
There's that cliche phrase, did you look down the back of the sofa?
AKA the Library of Congress. Yep, he was there all along, buried in the archives with decades of footage from all over the country.
From Boston University, this is 90.9 NPR News Station. The latest news. Coming up at 2 o'clock, expression. We'll hear from the director of Billy Dope. It's about an African-American who takes 90s hip-hop comic books and wants to get into That's fresh here from Terry Gross coming up at 2 o'clock here on 90.9 WBUR. And go to WBUR.org today for a report on how the state's all-Democratic congressional delegation is reaching across the island in an effort to stem the state's opioid addiction crisis. You can find that and more at WBUR.org.
Funding for Here and Now comes from the listeners of WBUR Boston. MathWorks, creators of MATLAB and Simulink software for technical computing and model-based design, accelerating the pace of discovery in engineering and science. Learn more at mathworks.com. And the Institute of Contemporary Art Boston, a waterfront museum for visual art, dance, music, theater, and more. A rotating schedule of exhibitions and performances brings new art and experiences to visitors throughout the year. Learn more at icaboston.org.
It's Here and Now. Facebook has just instant articles which is Snapchat are also looking to become social stampede to news. Tell us about Facebook's instant articles.
This experience with a number of organizations that will post their content on Facebook so that column in the New York Times, I used to send you a link and it would take you to the website. Now you will stay on Facebook.
they've got a Maureen Dowd, and they are going right into this, what is this called, this, so first of all, they have this relationship.
They are working out this relationship, yes. The finances are, if sells ads to companies, they keep 100% of the revenue. So if Facebook sells the ad, the Times gets 70%, Facebook gets 30%. So this is really about traffic in many ways, to drive more traffic to New York Times content. Mobile is a way a lot of millennials in particular access their all their content. So the Times wants that traffic, and Facebook can provide it.
Right, because they're getting their content from their smartphones, but they're staying more on Facebook. They're not going to New York Times on their smartphones to get it.
It takes 8 to 10 seconds to download the New York Times website. That's a lifetime.
Wait.
Yeah.
So the New York Times gets people that may not be going to them anyway. I mean, it's not like they're putting their product on Facebook. They're not losing these people because they weren't getting it anyway.
No, right.
Yeah.
Facebook is a tremendous driver of traffic.
Okay, so a new Pew Research Center report finds that. They find that Facebook is the top source for political news among millennials. So this has to be why people like the Times are doing it. It has to be why other sites are moving towards this.
Right. This is the wave of the future. And Twitter, for example, has a new program called Project Lightning. Basically, what they're going to do is they're going to aggregate content around particular events or breaking news. A lot of people find Twitter hard to navigate, and so they get discouraged. This is a way for Twitter to give them information, which is what Twitter is basically about, in a really easy, convenient way. So photos, tweets, lines, videos, all of it will be in this one screen.
I'm still standing with the fact that Facebook is the top source for political news among millennials. I think I'll dig it in a second. But so Twitter is looking to get more of this action. What about Instagram, which is also Facebook?
Right. Instagram is also looking to get into the business of event coverage and breaking news. They've revamped their search engine. They've added different search terms like trending places and hashtags, so that again, it will be more convenient for people to tap into what's happening immediately in their area or in any location in the world.
And then there's Snapchat. This is the app that sends pictures and videos, and they disappear after a certain amount of time. And they're right now hiring journalists to cover 2016 presidential race. Also getting into the ad business. They recently posted this short ad by the conservative American Action Network. Let's just listen.
Stand up for American jobs by calling Congress and urging them to pass TPA, because if we don't lead, China will.
Okay, now is that going to disappear?
It has disappeared.
Already?
It was attached to a particular storyline last month out in Iowa. So this is uncharted territory in many ways. Snapchat as a sort of political vehicle is something that is really breaking new ground. They're hiring. They just hired a star political reporter from CNN. They're basically curating this information, and they're generating news coverage of the presidential race. So this is going to be a venue where candidates will likely congregate too.
This is quite something. New York Times publisher Arthur Sulzberger Jr. has long said he's a platform agnostic. He's not going to believe it until he sees it. But it sounds as if you're seeing it. You're seeing this news move to these platforms. You're nodding yes.
Yes. And it's all about producing content and then delivering it on the platforms that people want it on. So Arthur Sulzberger thinks that his content can go off onto any platform. One of the problems is a lot of his readers come from the digital world. Most of his revenue comes from the print world. So you have to reconcile those two things.
John Carroll, media analyst for Year Now, mass communication professor at Boston University, will link to his Campaign Outsider blog at HereNow.org. Meanwhile, Jeremy, what do you think about this?
Well,
Facebook.
I still use my New York Times app, I will say.
Good for you.
But because it's a great app. It really is a great app. But if somebody posts a story that, or a Wall Street Journal app or whatever, somebody posts a story on Facebook or Twitter, I'll be happy to click on that too. I mean, get it more everywhere. Fine. More people are paying attention to the news, I'm fine with it.
Your platform agnostic too.
Here Now is a production of NPR and WPR, Association with BBC World Service. I read the paper. I'm Robin Young.
Jeremy Hobson is here.
Monday for here and now comes from NewYorkCity.com. Green Brain, designed by neuroscientists, that has been used by 60 million people worldwide with personalized training programs to challenge memory, attention, and problem solving. Learn more at NewYorkCity.com.
This is 90.9 WBUR and WBUR.org. 77 degrees in Boston. Before 2 o'clock. Coming up next at 2 o'clock is Fresh Air with Terry Gross. Here for the director of the new comedy film Dope. It's about an African-American high school senior who's into 90s hip-hop, comic books, and wants to get into Harvard and just walk for all. That's Fresh Air with Terry Gross coming up next at 2 o'clock here on 90.9 WBUR. The forecast, showers and thunderstorms today, although it's a little bit of sunshine out there right now. The highs around 77 degrees. Showers before clearing overnight tonight. Lows around 65.
I'm Bacon Shopper. Friday today on Radio Boston, when the Khmer Rouge took over Cambodia and began a brutal genocide, Sam T lost his family living off his head. Today, he's a middle school guidance counselor in Logan.
I'm one of the luckiest person on this planet. Never thought that I would be able to, succeed in my own life and work here.
Surviving Cambodia's killing fields on Radio Boston today, only on 90.9 WBUR.
From Boston University, this is 90.9 WBUR Boston. Also broadcasting on 92.7 WBUH History, Level City, and 89.1 WBUH Brewster. WBUR, Boston's NPR news station. We're live streaming at WBUR.org.
From WHYY in Philadelphia, I'm Terry Gross with Fresh Air.
Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Malcolm Adekali. I'm a straight A student with nearly perfect SAT scores.
The new film comedy Dope is about an African-American high school senior who's into 90s hip-hop, Japanese comic books, and wants to get into Harvard. He's mocked for all of it.
I felt like I was that kid. I was like Malcolm. I was a kid who, had these sort of ambitions, and oftentimes had people questioning those ambitions.
That's the screenwriter and director of Dope, Rick Famuyiwa, who's our guest today. He describes Dope as a celebration of kids whose interests don't fit into pop culture norms. Also, TV critic David B. Cooley lets them have the late-night political comedy shows, including The Daily Show, have covered big stories like the Supreme Court marriage equality decision and the murders at the church in South Carolina. That's coming up on Fresh Air. First news.
From NPR News in Washington, I'm Lakshmi Singh. U.S. and Cuba are marking another milestone in their new relationship following decades of rivalry. President Obama says both nations have agreed to open embassies in their respective capitals. Now that the U.S. Supreme Court is upholding key provisions of the Affordable Care Act, President Obama is expected to be more blunt in his message about the kinds of healthcare initiatives that he believes states ought to adopt. NPR Scott Horsley says the president is taking his message on Obamacare to Tennessee this afternoon.
President Obama says his signature health care law has already extended insurance coverage to some 16 million Americans. And Americans, it could do even more.
The results, I think, speak for themselves. We have the lowest uninsured rate that we had since we started keeping records. It's worked better, cost less, and even supporters anticipate.
Tennessee is one of 19 states opted not to expand Medicaid under the health care law. The state's Republican governor pushed for expansion. He was rebuffed by the Tennessee legislature. NPR News, the White House.
Eurozone governments and institutions are considering a new offer made by the Greek government in its search for financial assistance a day after Athens defaulted on an IMF payment. Terry Schultz reports from Brussels that Eurozone partners are trying to keep Greece inside their currency union and still get Athens to accept more difficult reforms.
Germany says Greek Prime Minister Alexis Tsipras' Tuesday offer isn't sufficiently changed from his previous positions. Chancellor Angela Merkel says she's not willing to negotiate anyway until after a referendum on bailout conditions the Greek government maintains will be held Sunday. French President Francois Hollande, meanwhile, wants a deal as soon as possible to minimize financial turmoil. In Brussels, European Commission Vice President Valdis Dombrovskis expressed continued solidarity.
We stand by the Greek people and the Greeks for negotiations are important.
Despite the request, Prime Minister Tsipras is still calling on Greece to reject EU bailout conditions when they vote Sunday. For NPR News, I'm Terry Schultz in Brussels.
Just months after becoming the first woman appointed to the highest ranks of Toyota, Julie Hemp is now out of a job. She has tendered her resignation, and Toyota has accepted after the public relations chief was arrested last month on suspicion that she was trying to smuggle in oxycodone, a strictly controlled drug, in Japan. Well, Hemp denies she intentionally broke the law. Another black church once targeted by the Ku Klux Klan is in ruin because of a fire, but federal authorities say they're not so sure it was intentional. But they're still investigating. The fire broke out overnight at the Mount Zion African Methodist Episcopal Church in Greeleyville, about 50 miles north of Charleston, where pastoring 8 members of a historic black church were murdered weeks ago. This is NPR.
This is 90.9 WBUR. Good afternoon. I'm Steve Brown in Boston. Former Patriots player Brandon Suggs pleaded guilty today in connection with a hit-and-run crash on the 495 in Rochester. He's been sentenced to 1-year probation for leaving the scene of an accident that caused personal injury and negligent operation. He's included guilty to driving an uninsured vehicle and speeding. Mass General Hospital researchers are warning the number of hepatitis C cases in Massachusetts could be grossly underreported. Arthur Kim with the MGH Division of Infectious Diseases authored the report. He says there are 2 issues. First, high-risk residents aren't getting proper diagnoses. And second, doctors are underreporting cases to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention.
Less than 1% of cases that we diagnosed were reported to CDC, and so clinicians are only seeing one tip of this iceberg, so to speak, and then CDC only sees even a tip of the iceberg.
He says Massachusetts could save millions of dollars by focusing on early
coming together in Kendall Square. Changing lives.
Showers continue today. The high is near 77. Showers tonight. Clearing overnight. Low 65.
WBUR supporters of Generation Incorporated, maker of Tito's Hand. Since 1995. Austin, Texas. American made and gluten-free. Or at Tito's Bar.
This is Fresh News. The new movie comedy Flirty is about 3 smart high school students of color obsessed with ladies and their own top fans and are smart. That makes them the targets of mockery and worse in their predominantly black high school in a poor and working class section of Inglewood, California. After a party that ends in the main character grabs his backpack, bags of drugs, and a gun. He and his 2 friends have to decide what to do with the drugs without getting killed or imprisoned. Pharrell Williams wrote several good songs for the movie. My guest is the film's writer and director, Rick Famuyiwa. He grew up in Inglewood, the son of Nigerian immigrants. He also directed the films for Wood and Brown Sugar, who wrote Talk to Me, and is now directing an HBO movie about Clarence Thomas and Anita Hill. Let's start with the scene from Dope. The main character, Malcolm, played by Shameik Moore, is applying to Harvard. He's talking with his guidance counselor about his college admission personal essay, which is titled A Research Thesis to Discover Ice Cube's Good Day. The guidance counselor, played by Bruce Beatty, speaks first.
When I see stuff like this personal essay, I think you're not taking the process seriously.
I'm taking it seriously, Mr. David, I promise. I'm talking about something that I love. I mean, it's well reasoned, supported with historical data, shows creativity, critical thinking,
If Neil deGrasse Tyson was writing about Ice Cube, this is what it would be.
I suggest you go in a different direction. Write something personal about you, your family, your life.
Yeah. You're right about this. I'm poor, chronic-filled neighborhood, raised by a single mother, don't know my dad, blah, blah. It's cliche. This year, this is creative. This shows that I'm different. This is the kind of essay that Harvard wants from the students.
No, I'm going to be honest. You're pretty damn arrogant. Think you're going to get into Harvard? Who do you think you are? You go to high school and to the business committee, your straight A's, they don't mean it. If you're really serious about this exercise, you might just waste your time. Or yours. It's going to be about your personal statement.
Rick Family, you are welcome to Fresh Air. Congratulations on the film. The essay that Malcolm writes is also a way of showing I'm different. You know, and part of what pop culture means when you're a teenager, the music you love, the movies you love, is a way of defining who you are. And I think you've really captured that with this film. How pop culture has like two purposes in people's lives, just loving it. But also saying, that's who I am.
Yeah, I mean, that's so much of how we define ourselves. I think, particularly with young kids.
So you're moving. They're the kids, not the kids. Smart kids and plan. Computers, the main character wants to be smart, rooting for him. Then he's going to make it into Harvard. Was that part of what made the story where African American is the main character? It celebrates hip hop, but
Yeah, I was thinking about a lot of the films, especially when I was in film school. Do for a living films like Menace to Society, good, but also films like Bob Nights that took me on different journeys as well. And so the idea that there could be a sort of different sort of black masculinity, and was to sort of tell a story about kids that not only live in these environments, but live in different parts of the country and the world that sort of have a different point of view.
So when you say people question your ambitions, do you mean they beat you up? It's like for most people, number the job. So what were the issues that you faced? What kind of reaction that you get to your way of being?
Social shaming, no matter what that is and where you're from. What Malcolm is talking about is education and he's dealing with who basically asked him who do you think you are to do this, to apply to Harvard. I had that experience where a teacher that I was very fond of, my mother, I was arrogant, ambitions, wanted to go to an Ivy League school and do certain things, and that position made the other in the class feel inferior, or when I was that people didn't know the answer to, that would sort of make everybody piece of it. So it sat with me, as a young kid, hearing that, especially coming from a teacher and how that sort of shapes your ambition.
You mentioned the issue of masculinity and how it young black men. What is masculinity when you were in high school, and how did that compare?
I think there's a certain outside world about who you are in your own, whether it's growing up in the 90s when they were just really allowing tension between the police and the communities that they often had the police, and having sort of those feelings of how people perceive you, or whether it's party with your friends, that the policeman put you how they think that you would have to sort of do in your own mind to prepare for that. And so it perceives to the world, you have to deal
The main characters have to be careful. Accidentally start or intentionally start the wrong people, and they can easily because you never know like who's got a gun, who's carrying drugs, violence sort of another. And if you inadvertently get pulled into that, you life as you know it is over. And I'm wondering if you face threats to your future when you
yeah, I think that's something that you're constantly dealing with. The case in Inglewood is sort of a microcosm of Los Angeles, it has its very affluent parts, it has its very sort of economically challenged parts and everything. I sort of lived in a part that was sort of in between those two worlds, and sort of the Ladera Heights, which block houses and it choices. You know, there are no good and bad choices. Oftentimes it's sort of worse.
What's the closest you came to making a choice that could have gotten you into trouble?
you know, and so I've always felt that kind of thing, but not wanting to be.
My guest is Rick Famuyiwa, the writer and director of the new film comedy Dude. After we take a short break, we'll talk about being the son of Nigerian immigrant parents and about his use of the N-word in the film and in conversation. Nigeria grows and this is Fresh Air.
Support for NPR comes from stations. And from A24, presenting Amy, a documentary about singer Amy Winehouse, an international star who lived her life in front of the camera and disappeared in front of our eyes. In theaters July 3rd. And from Progressive Insurance with its Apron Project, celebrating progress and the people who make it happen.
This is 90.9 WBUR, WBUR.org. Coming up at 3 o'clock is Radio Boston. The new president of the University of Massachusetts System, Marty Meehan, begins his first day today. He'll come to our studios to answer your questions about costs, expansion, and Olympic dreams. That and more on Radio Boston coming up at 3 o'clock here on 90.9 WBUR. Tune in Friday at 10 for the Capitol Steps July 4th musical satire, Politics Takes a Holiday. That's the Capitol Steps.
Okay, so here it is from the soundtrack of Dope. That's music from the soundtrack of Dope, song written and performed by the three main characters. My character is Yua, who wrote Dope. The main character Malcolm is raised by a single mother who's a bus driver. His father is Nigerian, but Malcolm is going to have basically one interaction with his father, and then his father searching through the mail slot of the house. DVD of his favorite film, Superfly, the father's favorite film. So let's talk about your story. Your parents are from Nigeria. So did that set you apart when you were growing up?
Yeah, I mean, definitely, it's who I am. I'm first generation American. My parents were both from Nigeria, and so I would say that I'm literally an African American. You know, I mean, and so my last name it's family Iwa. It's different. And so it's a part of my experience, from people not being able to pronounce it to not sort of having sort of a shared common history. Of being American for good and bad is something in my household. Not Americans, this, Americans that. Like oftentimes,
Did you grow up from Nigeria?
be able to have access to their dreams and whatever they wanted to follow was very important to her. And I think she was very, very supportive of that. But yeah, I mean, I think there's always an expectation when you're a first generation, especially a first generation Nigerian, of sort of being a doctor or a lawyer or an engineer. And so, you know, sort of my initial pursuits into the arts and that I was going to pursue film as a career. didn't confuse them, but it was definitely something that they were scared about.
My guest is Rick Famuyiwa, the writer and director of the new film comedy Dope. We'll talk more after a break. This is Fresh Air.
This is 90.9 WBUR and WBUR.org. Coming up at 3 is Radio Boston. We'll hear from the new president of the University of Massachusetts system, Marty Meehan. Also, a Cambodian genocide survivor turned guidance counselor in Lowell, despite the losing of his whole family, nearly starving to death at the hands of the Khmer Rouge. Middle school guidance counselor Tseng Tai considers himself lucky. And more on Radio Boston.
Support for NPR comes from NPR member stations and from the Melville Charitable Trust, supporting solutions to prevent and end homelessness and efforts to ensure that everyone has a safe, affordable place to call home. Learn more at melvilletrust.org. The George Lucas Foundation, an online source for dedicated to change makers every day to
the sort of normal vernacular of how we communicate with each other. And it is part of the way that a lot of because it has a negative history, and so I didn't have a problem with it using it. It's a word that we can't hide from. We have to sort of deal with its history and sort of how it's sort of been incorporated in culture now.
So how does that word play in your house? Again, you're the son of Nigerian immigrants, so
I didn't use it at home, no.
Right.
Yeah,
But they probably knew that you used it, or maybe they didn't. Or maybe they had feelings about the word, whether they thought about you using it or not.
It wasn't anything we ever discussed because I think, to me, the word is sort of like any other curse word. It's like, okay, I'm just not going to speak a certain way in front of my parents. And I'm sure they know that we say a lot of different things. So it didn't come up in that way.
Do you still use the word in conversation?
I do when I'm hanging around friends and we just sort of talk, and yeah, we do. And it's nothing that I am particularly self-conscious of or ashamed of in any way. It's just a part of the way I speak sometimes. But I think that applies to everyone. We also speak in a certain way when we're in informal environments that we may not do on fresh air.
So you released this movie, though, a very kind of vibrant comedy at a time of real tragedy. There's been so much media coverage of shootings of young black men by police, protests of those shootings, the murder of 9 people in the Emmanuel AME Church in South Carolina. And I'm wondering about the experience of releasing this just like wonderful comedy at a time when there's like so much tragedy, and there's not just tragedy going on, but nevertheless,
yeah, it is. And even as I was writing, it was something I was thinking about. Is that as I was writing the script, was right in the middle of the Trayvon Martin incident, and so I was thinking about comedy and how comedy, in many ways, opens us up to ideas. And really being influenced by Richard Pryor and sort of the way he would use comedy to really speak about larger social issues. And as this film was released, and as sort of these incidents have happened and increased and become more visible over the last few years, it just so happens to fit into sort of that conversation that we're having on a larger scale about race, about young black men and young black kids, just about how we are all dealing with each other, the N-word and everything in between that I didn't necessarily set out to do. But I think I was just sort of listening to my environment and felt like comedy was the way to sort of deal with that in a real and personal, but also fun way.
Right now, as we speak, you're shooting a film called Confirmation that involves the Anita Hill hearings and the confirmation of Justice Clarence Thomas. The only other thing I know about the movie is that Kerry Washington stars as Anita Hill. Can you tell us something about it?
Yeah, Confirmation does star Kerry Washington as Anita Hill. Wendell Pierce, who's from The Wire and Treme, is playing Clarence Thomas.
Oh, really?
And Greg Kinnear is playing Joe Biden.
No, really?
Who was the chair of the Senate Judiciary Committee at the time. And so the film is written by Susanna Grant, dealing with the several-week period of that confirmation hearing and how these two people's lives were thrust, their private lives were thrust into the public realm in that early 90s as the 24-hour news cycle sort of combined with the racial and gender dynamics of that hearing just sort of exploded for these few weeks and riveted the nation. And so it's really just dealing with that confirmation period, not necessarily about who was telling the truth and who wasn't, but really about the process. And so that's really the point of view of the film, is to try to be as objective as possible, knowing that we can never be completely objective, but feeling like we're really just going to examine that time period and that crucible that happened, hard to believe, almost 25 years ago now. But
where were you during the hearing?
I was a freshman in college, and as I said, I was a political science major before I applied to film school. So this was very much on my mind as it was going on. We were, in the program following closely what was going on with the hearing ever since Marshall announced his retirement. And so I vividly remember watching this and being riveted by it throughout the whole process, and thinking back on that time, wondering, what I really felt about it, because I had sort of strong feelings about it and wondering if my history has sort of affected what I think I thought about it then in some ways. But I was really, it was really sort of just to see these two accomplished Black people on TV and tearing each other down in some ways was always kind of problematic to me. And so when this project came around, it felt like something that I really wanted to address.
I look forward to seeing it. Rick Famuyiwa, thank you so much for talking with us.
No, thank you for having me. It's a pleasure.
Rick Famuyiwa wrote and directed the new film comedy Dope. After we take a short break, our TV critic David Bianculli is going to talk about how the late night news comedy shows have been the recent big stories like the Supreme Court decisions and the shootings at the church in Charleston. This is Fresh Air.
This is 90.9 WBUR and WBUR.org. Coming up at 3 o'clock with Radio Boston. 27th President of the University of Massachusetts System, Marty Meehan, begins his first day today. He'll stop by our studios to answer your questions. That and more on Radio Boston coming up at 3 o'clock here on WBUR. In the forecast, showers and thunderstorms today. The high is near 77 degrees. Showers tonight before clearing overnight. It'll be sunny tomorrow.
We're funded by you, our listeners, to the Boston Parks Fireworks Spectacular. Live web stream Saturday at 8. Keith Lockhart, the Boston Pops Esplanade Orchestra, and guests. BostonPopsJuly4th.org. And Geico, now proudly offering insurance in Massachusetts for your car and more. Additional information at geico.com or 1-800-947-AUTO.
This is Fresh Air. The last few weeks have been an amazingly busy news cycle with a mass shooting at a South Carolina church, landmark Supreme Court decisions being handed down, and more presidential hopefuls announcing their candidacies. Our TV critic, David Bianculli, has been following it all, but not just on the standard news outlets. He says he's learned a lot in both tone and substance from TV's cable comedy shows, ones hosted by Comedy Central's Jon Stewart and Larry Wilmore, and by HBO's John Oliver and Bill Maher.
Yes, what a week, huh? The Confederate flags are coming down and the rainbow flags are going up.
That was the opening of last Friday's Real Time with Bill Maher, when the host comically summarized recent events. Calls for the Confederate flag to be removed from prominence in the wake of the South Carolina killings, and a Supreme Court ruling supporting marriage equality in all 50 states. It was one of the court's rulings, supporting the Affordable Care Act, aka Obamacare, is another, that had some conservatives questioning not only those decisions, but the Supreme Court itself. On The Daily Show with Jon Stewart, here's news footage of remarks by Republican presidential candidates Ted Cruz and Mike Huckabee, followed by Jon Stewart's incredulous reaction.
What a crazy system to have the most important issues of our day decided by unelected lawyers.
5 unelected black robe lawyers rule. That is not the America that our founding fathers created.
Then why did they put that article in the Constitution?
What impresses me so much about these shows, by Bill Maher, Jon Stewart, and by Stewart proteges John Oliver and Larry Wilmore, is not just that they proudly present a point of view in an entertaining way. Most of them also make room for a deeper and more honest discussion than you'll find on the Sunday morning public affairs shows. And in addition to keeping the television news outlets honest by checking, questioning, and often ridiculing their remarks, they do the same for the newsmakers themselves. Here's John Oliver last Sunday.
This landmark decision inevitably drew a dissent from Antonin Scalia, a pizzeria chef statue that came to life, never arguing emotions or empathy. And Scalia was emphatic in his response to Morris.
His opinion sparked a blistering dissent by Justice Antonin Scalia, who took the unusual step of summarizing it from the bench, calling the court's reasoning absurd, interpretive, jiggery pokery, and pure applesauce.
Sorry, jiggery pokery? Pure applesauce? Are you a justice or a Victorian dowager writing an angry letter to prim and proper ladies' monthly magazine? Listen, Scalia. Let me answer you in terms that I think you'll understand. Because yes, the court's ruling was a bit frequency, but I say this, if it takes a touch of goofery and babaganoosh to help keep the people of this great nation healthy, well then by nibbit or by gibbet, bring on the hoo-hoo and zizzle-zazzle, because that's the kind of country I want to live in. I said good day, sir.
Another prominently divisive issue in the news recently, of course, is the Confederate flag. And Larry Wilmore, who is the nightly show and its strongest week ever in terms of content, threw in his 2 cents without any hesitation or any equivocation.
For the record, the Confederate flag is not a proud symbol of tradition or heritage. It's a symbol of oppression and intimidation. That's not my opinion. That's an objective fact. On March 21st, 1861, the Vice President of the Confederacy, Alexander H. Stephens, stated that the Confederate government was based on the great truth that the Negro is not equal to the white man. That speech is now called the Cornerstone speech, because that idea is the cornerstone of the Confederacy. You don't get clearer than that. Now, some people say that Southern states should fly the Confederate flag because it's a symbol of their heritage. But if we flew every flag from our past, why aren't we flying the Union Jack in front of the White House? Right? And for the record, South Carolina, you don't get to make the heritage argument because the Stars and Bars hasn't been flying over the State House since the Civil War. It went up in 1961 to mark the centennial of the Civil War. And coincidentally, right around when the Black people started with the wanting of the civil rights. In 1961, it was a reminder to Black people that they should know their place. It has always been used as a symbol of intimidation and terror. And that's what it remains today. In fact, because displaying the swastika is illegal across much of Europe, skinheads and neo-Nazis often adopt the Confederate flag in its place. It's such a racist symbol that it does double duty as the backup racist symbol for another racist symbol. That's crazy.
On the regular news outlets, there was lots of discussion about whether the killer in South Carolina was motivated by hatred of race or religion. On this point, too, Wilmore was quite clear, to the point of being blunt.
I know because this was in a church that it's hard to understand this was about race, but let me give you an example. 4 Black girls were murdered in a church bombing in Birmingham, Alabama in 1963, all right? Back then, no one pretended to wonder what the motivation was. If you tried to say it was about religion, even the perpetrators back then would have corrected you. All right? No, we're just because the neighbors. I'm wild, man.
And in one of his roundtable discussion segments, Wilmore put the whole discussion of race and racism in a memorable conversational context.
Well, you've heard this song from Columbus, and you guys remember this song? It means when white people discover something that everybody else already had. I feel like this whole church, this horrific church thing, has a lot of white people. Columbus, the fact that racism is still going on. Like in the 60s, in the civil rights era of the 60s, when a lot of these things that are happening to black people was put on television, white people got to Columbus Day. You know what
which, in a wider context, is precisely what these cable comedians are doing. It's a very public service and a very valuable one. Even with all the punchlines, we can all benefit from a little Columbus.
David Bianculli is the founder and editor of TV Worth Watching and teaches TV and film history at Rowan University in New Jersey. Tomorrow on Trash, my guest will be Alan Liptak, the the Supreme Court correspondent for the New York Times. He'll analyze the term that just ended, examine some of the biggest questions, and we'll talk about what the tech describes as the court's drift toward the left in the last 9 months. Fresh Air's executive producer is Danny Miller. Our technical engineer is Audrey Benson. Dorothy Farabee is our administrative assistant. Our associate producer for online media is Molly Seedy Master. John Myers directed today's show. I'm Terry Price.
Support for NPR comes from NPR member stations and from Ozzy, a digital magazine that focuses on the new and the next. Like the man who's crusading to get Americans eating ugly vegetables and fruit instead of tossing them out. This and other stories at Ozzy.com. That's OZY.com. And from Zillow, with millions of homes for sale, apartments for rent, photos, historical pricing data, and other resources. Available on Zillow.com or on their mobile and tablet apps. Zillow, find your way home.
This is 90.9 WBUR and WBUR.org. Coming up next at 3 o'clock is Radio Boston. We'll hear from the new president of the University of Massachusetts System, Marty Meehan, in our studio. Questions about costs, expansion, and that and more on Radio Boston. Here on 90.9 WBUR. Showers and thunderstorms today. The high is near 77. Clearing over. Sunny tomorrow. The high is near 82 degrees. Mostly sunny on Friday and on the 4th of July. The highs will be.
I'm Jane Clayson. Coming up tonight on Point, 5 million people qualify for overtime pay. We'll look at the plan and the babies born in prison. The number tonight at 7 p.m. WBUR, Boston's NPR news station.
University, this is 90.9 WBUR Boston. Also broadcast 2.7 WBUA Tisdale and 89.1 Brewster Cape Cod. WBUR Boston is the station with the latest news.
This is Radio Boston. Coming up, the Boston Public University continues to rise in Massachusetts.
We'll ask Mark Meehan, the new president of the University of Massachusetts.
Also today, the story of Sam Kim. 40 years ago, he lost his family in the Cambodian genocide, but somehow he survived. And today, he works as a school guidance counselor in Lowell.
That's why I try to inspire these young people. If I can do it, they all can do it, just like me.
Plus, during her senior year in high school, Lois Gonzalez Baez got pregnant, became a mother, and then graduated as a
not give up on any academic thing, whether it is personal or school related, and be successful.
All that coming up this hour on Radio.
First, this news.
From NPR News in Washington, I'm Lakshmi Singh. More than half a century after the U.S. and Cuba severed ties, the former Cold War enemies are formally restoring diplomatic ties. They are opening embassies in their respective capitals. President Obama said this is a historic step forward for both nations.
This is not merely symbolic. With this change, we'll be able to substantially increase our contacts with the Cuban people. We'll have more personnel in our embassies, and our diplomats will have the ability to engage more broadly across the island. That will include the Cuban government, civil society, and ordinary Cubans who are reaching for a better life.
The decision is meeting with a fair amount of resistance, though. Democratic Senator Bob Menendez of New Jersey has issued a statement accusing the administration of overlooking Cuba's troubling human rights record. This is a message as democracy and human rights take a backseat to a legacy initiative. Republican presidential candidate Donald Trump is losing yet another major business partner as a result of remarks he made about Mexican immigrants that were widely viewed as derogatory. NPR's Joel Rose says the retailer Macy's is severing ties with the celebrity real estate mogul.
Macy's joins a growing list of companies that are trying to distance themselves from Trump. The real estate mogul kicked off his presidential campaign last month with a speech that described some Mexican immigrants as rapists who bring drugs and crime to the U.S. NBC has since fired Trump from his reality TV show, The Celebrity Apprentice. The Spanish-language station Univision says it will not broadcast Miss USA and Miss Universe pageants, which are co-owned by Trump. Now Macy's says it will drop the Donald Trump menswear line it has carried since 2004. The move comes after an outcry on social media for the retailer to do just that. Joel Rose, NPR News.
Despite last week's U.S. Supreme Court ruling, local officials in some parts of the nation are still refusing to issue same-sex marriage licenses. From Alabama Public Radio, Alex Abshan reports on the latest steps that federal judges taken to unify that state's policy.
U.S. District Judge Callie Grenade of Mobile says county probate judges in Alabama are required to issue marriage licenses to same-sex couples. Grenade had ruled a month ago that counties should issue the licenses, but stayed that decision pending the U.S. Supreme Court ruling. Now the federal judge has declared that her earlier decision is in effect, and probate judges must issue marriage licenses to same-sex couples. Some counties have stopped issuing marriage licenses altogether, same-sex or otherwise, and this order will not apply to those counties. For NPR News, I'm Alex Abashan, Tuscaloosa, Alabama.
U.S. stocks are moving higher on hopes that the deal between Greece and its creditors will be able to be accomplished soon to prevent the country from exiting the euro. Dow is up 98 points. This is NPR News.
This is 90.9 WBUR. Good afternoon. I'm Steve Brown in Boston. Former New England Patriots player Brandon Spikes pleaded guilty today to leaving the scene of a June 7th accident on Route 495 in Foxborough that injured the Billerica family. Spikes was sentenced by a Rentham District Court judge to a year of probation, court fines, and his license has been revoked for a year. Spikes was accused of rear-ending a car that injured a man, his wife, and 12-year-old son, then leaving the scene. His car was found abandoned. He told police that it was damaged when he struck a deer. The Patriots took Spikes from the team right after that. As expected, the judge who presided over the Aaron Hernandez trial has rejected an attempt by the defense to throw out his murder conviction. Ruling released today, Fall River Superior Court Judge Susan Garsh turned down the defense motion to reverse Hernandez's first-degree murder conviction of Odin Lloyd in 2013. The judge said the prosecution proved their case beyond a reasonable doubt. This was just the first step in the appeals process. The Massachusetts Senate is pushing to increase the tax on flavored tobacco products. Non-cigarette tobacco products already carry the proposed 210% tax. Senator Jason Lewis says addressing tobacco use needs to be one of our top priorities.
Tobacco still is the leading preventable cause of illness and premature death, both in Massachusetts and in our nation.
If the tax is approved, Massachusetts would have the highest flavored cigar tax in the country. Residents on Cape Cod were hit with street flooding after heavy rain and a powerful storm this morning passed across Barnstable County. There have been no reports of any serious damage. The storm prompted the National Weather Service to issue a tornado warning, forecasting to try to confirm if any tornadoes actually. People crossing state lines into New Hampshire should know that the state has adopted a new law today banning the use of handheld devices while driving. New Hampshire Patrol Sergeant Steve Callanan says the state has been prepping the public and the troopers for this new law.
Troopers have been informed weeks in advance. We have put out emails and educated our shifts on the new statute that is out there so that they are able to enforce this if it doesn't happen in their presence.
The law applies to cell phones, GPS units, tablets, and all other handheld devices, electronics. Violators will face a $100 fine for first offense. In sports, the Red Sox and the Blue Jays are meeting this afternoon in Toronto. Last check, the Blue Jays lead the Sox 9-1 in the bottom of the seventh day. In the forecast, showers and thunderstorms today. The high is near 77 degrees. Showers tonight before clearing overnight. Low 65. It'll be sunny tomorrow. The high is near 80. Mostly sunny on Friday. And on the 4th of July, the highs will be in the upper 70s. Right now, it's 81 degrees in Boston. This is WBUR.
This is Radio Boston. I'm Raymond Zuckerberg.
And I'm Anthony Brooks. The University of Massachusetts has a new president. Marty Meehan takes over today as the 27th president of the public university system.
Meehan has been chancellor of UMass Lowell for the last 8 years. He's also a former congressman. Marty Meehan joins us now to talk about the UMass system. Thanks for coming in, and congratulations on your first day as president.
Thank you very much, Patrick. Great to join you and Anthony.
Well, listeners will be taking your calls as well, so if you've got a question for President Meehan, let us know at 1-800-423-8255. This 1-800-423-TALK. There's a lot to discuss about the future of UMass, about the cost of a college education, and maybe some things you'd like to see Marty Meehan do as head of the state's public university system. Again, the phone number is 1-800-423-8255. That's 800-423-TALK. Or you can send us a tweet at Radio News. So, Marty Meehan, it's day one for you as president of the UMass system, and I understand you had a roundtable with some UMass Boston students earlier today. Why is that important to you?
Well, because I think UMass Boston, I look at the diversity of the community, the way it's growing. They have the highest number of international students, they have the most diverse campus in terms of backgrounds, and I just want to meet with students on my first day because I'm the first undergraduate UMass to ever become the president, and I have a passion for people who work through outdoors. Many of them at UMass Boston, first generation college graduates. My sisters and I were first generation college graduates. So it means a lot to me to interact with students. And one of the challenges with the job as president is you don't actually run a campus. So there's less interaction with faculty and students. And one of the things I determined to do is interact with faculty and students as much as I can.
Why?
I think it's really important for any kind of leadership that to be in touch with students and faculty. Universities are all about students and the interaction that takes place. Every year at Lowell, I've taught across the course of I'm pretty busy doing a lot of different things. Why do I teach a course in college? I get in touch with students. I get to ask them about their experience at the university. Underneath the course, which shows I'm plugged into what they're doing. So in this job, I want to make sure I don't lose that connection with students that are on the 5 campuses or the faculty.
So was there something that UMass Boston students told you today that surprised you?
No, not really surprised me because I know the students, I know where they come from, and I know that the selectivity is going up. Really bright, capable students, the students from Queens, New York, a student from students from Tampa Bay, Florida, a wonderful young woman from China, students from Massachusetts, and they ask a lot of really smart, great questions.
Okay, did any of them complain that it's getting more expensive to go to UMass?
They did, but they're also interested in finding a way to develop a sustainable financial model. But the other interesting thing, they don't want to compromise on quality either. And that's a really good point. What's interesting is if you look at a UMass education over the last 30 years, and if you factor in inflation and look at the cost of that education, you'll see that it's actually remained about the same. What has shifted over the last 30 years is because it's gone from 88% of Commonwealth of Massachusetts.
When you were a UMass?
When I was a UMass student, to about, that's why I use a 30-year number, to about 23% now. So the burden has shifted from the Commonwealth to students and their families, and that's part of the challenge. But I will say this, if you look at the last 3 decades, the cost of private education has gone up significantly more than for the UMass education. So we needed to have a weekend to try to keep costs down. What I identified with is a student at UMass Lowell that I attended, they could work a couple of nights a week, weekends, and summers and pay for my education. Today, that is nearly impossible to do. So that's part of the challenge.
Right. Well, Marty, so there's a lot to talk about, but let's kind of dive a little deeper into this cost question, because it's like one of the #1 issues on the minds of students and their families. I mean, it was just a couple of weeks ago that the UMass Board of Trustees voted to raise fees 5% for in-state undergrads, and they said it was unavoidable without further state funding. But I listened to how you just described what your experience as a student was, and why that's so powerful, especially as having been a graduate of a state system, because I feel like that's one of the purposes of a system like UMass, to allow access and opportunity for students no matter what your economic background.
background is,
That's right.
to then, vault you into becoming the next Marty Mead, for example. But if you're coming out of the 4-year experience at UMass now, and you do have debt, possibly, more than you would like, isn't it gonna be tougher for students to go on to become the next Marty Mead?
It is a challenge, and it represents a huge challenge. And I think of even the private institution where I got a master's degree and a law degree, I actually was able to work during that period of time in order to pay for my education too. A couple of things that we need to think about. One is, I've been developing with some community colleges a 4-year degree that would cost $30,000. In other words, a student would do 2 years of community college and 2 years at one of the UMass campuses, and it could be a set $30,000 price for that student. Governor Baker has been talking about 3-year degrees, and there may be some instances where 3-year degrees are appropriate for students. UMass Amherst and UMass Lowell have developed 3-year degrees, and I know they're talking about doing it at Boston as well. That's another way we could potentially cut the cost. The other thing that we need to think about is efficiencies and where to save money wherever we can, utilizing a 5-campus system to cut utility costs, to cut procurement costs, for example. And we have over the last few years saved millions of dollars in order to do that. The interesting thing about student debt, though, is if you add up student debt for those students who go to private institutions, then you look at students who go to public institutions outside of their home states, which means they're paying out of state, which is significantly more. And then you look at the students who attend in-state universities across the country. The debt is significantly lower. And I'm not saying that I'm satisfied with our inability to get student debt down, but it's significantly better and lower at UMass and for in-state students than it is for any other.
And I take your point, but I keep coming back to this, you said a little earlier that now the state basically only covers 23%, 20-ish%, whereas they used to cover 88% when you were a student. And while the overall debt for an average UMass student might be lower now, I just feel like, is it fair to say that UMass might have a special responsibility because, it should be the place where students of, even the most humble socioeconomic background have a chance?
Well, I think it's UMass's responsibility and the Commonwealth of Massachusetts' responsibility.
Overall.
I made the point that the cost, the true cost of UMass education, not what students pay for, but the cost of the education itself, has actually stayed about the same over the last 3 decades. And what has shifted is who pays for it. So I think as we get into better economic times with the state, part of my job is to be an advocate for the University of Massachusetts and to advocate for more state funding. As part of that process, I'm also going to say that we intend to be accountable. Measure us in terms of our graduation rates, measure us in terms of student success rates, measure us in terms of our ability to raise private funds to provide more scholarships for students. The other thing that's important is we need to continue to raise more private funds so that the sticker price for attending UMass is not actually the price, but rather it's a price that some students may pay, but we need to provide more scholarships and student aid for students so that we are totally accessible. Well, sure, I think all of public higher education in Massachusetts has a unique responsibility, but at the same time, it's also important to point out that political leadership in Massachusetts over the last 3 decades has viewed public higher education as a safety net for those who either aren't smart enough or don't have enough money to go to private institutions. Well, the fact of the matter is today, public higher education, UMass in particular, we're educating the workforce in Massachusetts. Massachusetts is an innovation economy, and you have to have a highly skilled workforce if you want that innovation economy to grow. With the engine that drives social mobility, the engine that drives economic development. So I think that UMass is worth investing in.
So how do you drive that message home then to legislators on Beacon Hill? I mean, I'm seeing that our current Secretary of Education said that UMass needs to do more to find cost reductions and savings, but at the same time, the system as a whole has about just under 20% of UMass's budget comes from the state.
Right, which is interesting because you think of the University of Massachusetts as a state-funded institution, when in truth, I think the figure campus-wide is about 19% of the funding that actually comes from the state. So we need to be competitive in terms of cutting costs, but it's interesting. If you look at the last 3 years, you mentioned the 5% increase, but the 2 years prior to that, there was no increase.
Right.
So it's up to about a 1.6% increase for UMass. Compare that with the public universities, you'd be hard pressed. Nearly all of them have increased over the last 3 years higher than that percentage. Sometimes the University of Massachusetts gets all the attention whenever they increase fees, but the fact is most of the public universities in Massachusetts have increased over the last 3 years far above that 1.6% per year. That's not to say that we're not going to continue to advocate and try to cut costs. This has been a trend all over the country, though, where public states are cutting back on public higher education. I think all of us in higher education have to advocate, yes, for cost savings, efficiencies wherever we can, but also for the state to also play its role in providing a subsidized education.
So getting back to what you were saying earlier, I mean, I thought it was really interesting that basically you're asking legislators, lawmakers to change their mindset, not see UMass as a safety net, but rather as an engine.
Yes, that's
right?
exactly right.
So how, I mean, say you were sitting across from our Secretary of Education or anyone in the Baker administration or anyone at Beacon Hill, what would you tell them?
Well, first of all, UMass is a public research institution, and research institution costs more than a research institution. But think about it, we're a very close third to Harvard and MIT in terms of research funding. We do over $615 million a year in research. What is research? Research is actually discovering new technology that will create new companies, more job opportunities. Research that creates all kinds of cures to diseases. Our research is playing a significant role in our medical school, in healthcare all around the world. So I think the fact that we're a research institution with research that focuses on making society a better place, making Massachusetts a more competitive place, I think that's worth the investment.
Okay, so pretend I'm Charlie Baker here. I'm Governor Baker. I'm looking at the bottom line and I'm saying UMass has requested $578 million in state funding. But, Marty, we've got a $1.8 billion budget shortfall for the state.
What's the challenge?
Then how do you make it to me?
Well, that's part of the challenge, and I think we need the economy of the state revenue to come up. But I think when revenue comes up, that's the opportunity to give a larger subsidy to students that attend the University of Massachusetts. What's interesting is I mentioned the comparisons with the other public universities over the last 3 years. We had this 50-50 where 2 years in a row we kept these even. But what happened in the second year of 50-50, there were what are called 9C budget cuts during the middle of the fiscal year. Well, if you get your budget cut in the middle of the fiscal year, you can't tell students you've accepted, sorry, but we can't accept you anymore. Just as right now, I guess the University of Massachusetts potentially could cut some money before September rolls around. But we've already admitted a freshman class. Should we say to those, some of the people who have admitted, I'm sorry, but you can't come to UMass, we're going to cut the budget. You're going to have to go to private universities and pay 2 or 3 times as much money because we had a budget cut. So it's balancing these types of things. It's a challenge that all the chancellors of budget campuses face.
We are speaking to Marty Meehan. Today is his first day as president of the UMass system as a whole. You can ask him any question you'd like at 1-800-423-8255. It's 800-423-TALK. We've got callers who'd like to speak with you, President Meehan, so let's let them into this conversation.
Great.
Zach is calling from Medford. You're on the air, Zach.
Hi, President Meehan.
Hi, Zach.
Congratulations on your first day.
Thank you very much. You can call me Marty, too.
Marty, great. I just graduated from UMass and then UMass Amherst.
Yep.
I'm a member of the group who's been lobbying the legislature committee to get the maximum state funding for UMass.
Yes.
I've just spoken in a couple of trustee meetings.
Yes, we have, and thank you for that too, because our alums and our students play a critical role in the advocacy for the University of Massachusetts.
Great, I'm happy to do it. My question kind of echoes what Megan was saying. There's several studies that show that Massachusetts has underfunded public higher education by 30% since 2000. So, how would you specifically lobby the legislature to bring state funding to a sustainable level?
Well, I think making the connection between how much money the state provides and what happens to tuition and fees, that's an important component of it. I think making the argument, as I mentioned earlier, UMass is a research engine that drives the economy of Massachusetts, making those arguments, but also you mentioned the comparisons with other states. The fact of the matter is that Massachusetts has historically underfunded public higher education. And the arguments that I make to legislators, there was a time when along with private institutions, elite private institutions in Massachusetts did a great job of educating the workforce in Massachusetts. But if you look at the students that come into Massachusetts in our private institutions, increasingly there's a smaller and smaller percentage of Massachusetts residents who go to the private institutions. Therefore, it is a very risky proposition if we don't have a world-class UMass to make up that gap. You look at Tufts University, great university, but increasingly fewer and fewer and fewer and fewer people from Massachusetts are going to Tufts, BU, BC, Harvard, MIT, all of those institutions, even the non-elite institutions, are increasingly taking more students from outside of Massachusetts. That's what their business model is. So the fact that if we can't have a robust economy, we can't grow the economy in the state without a world-class UMass being here in a vital part of the economy. And I think I've been Governor Baker for a number of years. He gets that. He has his own family scholarship for UMass graduates that he has contributed to for years. So I think he gets that. I think the key in terms of the quality, we need the economy of this state to continue to get better. The increase in revenue, we need to passionately make an argument that a portion of that increase in revenue needs to be reinvested in the University of Massachusetts.
But Marty, let me ask you, I mean, maybe this is a non-appropriate, but do it anyway. I mean, you're a UMass graduate. Doesn't it kind of bother you that there's this still sort of divide between how people in Massachusetts think about the so-called elite schools versus how they think about UMass?
It does more than bother me. It makes me angry. The truth, my job is to be the head of it. It rubs against the grain of what the best thing for Massachusetts is, and it undermines in many ways the quality of our students, the quality of the research, the return on investment. Let's talk about return on investment. I would challenge anyone to compare the return on investment with any of our campuses at UMass and compare them with other private institutions. Consistently, we rank among the highest around the country of university, public and private, on return on investment. Why? Because many of our students get experiential learning opportunities, co-ops, internships, and they work part-time in the field that they're studying, and get qualified for jobs and they leave. They have a work ethic that companies in Massachusetts and beyond are looking for. So I really think that we are underestimated and undervalued in Massachusetts in many sectors, and part of my responsibility is to try and change that attitude.
Zach, thanks so much for your call. Let's go to Ian, who's calling from Cambridge. You're in the area.
Hello, Mr. Pepper.
How are you?
I'm doing good. I wonder if you would consider following the lead of Boston University and getting rid of the UMass football program. They tried to move up a division. Very few people care. It costs a lot of money.
Yeah, everything is obviously on the table. UMass Amherst has, and that comes under the purview of the chancellor at Amherst, but it is something that I had committed that I would work with him on. They're in a trial period going up the division in football. It's a challenge, and it's something I will be working with the Amherst campus. Attendance needs to be up, revenue needs to come up in order to support these programs. I can tell you that when I was at Lowell, Lowell has a Division I hockey team, and there was a discussion about whether or not Lowell should leave Hockey East and leave Division I in hockey. And we made a determination that we would keep it, but we would work at it. We work at the revenue, work at attendance, and our hockey program now breaks about even. And we have won, BU won last year, but 2 years in a row, UMass will won Hockey East. Our attendance is 12th in the country. We went to the Frozen Four 3 years ago. We were covered in newspapers across the country. It was consistent with our strategic plan to enhance the reputation of the institution, enhance the visibility. So in that instance, I realize it's a different sport. I follow these sports, and I can tell you that if Lowell had football, we would have not gone to Division I. So it's a challenge that I'm going to watch closely. I'm an entrepreneurial type leader. I'm looking for ways to increase revenue from private sources, and I will be working with the chancellor in Amherst on that challenge.
So Ian, you've actually given me the perfect segue to ask about the Olympics, because UMass could be part
Ian's question was a great question.
Thanks so much for your call, Ian. I mean, UMass could be part of hosting the Summer Olympics in 2024 if Boston is chosen. Obviously, that's a giant if. But there's a proposal to have the Athletes Village at Columbia Point that could be converted to house 2,700 students from UMass Boston, retail, housing space, etc. I mean, how do you see UMass participating in the Olympics? Do you want that?
Well, there are all kinds of possibilities for UMass to participate. The Olympics, if Boston were to get the Olympics, it would provide national and international attention to the extent that there were games that were played on any of our campuses, and the proposal, the UMass Dartmouth, potentially UMass Lowell, as well as UMass Boston. So I think there's enormous potential. I was encouraged by BID 2.0. I think that they're getting their act together in terms of what the Olympics could potentially need, significant construction jobs leading up to the games, and it could be a benefit to UMass as a whole. Athletes have to come 3 weeks early, at least 3 weeks early. We could have athletes that come to UMass Amherst, UMass Dartmouth, UMass Lowell, as well as Boston. Now, there's a potential for a public-private partnerships in housing in Boston. UMass Boston doesn't presently have its own housing, and great public research universities all have their own housing. The reason why universities want housing is because they have academic programming as part of that housing that increases student graduation rates, increases student success rates. So I think there's a potential there to have housing for Boston and get it at a I don't want to say cheaper price, but get it for fewer dollars.
So it sounds like you like the idea.
I certainly like the idea of providing housing that's affordable for students at UMass Boston. I hear people talk about they want graduation rates and student success rates to increase. Well, the data is overwhelming. You need to have housing on campuses in order to get students so that they're part of a cohort of students. They study together, they work together.
But would you want any guarantees or promises in return from Boston 2024? Because there is a possibility that universities could be stuck with a development that they don't like, or part of the bill that they can't pay.
That will not happen in this instance. We are presently in discussions with the Olympic Committee Boston 2024. It has to be financially, it has to make sense to UMass Boston in order to do it. And it has to be the amount of housing that we actually know that we can use. So it also has to be designed a certain way. I'm a big believer in learning communities, in dormitories and housing in universities. So we need space to study. We need space to get students engaged with faculty mentors. And we need to make sure that it's in the interest of students. We would never agree to a deal that wasn't in the interest of students.
We've just got about a minute left to go, and I know that this is day one of your new time on the job, and we look forward to having you back on the show frequently as things progress. But I have heard you say in the past, or read that you said that being president of UMass is a dream.
Well, because I believe, it's funny, when I left Congress, people say you must really miss being in Congress, having such an opportunity to make a difference. I could make an argument that coming to UMass Lowell and now being assistant head, you can have a much more profound impact on individual lives to the extent that men and women who walk through the doors of the University of Massachusetts, we have an opportunity to provide them with an education that will allow them to achieve their full potential in life. I don't know what could be more important than that. In many ways, I feel that all the experiences I've had in my career have led up to this job at this point in time. It's the only job I want. I don't want another job, and I'm looking forward to elevating all the 5 campuses of UMass and making it the best public university in America.
Marty Meehan is the first UMass graduate to become president of the UMass system. Today is his first day on the job, and thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much.
Well, stay with us. Coming up, we'll hear from a young woman who gave birth during her senior year and then went on to become her high school valedictorian. I'm Megan Chakrabarty with NPR.
The ANC is 90.9 WBUR and WBUR.org. Coming up at 4 o'clock, it's All Things Considered. President Obama announced today the U.S. and Cuba will open their embassies in their respective capitals. Militants associated with the self-declared Islamic State claim responsibility for attacks against Egyptian security forces in northern Sinai Desert. Those stories and more on All Things Considered coming up at 4 o'clock here on 90.9 WBUR.
We're funded by you, our listeners, and by Bay Path University Graduate School, offering a Master of Science in Education
focusing on special education and offering an applied behavior analysis program. Graduate.baypath.edu. And Farmers Insurance, out to educate everybody about common insurance gaps that can be costly so that no one falls victim to them again. Farmers Insurance, know the gaps. Learn more at farmers.com/innercircle. Welcome back to Radio Boston. I'm Megan Schubert.
And I'm Anthony Brooks, and we all heard the story before. A teenage girl gets pregnant, drops out of school to take care of her baby. Lois L. Gonzalez-Baez was in the middle of her senior year in high school at City on a Hill Charter School in Roxbury when she gave birth to a baby boy. When she was determined to stay in school, and she did.
Not only did she graduate on time this spring, she finished at the top of her class. Earlier this week, we spoke with Lois L. Gonzalez-Baez about what she accomplished this year and about what comes next for her.
Lois L., welcome to Radio Boston, and congratulations.
Thank you for having me.
Well, it's our pleasure to have you. Now, you found out that you were pregnant last summer, the summer before your senior year of high school. What went through your mind when you found out?
Well, I was very scared, and I think my fear was mostly telling my mother, but at the same time, it was very exciting because, it's a baby.
Absolutely. Yeah. Now, telling your mother, it's interesting because your story echoes a little bit that of your mother, who was a promising student, but then she dropped out of high school after she became pregnant. Did you consider dropping out at any point?
I did not. I knew that it would be very difficult, so, I knew it might be a possibility, but it wasn't anything that I wanted.
You wanted to carry on?
Yes.
And what did your mother say? What was your mother's reaction?
She was shocked. She was angry for a while, but after time, she got used to it. She became very supportive.
Yeah, and what was her advice? I mean, as someone who did drop out, what was her advice to you?
Don't drop out. That was the biggest piece of it all. Just, no matter what obstacle, just keep going in school.
And so what was that like? Because we all know that high school can be stressful enough without having to juggle a baby on the way. What was that like?
It was challenging,
yeah.
But I had a lot of support. After I got into the routine, it became very doable.
Sure. What was the most stressful?
I think after the baby was born and, not having enough sleep, a lot of work.
When a new baby comes along, there's not a lot of opportunity. There's less time to sleep.
Yes.
Well, you mentioned that you had a lot of support. I understand you had a strong relationship with your guidance counselor at school, Catherine Salazzo, and she's here in the studio with us. And Catherine, welcome.
Hi, thank you.
It's good to have you. So, Lois, I understand that you sent Catherine a text message just minutes after giving birth to your son. What did the message say?
I have to come back to school.
And Catherine, tell us about what you thought when you received that message.
I just told her to relax, and then I would see her on Saturday, and we would talk about it, work it out. But she kept saying, I have to be valedictorian, I have to come back, I want to come back. And I said, listen, you said you want to attend the 8th, we'll work with that time frame. And every snow day after, I said, all right, you still have this amount of days until you need to come back. So we communicated a lot with sort of balancing that time and making Lois L. feel like she could be at home for the time she needed to be at home and then return to school when she was ready.
But she only ended up missing, 11 days?
11 days.
That's really amazing.
Yeah.
Now, Lois L., I understand that you told Ms. Salazzo after you found out that you were pregnant that the information health class never really sank in.
Yes.
What did you mean by that?
Well, as a teenager, you never really think that anything's going to happen to you. You just think it's never going to be you. I was one of those teenagers, and I was reckless, so I didn't really pay attention to what was going on in health class.
So, Catherine Salazzo, what was your response to that? I understand that City on the Hill Charter School is now working on overhauling its sex ed curriculum.
Yeah, so I shared with my principal that was one of the first things that Lois L. had told me. That was her biggest goal this year, was sort of creating a new curriculum so that everyone can teach.
So what was the key piece of information that was missing in your
I think that it was a little inconsistent as far as how often it was run, and it was really only held for ninth graders. When you're in ninth grade, there's a lot of other things that are going on in your life, and the transition from middle school to high school is very hard. So you're not really paying attention to something that is, every other Friday, that type of thing.
Now, Lois, you were determined to come back to school, determined not to drop out, and determined to be valedictorian. And you were. You delivered a speech to your graduating class a couple of weeks ago. Tell us what you told them.
Do not give up on any obstacle that you face, whether it is personal or school related. Just keep going, be focused, and you will be successful.
Now tell us what's next for you. Where are you going to be in the fall?
This fall, I'll be attending Wellesley College.
Wellesley College?
Yes.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
And what are your plans? What do you hope to do?
I want to study pre-med, but I am undecided for my major.
So you're going to go to Wellesley and figure out what comes next?
Yes.
All right. Well, that's Lois L. Gonzalez-Paez. She's a new mom who graduated at the top of her class of City on Hill Charter School in Roxbury earlier this month, and she'll be heading to Wellesley College in the fall. Lois L., congratulations and good luck.
Thank you.
We also heard from Catherine Salazar, who's a guidance counselor at the City on Hill Charter School. Catherine, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, let's keep with the theme of inspirational women, because in the 2011 World Cup soccer final, the U.S. women fell to Japan, but after last night, we could get a rematch.
Next time on Relax, with a dribble, looks, cuts, US.
2-0 US. That was Kelly O'Hara scoring on a beautiful crossing pass from Carrie Lloyd in last night's 2-0 semifinal victory over top-ranked Germany. So the U.S. women advanced to the final in Vancouver, who played Sunday night. Will face either Japan or England, who played tonight.
Joining us now to talk about it is Bill Littlefield, host of NPR's Open Game. This on Wednesdays, Talk Sports. Hello, Bill.
Hi, man.
So, correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't I remember you lamenting about a lack of cohesion in play that we were seeing at the Women's World Cup? What did you see last night?
I was not alone in lamenting that the women's team did not look as good as women's teams, past editions of the women's team had looked. I think the first thing to mention is the defense remained strong and against a very powerful and well-regarded, highly guarded German attack. So once again, a clean sheet for Hope Solo and the rest of the defense. And of course, what happened last night that hadn't happened previously in the tournament is they played with real flair and with real movement, fluid movement on the offensive side. They had all kinds of chances in the first half, just couldn't finish, and then in the second half broke through, partly on a good call, if you're a U.S. fan, on a penalty that probably occurred outside the box rather than within it, and then on a terrific goal, which we just heard replayed a moment ago.
That goal really was spectacular.
It was beautiful. It was textbook. It was just a great cross and a good finish.
What a game. I mean, so Bill, your thoughts about players or specific individuals to really look out for in the final?
Tony DiCicco, former women's national team coach, had a wonderful comment at one point during the game. I can't remember exactly when he said it, but at some point he said, every player on the field for the U.S. is having her best game of the tournament. And I think that was true. There was one defensive mistake, and I'm not even going to mention who made it because it's not fair because she's had such a terrific tournament, but that was a mistake. But aside from that, really everybody was terrific. There were no weak points, and it was if they just elevated their game when they had the opportunity to play Germany.
So, Bill, who does the U.S. want? Do you want that rematch with Japan? Japan plays England tonight. I mean, how's this going to shake out?
Well, the cliche is always, we don't care. We'll play whoever shows up to play us. But wouldn't a rematch be fun? And especially wouldn't a rematch be fun if it didn't go to penalty kicks, because I hate penalty kicks because anybody can win in that situation. Yeah, sure. I think the fans would enjoy that.
Yeah. So who do you think is going to prevail tonight between England and Japan?
My heart actually is with England because they're the only underdog left. They're the closest thing to an underdog really succeeding in this tournament that the tournament has. But my head says Japan. They're a disciplined team. They're defending champs. There's a lot on the line from them, and it wouldn't surprise me if they went through and had to play the U.S.
Let me ask you about sort of what you're observing about the popularity of this World Cup event. Bloomberg reported after the quarterfinal against China that the Women's Cup is boosting ratings for Fox in a big way, up 23% since it started showing the Cup on June 10th. Millions of people watching it. I mean, this seems to be a real indication of soccer's rising popularity in the U.S. What do you think?
It's a little dangerous, I think, to draw that conclusion based on the World Cup. As my colleague on Only a Game has mentioned many times, Charlie Pierce has mentioned many times, the U.S. loves the spectacle, and certainly the Women's World Cup is all of that. Attendance in the U.S. professional league is still a little disappointing. The Breakers here in Boston drawing something like 2,400 people a game. On the other hand, Fox Sports recognizes a good thing when it happens, and they have just announced that they will be broadcasting 10 games in the National Women's Pro League from here on out, including the playoffs and the final.
Well, let's move on now, Bill, if we can, and talk about a sporting event that arguably has far less significance. It's Major League Baseball's All-Star Game. Anthony, did you give me this wonderful line? I think you gave me this wonderful line. That's so gentlemanly.
Arguably less significant than with the World Cup soccer. I think that's a fair line. I'll stand by that.
Unless you're in Kansas City, in
Well,
which case it's a very significant event because you get to see all your players play as All-Stars.
Well, let's hear what veteran sports writer Frank DeFord has to say about this on Morning Edition today.
So instead of an all-star game, it's going to be more of a royal pain. That's the problem when everybody just builds out an internet ballot times 35. Fans don't make serious judgments. They just vote for all ordinary players on their favorite team.
Okay, so as Frank said, fans can cast up to 35 votes each. Bill, is this a problem?
I love it. He calls it a royal pain rather than an all-star.
It's obviously a problem for Frank. He sounds very unhappy about the whole thing. I don't want to take this too seriously. It's way, way, way down the list of problems in sports these days, as far as I'm concerned. On the other hand, an all-star game should feature all-stars, and some of the guys that are going to be on that squad from Kansas City are not. There was a day not too long ago, although pretty long ago for people younger than me, when the players used to select. And I thought that was a pretty good idea.
I think that was
the players know better than anybody who should really be on the field in an all-star game.
I mean, because just to be clear, what we've got going here is a concerted effort by Kansas City fans to stop the ballot.
Exactly.
And they've accomplished it. I mean, credit to them. They
Vote early, vote often.
Vote often. All right, there we are. Bill Littlefield is host of NPR's Only a Game. He joins us every Wednesday to talk about sports. Bill, thanks as always.
Thank you, Anthony.
There's more of the show coming up in just a moment. I'm Megan Chakrabarty.
And I'm Anthony Brooks. This is Radio Boston.
This is 90.9 WVUR and WVUR.org. Coming up at 4 o'clock, it's All Things Considered. President Obama announced today the U.S. and Cuba will open embassies in their respective countries. Militants associated with the self-declared Islamic State claim responsibility for attacks against Egyptian security forces in the northern Sinai Desert. And some medical schools add nutrition and healthy eating to the curriculum. Those stories and more on All Things Considered coming up at 4 o'clock here on 90.9 WWR. In the forecast, some showers tonight before clearing overnight. The lows around 65 degrees. It'll be sunny tomorrow. The high is near 80. Mostly sunny on Friday and on the 4th of July. The highs will be in the upper 70s. It'll be mostly sunny on Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. The highs will be around 80 degrees.
If you like to laugh and learn, you'll love You're the Expert. It's WVUR's newest radio program, and it's a cross between Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me and the TED Radio Hour. I'm your host, Chris Duffy, and I'm inviting you to tune in as comedians try to figure out what top researchers do on them. That's You're the Expert, tonight at 9, and again, Saturday at 6 p.m. on 90.9 WVUR, Boston's NPR news station.
This is Radio Boston. I'm Anthony Gross.
And I'm Megan Chakrabarty.
Sometimes you come across a story that puts a lot of your problems in perspective. Consider Sam T. He's a guidance counselor at the Stoklosa Middle School in Long.
This is a happy time of year, isn't it?
Yeah. It's a happy time because it's the second to last day of school, and summer is thick in the air. It's year-end academic award ceremony. But Sam T is happy for more profound reasons.
Anthony, I am so fortunate. I'm one of the luckiest person on this planet. Never thought that I would be able to, succeed my own life and work here.
Sam T is fortunate because he spent years in what can only be described as a living hell and survived and is now thriving. 40 years ago, he was 7 years old, living in Cambodia. When the Khmer Rouge took over, he was caught up in the brutal genocide that killed almost 2 million people. Sam T was orphaned, enslaved, and then lived in a refugee camp in Thailand before he made it to America. Now he works in a school where roughly a third of the students are Cambodian, helping those who fall behind and reaching out to parents and grandparents who still struggle with it.
Most of their parents, grandparents, they not knowing a lot about the school system here in this country, so I'm kind of bridge them between their education system.
You bridge a cultural gap.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. It's very wonderful that I'm so lucky to be here. Yeah, to work with these parents and schools.
Sam T has written a memoir called The Years of Zero, a reference to the Khmer Rouge's brutal rule that sought to turn back the clock. They wanted to purge the country of outside ideas and transform it into a classless agrarian society. They targeted anyone who was educated or even looked educated. Sam T says even wearing glasses was enough to get you killed.
The Khmer Rouge turned like monsters and ordered people to leave their hometowns in 3 hours. It was very frightened and not knowing what's going to happen next to my family, to me in Cambodia is very hard, and we had to pack whatever we could along with thousands of people in the narrow highway and head to the jungle.
Head into the jungle, you're essentially on the run. Why did the Khmer Rouge target you? I mean, your family.
My father was adopted. The Khmer Rouge ideology is to eliminate all the educated people. The Khmer Rouge came in the middle of the night, took my father away, and the minute they came and asked my father to go with them, I knew that they could kill him. That was the last time I saw him.
When they took his father away, Sam T's mother told him not to show any emotion because that would only get him killed too. So he just watched his father live. Years later, in 1999, Sam T returned to Cambodia with Bob Simon of 60 Minutes, the house where he last saw his father alive. That's when his emotions finally overflowed.
This is the house.
Sam calls it a house. It was a hut, really, where he and his parents were in prison.
30 people in that house. I got only one life.
Sam T's mother and 7 brothers and sisters were among those 30 people. All of them were executed or stabbed to death. On that trip in 1999, he visited his mother's grave.
I think if this spot, you heard it was here again.
This arid, unmarked spot where he dug a shallow grave for his mother.
The Khmer Rouge dropped right at the end of his path, right by the bushes.
It was difficult for you for obvious reasons, very emotional for you to make that trip home, right?
It was very emotional. That was the first time that I went back to that place. Yeah. It was that I buried my mother, my brothers and sisters. It was very frightening and emotional at the same time. But after the stop sign in 60 minutes, I never gone back to that place again.
Do you want to go back?
I would love to, but it's so, every time I go there, I was really emotional. It's a place that I was tortured, most of my family was pretty much die of starvation and executed.
What's the explanation for how you survived that experience? Because it sounds like you were really a slave.
I was not afraid to die. If I die, sometimes I felt like no longer to see painful things, and the violence around me was just unbelievable that I could not imagine as 8 and 9 years old had to go through.
The Lowell Santee story is not unique. Many students at the South Rosa Middle School have parents or grandparents who also survived the Cambodian genocide.
Mr. T's story, it touched me on a level that I didn't think a book could touch me.
This is Angela Jim, who just finished the 8th grade.
My family, they went to Carnegie as well, but my dad didn't really talk about it. So Mr. T's book gave me a partial understanding of what my dad went through. The Carnegie affected him, and you can see it in his actions and what he does.
How so? Explain that.
He doesn't eat corn because he said that was back in the day when he ate corn and then he processed it out, he would have to clean the corn and eat it all over again.
It took me a moment to understand what she was saying, that the Khmer Rouge forced her father to recover the corn from his waste and eat it again. Bernard Crouch, another 8th grader, says his mother is also happy to talk about the genocide.
But at the same time, she would want me to know more about it because it's a part of me that I have to understand. And it's a part of me that I have to just keep intact with because it really did happen. It was really traumatizing for a lot of people. And it changed millions of people's lives.
Many students, although their families have experienced the same thing, don't have the opportunity to talk about it at home.
This is Linda Willis, an instructional specialist at South Rosa Middle School.
It's just not been a strategy that parents and grandparents have used. Silence is more the strategy they've used. It's a survival mechanism, quite honestly.
And it's understandable. At the same time, you see it obviously as an important piece of their education to know this history.
I do. And even the students who don't have family members who are involved need to know this history. We all need to know this history from a human standpoint.
So when Santee wrote his book, Willis assigned it to the entire 8th grade. She brought him into the classroom to talk about his childhood and about his escape. It's a story that many students here appreciate.
Well, Mr. T's story was so heartfelt. It's very sad in an inspiring way.
This is Rodeo Tim Welling, PC, who's just finished the 8th grade.
It makes children like me and this generation feel so lucky to be born in America and have the opportunity to come in school, which he didn't get to. And it just opens up another world. Like you wouldn't believe it when some people ask us. Today I never thought I would write a book.
Again, Santee.
This is history. I don't want to forget about it because this is the third largest genocide in the world. And in my communities, not many people talk about it. This is too painful to share this painful story. If I don't write this down, someday I will forget it, and my kids would not know what's happening to me and to millions of Cambodians that went through during that time.
Santee's story is about the deepest kind of suffering, but it's also about hope. In 1979, Vietnamese liberated Cambodia from the Khmer Rouge. And 2 years later, Santee made it to a refugee camp in Thailand, where reporter Roger Rosen wrote about him for Time magazine.
A year later, I was adopted by an American family in Amherst, Massachusetts. Just soon I arrived in this country and feel like I was born again.
Oh, yeah. What was that like? I mean, it must have been such an incredibly dramatic transition.
When I saw my name posted in the refugee camp, I was so excited. I ran to my other orphan friends and said, I'm coming to America, I'm coming to America. Right after that, I was so scared because I didn't know who I'm going to come to live with. They can put me in the orphanage again. But in the other hand, that I'm coming to the same place.
When you think of your life sitting here today in 2015 in Lowell, do you think of yourself as someone who has been unlucky or fortunate?
Anthony, I am so fortunate. I'm one of the luckiest person on this planet. And sometimes I feel like I'm unreal living here in this country.
You have to pinch yourself.
Yeah, and sometimes it's the same at home. I woke up in the middle of the night, turn on the light. I want to make sure that I'm here in this country.
That still happens.
That still happens. Because sometimes if I have an idea that I was back in Cambodia working a rice field, and it's just that I'm here, it's just a dream. That's why I try to, inspire these young people that if I can do it, they all can do it, just like me.
Sam T. is a guidance counselor at the Stoklosa Middle School in Norway. He's the author of a memoir on surviving the Cambodian genocide and making it to America called The Years of Zero, which he saw from. And you can learn more about Sam T's story and see pictures of him and his students in Norway at RadioBoston.com.
That's it for today. Radio Boston is a production of WBUR, Boston's NPR news station. I'm
Anthony Brooks. Join us again tomorrow for more Radio Boston.
Harmonic bridge is like a didgeridoo that's played by traffic. Up on top of the bridge, there are two 16-foot tubes which generate overtone series in response to the passing traffic. It's a permanent installation, and it's a kind of a welcoming gateway of audio harmony between the city of North Adams and Mass Mocha. And when you sit there, you can hear the hum of the city as music.
Bruce Ogden, who along with Sam Allinger created Harmonic Bridge. This is 90.9 WBUR, Boston's NPR news station.
You can recapture a lost city space by altering the sonic content of the space. North Adams has been in the key of C for about 10 years now.
From Boston University, this is 90.9 WBUR Boston. Also broadcasting on 92.7 WBUA Tisbury, Martha's Vineyard, and 89.1 WBUH Brewster, WBUR, Boston's NPR news station, with live streaming at WBUR.org.
There are troubling signs that crime is on the rise in big cities. In LA, police are under pressure not to become too heavy-handed to keep the peace.
Oh, I believe that is at a tipping point. They could go back to what they were in a minute.
Today is Wednesday, the 1st of July, and this is WBUR's All Things Considered. I'm Lisa Mullins. In the Sinai Peninsula in Egypt today, a coordinated assault by ISIS kills dozens of Egyptian soldiers. What was behind the attack? Also, by Germany's economy is humming, while Greece's economy is in tatters. Some Germans want to rescue Greece.
They fear that if the euro collapses, the whole eurozone and even Europe as an idea might be destroyed afterwards.
Others want the country to get out of its own financial mess. And free agency in the NBA. Sports writer Bob Bryant about what's in store for free agent LeBron James. Much more coming up. From NPR News in Washington, I'm Lakshmi Singh. Saying this is what change looks like. President Obama is heralding plans to reopen the U.S. Embassy in Cuba. NPR's Scott Horsley reports the move will formally end more than half a century of diplomatic isolation.
Reopening the embassy is the culmination of a process that began with secret talks and broke in the open last December with a historic phone call between President Obama and Cuban President Raul Castro. Obama's Secretary of State John Kerry will travel to Havana later this month to raise the flag over the embassy, which was shuttered by President Eisenhower 54 years ago.
Of course, nobody expects Cuba to be transformed overnight. But I believe that American engagement through our embassy, our businesses, and most of all through our people is the best way to advance our interests and support for democracy and human rights.
Obama also urged Congress to lift the Cuban embargo. The GOP leaders insist that's premature. And we'll be NPR News, the White House.
Multiple airlines are under federal investigation for possibly conspiring to keep airfares high in violation of the law. The Justice Department says the major carriers may have tipped off each other on how quickly each planned to add new flights, routes, or additional seats. It has notified the airlines of new scrutiny, but not publicly identified them. However, United confirms it's one of them. The industry group Airlines for America is out with a statement in which it says its members compete vigorously every day to the benefit of the public. The Prime Minister of Greece is offering to compromise with Eurozone leaders on a new credit deal, but only after a referendum on austerity is held on Sunday. Joanna Kakissis reports from Athens that European leaders have isolated Greece, which is effectively broke after previous bailout expired.
Prime Minister-elect Tsipras claims that his government received better offers from Eurozone and International Monetary Fund lenders after he called for a public vote. It's still not good enough. He says the vote is about what Greeks want in a new credit deal. Some believe this is a referendum on the euro, he said in a televised speech, that if the result is no, he will be kicked out of the Eurozone. They are lying. The Council of Europe, an independent body that monitors elections and human rights, says the referendum falls short of international standards because it asks an unclear question and was called hastily. For NPR News, I'm Joanna Kakissis in Athens.
Another black church once targeted by the Ku Klux Klan is in ruin because of a fire, but federal authorities say they're not so sure it was intentional. They're still investigating. The fire broke out overnight at the Mount Zion African Methodist Episcopal Church in Greeleyville, about 50 miles north of Charleston, where a pastor and 8 members of a historic black church were murdered several weeks ago in South Carolina. You're listening to NPR News.
This is 90.9 WBUR in Boston. I'm Lisa Mullins. There's lots of sunshine in some parts of Massachusetts, but rough weather continues to plague parts of the region. There is a thunderstorm and tornado warning in effect right now for north central Essex County. It's in effect until 4:30 this afternoon. There are winds apparently in excess of 60 miles an hour over Georgetown and Haverhill. They're moving now toward Cape Ann. Meanwhile, WBUR meteorologist David Epstein is warning of more possible storms throughout the evening.
Cold front back to the west of New England. This will begin to collapse. The warm and humid air over us could pop up showers or thunderstorms later on this afternoon throughout the evening hours. Some of those storms could be strong, perhaps severe, but many of us will miss storms entirely.
There's also localized flooding throughout Barnstable County and on the Vineyard earlier today. We'll have a full forecast in just a minute. Members of the Massachusetts congressional delegation are reacting favorably to today's announcement that Cuba and the U.S. will reopen embassies in each other's capitals. That's after more than 50 years of hostilities. Senator Ed Markey says it's an important milestone for people of both nations and just one step in solidifying a better future with Cuba. And Congressman Jim McGovern, who has long supported thawing diplomatic ties, calls it a victory for American diplomacy. The Massachusetts Senate President is calling for quick action to reform the way the Department of Children and Families handles appeals. A recent independent report found that a growing backlog of DCF cases is waiting to be decided and a lack of materials to make the process understandable for families. Senate President Stan Rosenberg said today the report is very disconcerting. He says he's committed to working with the Baker administration to resolve the highlighted issues. And today there is officially a new leader for the Boston Public Schools. Tommy Chang started his role as superintendent today. Gradual clearing tonight, lows in the 60s. Tomorrow mostly sunny and dry, topping out at 80 degrees. It is 81 degrees now at 4:06.
We're funded by you, our listeners, and by Legal Seafood's Legal Oysteria, now open in Charlestown. Coastal Italian-style seafood for lunch and dinner daily and Sunday brunch. LegalOysteria.com. And Emma, email marketing for the modern brand, featuring email marketing software, automation tools to send personalized messages, and built-in analytics on desktop and mobile devices. Learn more at myemma.com.
From NPR News, this is All Things Considered. I'm Robin Siegel.
And I'm Rachel Martin. There have been troubling spikes in violent crime in cities including New York, Baltimore, and Los Angeles. It's too early to talk about a national trend, but already this uptick is putting police in a tough spot. They're under pressure to push crime back down without appearing too heavy-handed. given recent protests over police brutality. NPR's Martin Costi went to LA to see how police there are trying to strike that balance.
It's almost fascinating to ask veteran cops why they think violent crime fell so much since the early 90s. Some talk about changing demographics or better police tactics. But as he drives around LA in his unmarked car, Lieutenant Roger Murphy offers a simpler theory.
People walk around with a lot of cash in their pockets.
It's tough for muggers now that it's all debit cards and direct deposit. Also, why rob a bank when it's safer to stay home and commit identity theft? And look what technology is doing to the drug business.
Narcotic sales are done a little bit more covertly. They're done through text messaging, through the internet. It's a little bit more discreet.
He thinks it's changes like this that have helped to turn around this neighborhood. This is South LA. It used to be called South Central before it was rebranded. When he started out 25 years ago, he'd hear random gunfire at all hours. But now the murder rate is about a third of what it used to be. Still, that doesn't mean things are great here. Murphy points to the California sun sinking behind the 110 freeway.
You'll see that as we go through dusk and starts to darken, you can see now a dramatic change in the neighborhood. A lot of the families start to go outside and it starts to become a little bit different element.
Some of these neighborhoods are now getting more dangerous again. This spring, LAPD said shootings had jumped 31% over the same time last year, and a lot of that was here in South LA. That's why Murphy's here. He's with the elite Metropolitan Division. They're the cops the LAPD sends into trouble spots. And suddenly Murphy hits the gas. He's the boss of this particular Metro Division platoon, and a couple of his officers have just called for backup.
They're asking for another unit. They're 4-1 Broadway. They don't normally do that unless it's something
a little bit dicey. He doesn't finish his sentence, but when he gets there, the scene is under control. There's a guy in handcuffs. He's burly with a shaved head and handlebar mustache. The Metro Division officers talking to him are big too. They get time on the job to work out, and it's pretty clear they use it. Murphy checks with them, then comes back with the story.
You know him. You know that he's on parole. He's on hangout waiting on parole for armed robbery.
And here you see the LAPD strategy for holding down crime. These Metro Division officers have time to seek out potential troublemakers. Often that means looking for people who are on parole and probation. They chat them up, they search them, and they search their homes for guns. That's what they're doing in this man's apartment right now. Because he's on parole, they don't need a warrant. They call these operations rollbacks. Murphy says the point is to encourage problematic people to keep their heads down.
And hey, we're still here, we're looking. If you're not doing what you want, then you get nothing to worry about. If you are, you know, and also you get involved in that game, his games. So you want to hang out here, making yourself a target, make yourself live.
And LA is going to see a lot more of this kind of targeted trouble spot policing. With the recent uptick in crime, the mayor now wants to double the size of the Metro Division. So at what point does this kind of policing become too much? LAPD has gone through 20 years of difficult reforms. Even the feds were involved for a while, pushing the department to become less arrogant, to act less like an occupying army. Ronald Noblett worries that all that progress might slip away.
Oh, I believe the LAPD is at a tipping point. They could go back to what they were in a minute.
Noblett is a gang interventionist with the Urban Peace Institute. He gets a lot of credit for the decades that he's spent getting cops to talk to gang members who avert violence. Now, if crime keeps rising, he wonders if LAPD will fall back into what he calls anti-terrorism mode.
We're just kicking in doors, pointing out people, arresting everybody, and suppressing. And what that does is make more enemies, create more gang members, make more people hate you, and ensure that people will not share information with you.
To be clear, Noblett doesn't think the LAPD is there yet, but he's troubled by what he sees as the department's fading interest in community policing programs. There's also the case of Azell Ford, a mentally ill black man killed by police last summer in South LA. The police chief found the shooting justified, but the police commission recently ruled that there wasn't a good reason to confront Ford. In short, it was a case of police being a little too proactive. But back at the 77th Street Police Station, Lieutenant Murphy sees things the other way around. He says the whole point of Metro Division's tactics is to suppress crime without making a neighborhood feel like it's under siege.
we're looking to focus on specific crime problems and specific crime locations, specific chronic offenders, rather than just being a blanket unit. We're actually going to focus on those specific spots, specific areas where crime is spiking, and make that area a little bit safer, better for people to live there.
And so far, residents of South LA seem to be giving this strategy a chance. Gwendolyn Wood grew up here, and she's a neighborhood activist deeply involved in monitoring the police. She thinks the cops have less of that us versus them attitude.
I'm not going to say they're all good, and I'm not going to say everything they do is perfect, but we have to really start looking at the community also.
She commends the LAPD for learning to listen to the community, for being more sensitive about how operations affect neighborhoods. Despite the doubts raised by Ferguson and Ezell Ford, she thinks people are still willing to work with the cops because those people still have fresh memories of the bad old days.
They were afraid to sleep at night. They could hear a gunshot and everybody would jump into the bathtub. People do not want to live in that fear. And that's what's going to keep this community from going back to that state. Because no one wants to live in fear.
Yes, Wood says, things have become a little more dangerous lately, but it's still nothing like the mayhem of the early 90s. And she thinks both the community and the police are still mindful of the lessons learned back then. Martin Koski, NPR News, Los Angeles.
After last week's same-sex marriage, gay activists face a big question. What's next? A campaign is underway to ask LGBT people across the country that question. NPR's Jeff Brady attended one of the campaign's forums in Allentown, Pennsylvania. About 40 people packed into a church meeting room Monday evening.
How many of you were really excited about the ruling on Friday?
Adrian Schenker heads the Bradbury Sullivan LGBT Community Center in Allentown. It's one of more than 100 groups around the country sponsoring the Power Tomorrow campaign, which is designed to answer that what next question.
All of us who were thrilled on Friday to get the marriage decision also know that our movement's about more than marriage, and that we have a lot of other hopes and dreams for our community.
The marriage debate creating a big national spotlight. Now those with other concerns hope to nudge their issues onto center stage. Among them, retired nurse David Moyer. He's 72 years old.
I lost my husband last year to ALS, Lou Gehrig's disease.
Moyer would like more attention paid to the needs of LGBT seniors.
I'm a widow, so I don't have anybody to fall back on. And if I'm not able to take care of myself, who's going to take care of me?
Moyer worries that as a gay man, he might not be able to find the care he'll need. In Pennsylvania, like most states, gay people can legally be discriminated against for accommodations, employment, and housing. There's a campaign here to include LGBT people under the state's anti-discrimination law. And nationally, their communication, the largest activist groups may focus on passing a federal Employment Non-Discrimination Act. But Metropolitan Community Church pastor Elizabeth Gower says in rural areas, LGBT people still face basic safety concerns.
In places like the Lehigh Valley or in central Pennsylvania, there's more question about, well, how out am I going to be? How open am I going to be? I think those questions just are not questions in larger urban areas.
Other issues raised at forums like this include care for those infected with HIV, the rights of transgender people, homeless teens, and helping LGBT immigrants. In some cases, people feel like these issues have been put on hold while the larger movement focused on same-sex marriage. That's according to Ivan Espinosa-Magrigal. He's executive director of the Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights and Economic Justice.
We're selling marriage. It's a very neat and we have to make sure we're selling love.
Espinosa says these other issues can be messier, and that creates tension between large organizations focused on marquee issues like marriage and grassroots groups with more specific concerns.
When we're talking about access to HIV medicines for undocumented LGBT immigrants and immigration facilities, it just doesn't have that type of diamond ring or white fence attached to it.
Look at the groups sponsoring forums like the one in Allentown and and they're mostly smaller and regional organizations. The largest gay rights group, the Human Rights Campaign, is not listed there. But in the statement, the HRC says it fully supports the effort and will be very interested in what comes out of it. Jeff Brady, NPR News, Philadelphia.
Another story we're following today. Macy's is the latest company to stop doing business with Donald Trump. Macy's has carried a Trump menswear line for more than 10 years.
Companies started dropping their ties with the real estate mogul after comments he made when he kicked off his presidential campaign. He said Mexican immigrants bring drugs and crime to the U.S. and are rapists.
Tomorrow morning, we'll explore the growing influence of Latino consumers in light of all of this. Listen for that and much more as you begin your day with Morning Edition.
You're listening to All Things Considered from NPR News. I'm Tom Ashwell. Sure, you could trade in your old car for a new one, or you could trade it for great programming on WVUR. Learn how to donate your car at WVUR.org.
We're funded by you, our listeners, and by Biogen, where science and patients are at the center of everything they do. Learn more at biogen.com. Biogen, caring deeply, changing lives.
This is 90.9 WVUR. In business news now, U.S. stocks closed higher today as investors eyed better than expected data and remained optimistic about a resolution between Greece and its creditors. Stocks advanced despite the Prime Minister's statements that the country will go ahead with a popular referendum on Sunday and that it will not determine whether Greece remains in the Eurozone. The Dow closed about 138 points higher to finish up at 17,758. The Nasdaq picked up about 26 points to end at 5,013. The S&P 500 rose 14 points on the day today to close at 2,077. It's 19 past 4.
We're funded by you, our listeners, and by Fitbit, now hiring software engineers for their Boston office to dream up, prototype, and deliver new health and fitness products. Your next step is at Fitbit.com. And the New England Acura dealers. Information on their commitment to raise $1 million for Boston Children's Hospital available at neacuradealers.com.
A tornado warning is now in effect for just about 10 more minutes for northeastern Essex County. Doppler radar shows a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado over Newbury, Massachusetts. It's right now moving east at about 20 miles per hour. We'll keep track of that and report back in just about 10 minutes. A few more scattered thunderstorms around the region this evening. Gusty winds before things dry out overnight. Look for low temperatures just about 60 degrees tonight. Tomorrow the sunshine is back, but so are the clouds. Fair weather clouds anyhow. Highs will hover around 80 degrees. Looks now like we should have more sunshine than clouds for Friday and maybe even for the holiday on Saturday too. Highs near 80 degrees on the Boston area, more like 70 degrees Friday and Saturday on the Cape. 81 degrees now at 20 past 4.
Support for NPR comes from NPR member stations and from the Poetry Foundation, publisher of Poetry Magazine, an independent literary organization committed to a vigorous presence for poetry in American culture. More information is available at poetryfoundation.org. And the Alfred P. Sloan Foundation, supporting Wikipedia and the Digital Public Library of America through its Universal Access to Knowledge program, working to facilitate the openness and accessibility of all knowledge at sloan.org.
This is All Things Considered from NPR News. I'm Robert Siegel.
And I'm Rachel Martin. A deadly day on Egypt's Sinai Peninsula today. Militants staged several nearly simultaneous attacks on military checkpoints and other positions in the northern Sinai, not far from the border with Gaza and Israel. Egypt's military says 17 soldiers were killed, and local security officials reported more than 50 dead. An ISIS affiliate, Sinai Province, claimed responsibility on Twitter for the raids. The attacks followed the assassination 2 days ago of Egypt's top prosecutor in Cairo. Joining us from Cairo is Kareem Fahim of the New York Times. Thanks so much for being with us.
Thank you for having me.
You write that today's attacks have turned the area where we're focused on in the Sinai into a war zone. What more can you tell us about how the attacks happened and the motives behind them?
Well, it's our understanding that the attacks began at about 6 a.m. with coordinated assaults on several security checkpoints, And then at a certain point, the militants moved into a town in the northern Sinai called Sheikh Zuweid, where they besieged a police station, fought gun battles with the authorities. They were eventually driven out of the town later in the afternoon after the Egyptian military was forced to conduct airstrikes.
As we mentioned, this group calls itself the Sinai Province of the Islamic State. What's the nature of this group's actual connection to ISIS?
So this group declared its affiliation with the Islamic State last year, and its tactics and methods have differed in important ways from the conduct we've seen from the Islamic State militants in Iraq and Syria. We haven't seen the kind of mass killings of civilians that have typified the insurgency in those places. They have largely limited their attacks to Egypt's security services. For the most part, their attacks have been very directed. The attack today was the biggest of a familiar type of attack, where they'll launch sort of an overwhelming sort of assault on military checkpoints. And the Egyptian army has remained very vulnerable to these attacks and has not adapted well to them.
This fight has been going on in the Sinai for a long time. The scope of this attack today, the sophistication, is it an indication that the Sinai province is growing in strength in Egypt? What does it mean?
I don't think we know exactly what it means. It may, other people will tell you that it may indicate that the group is sort of more actively receiving sort of direction from other groups overseas regarding tactics. People also say that it was inevitable over time that groups like this would grow more sophisticated as they began to understand the tactics of their opponents in the military space. It may be that it may be evidence of greater coordination with the broader Islamic State.
What does this mean for the government of Egyptian President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi? What are the stakes if he and his government can't get control of this?
Well, the consequences, obviously, for the Egyptian people are dire. There's a potentially prolonged period of violence and instability, and the attacks have spread to other parts of the country. There seems to be a proliferation of new militant groups as well, whose motives and membership are not very well understood yet. We don't know, for instance, yet who carried out the assassination of the Egyptian prosecutor on Monday. So that would be very worrying to the government.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
The pressure is on for Boston 2024 to generate more public support for its plan to host the Olympics in Boston. The U.S. Olympic Committee has told the organizing group it's going to be watching poll numbers closely in the coming weeks. If support doesn't increase significantly, the committee could drop Boston as its candidate to host the 2024 Summer Games. We spoke with WBUR's Kurt Nickish earlier today before he departed California. That's where the USOC met with Boston Olympics organizers yesterday. And we asked him why the widespread public support, backed up by polling numbers, is so important to the Olympic Committee.
Well, for a number of reasons. I mean, they certainly want to host the Olympics in a place that wants to host the Olympics, but they also want to be able to show that support when Boston goes up against Rome and Paris and Hamburg on the international stage, and maybe some other cities, some cities that actually have a little bit higher support. It's not the only factor. Obviously, what kind of plan Boston wants to put forward is pretty critical too, but polling matters.
And it matters for what reason? Is it financial? Is it just in terms of PR?
Well, it's being able to win on the international stage, but certainly having strong or stronger public support in Boston would help Boston 2024 and the U.S. Olympic Committee sort of move forward with the bid, because they're going to be working with a lot of developers, architecture firms, and this is all privately funded so far, and they will need more private funding as this goes forward. And so to have stronger backing means you have a better chance of winning eventually, and that just means you get more help along the way.
I see. So public support begets private funding.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, Kurt, in terms of actual numbers, a recent WBUR poll found that 39% of people surveyed around Massachusetts support the idea of Boston hosting the Olympics. The support increased to 51% when people were asked about more statewide events. What kind of numbers does the U.S. Olympic Committee want to see?
USOC Chairman Larry Probst said that right now the numbers for support are in the mid-40s. He may be talking about support in the greater Boston area, and that may reflect their own polling. He said they want to see it get up into the 50s relatively soon. He didn't set a timetable. And they said eventually they want to see that get into the mid-60s by 2017, when the International Olympic Committee will choose the host city for the 2024 Summer Games.
And the next deadline by which we can see presumably the public relations campaign for Boston 2024 ramp up will be what?
The next hard deadline is the middle of September, and that's when the USOC has to put forward its U.S. bid city to the International Olympic Committee or not. USOC CEO Scott Blackman said that they're going to be monitoring this closely in the next weeks and months, and Larry Probst said himself that, they're going to circle back with Boston 2024 in mid-July to see where things are at.
Okay, so it sounds like the PR campaign is on by pro-Boston Olympic forces as they try to amp up public support, and one would think by the anti-Boston Olympic forces as well. What can we expect to see unfold in the next couple of weeks?
Boston 2024 really wants people to look at their plan and look at their proposed developments out of Columbia Point on the harbor and at Bodette Circle, that spot between South Boston and the South End where they want to build the Olympic Stadium, and then turn it into a big commercial development afterwards. They want people to look at that, and they think that people are going to like it. But remember also that they have more venues to announce, including some big ones like the Aquatic Center. And so there will be new information likely in the next few weeks, more pictures for people to imagine. And the No Boston Olympic campaign is probably going to be focused a lot on cost overruns. They're going to criticize the insurance plan that Boston 2024 has put into place to protect taxpayers and say that it's just not enough to protect against spiraling costs.
Okay, thank you for the latest from outside Redwood City, California, WBUR's Kurt Nackish. Thanks again, Kurt.
You got it.
The tornado warning for northeastern Essex County has been canceled now. The thunderstorm that prompted that warning this afternoon has now moved off the coast. Look for gradual clearing tonight, lows in the 60s, mostly sunny and dry tomorrow, topping out at 80 degrees, 81 degrees now at 4:30.
Funding for WBUR weather reports comes from Charles River Apparel, lifestyle apparel for men, women, and kids. Makers of the waterproof New Englander rain jacket, now in mitts for women. CharlesRiverApparel.com. Other supporters include the Ruderman Family Foundation, whose Jewish values drive their passion for the civil rights and full inclusion of people with disabilities. RudermanFoundation.org.
I'm Robin Young. Our Sousa expert says go beyond the stars and stripes and celebrate the 4th with other music from John Philip Sousa.
He was patriotic to the core. His dad played in the Marine Band during the Civil War. It just built into his fabric.
That's Here and Now, tomorrow at noon on 90.9 your BBUR, Boston's NPR news station.
From NPR News in Washington, I'm Craig Wyndham. President Obama is urging states to expand Medicaid coverage to more low-income Americans now that a key component of the Affordable Care Act has been affirmed in another Supreme Court ruling. So far, nearly half of the states have rejected that part of the law and opted out of Medicaid expansion. Obama says rather than keep debating whether the law should even exist, Congress would do better to look to find ways to improve it.
We know there's still a lot of waste in the system. We know that the quality of care isn't always where it needs to be. And so my hope is that on a bipartisan basis, in places like Tennessee, and all across the country, we can now focus on what have we learned, what's working, what's not working.
Obama speaking in Nashville today. Tennessee is one of the few states where a Republican governor has tried to expand Medicaid coverage, but the GOP-controlled state legislature there has refused to comply. Reaction has been mixed in Cuba to today's announcement that diplomatic relations between the communist nation and the U.S. will be restored NPR's Carrie Kahn reports the government issued a declaration calling for an end to the U.S. economic embargo.
In a letter read on Cuban state media, President Raul Castro says he's pleased to confirm resumption of diplomatic ties with the U.S. Then a Cuban presenter read a statement reiterating the list of demands Cuba has long stated are needed to fully repair relations between the two countries. There cannot be normal relations between Cuba and the United States, says the presenter, until the economic blockade against our country is lifted. All radio and TV transmissions aimed at the island are halted, and the U.S. leaves Guantanamo. Diplomatic relations between the two countries were severed in 1961. A senior U.S. diplomat says they will be formally restored on July 20th. Karen Kahn, NPR News.
This is NPR News from Washington.
And this is 90.9 WBUR in Boston. I'm Lisa Mullins. The tornado warning for northeastern Essex County has now been canceled. The thunderstorm that prompted that warning in the first place has now moved off the coast. Forecasters say the storm was capable of producing winds of 39 miles per hour or greater. On his first day on the job today, the president of the University of Massachusetts proposed 3-year programs for veterans as one way of cutting tuition costs. WBUR's Fred Tice reports.
Me into questions from 19 selected students at UMass Boston today. One student asked me, how do you keep UMass accessible despite tuition increases? Ian replied, it's his job to obtain more state and federal money for UMass, and he proposed more 3-year programs for veterans.
If you have a student, for example, who just finished multiple tours in Iraq and Afghanistan, and maybe they're 26, 27, they might be more interested in a 3-year degree program.
Ian would like more co-op programs like at Northeastern University, which would not fit into 3 years. From 90.9 WBUR, I'm Fred Tice.
After he first told police that his car had been hit by a deer, former New England Patriot Brandon Spikes pleaded guilty today to charges he actually left the scene of an accident that injured a Bill Rickard family. Spikes was accused of rear-ending a vehicle on Route 495 in Foxborough last month and then leaving the scene. A man was injured. His wife and 12-year-old son were not seriously hurt. Today, Spikes was sentenced to 1 year probation and his license was revoked. The Patriots cut Spikes from the team just after that accident. And the judge who oversaw the trial of former New England Patriots player Aaron Hernandez will not throw out his murder conviction. Judge Susan Garsh has rejected a motion to dismiss Hernandez's first-degree murder charge for the 2013 killing of Odin Lloyd. The time is 4:34. We're funded by you, our listeners, and by Royal Sonesta Hotel's Rat Pack Mondays with singer Rich Damari performing on the Art Bar patio from 5:30 to 8:30 on Mondays, shine only. In sports this afternoon, right-hander Rick Porcello gave up 5 runs in the first inning, 2 more in the second, and ultimately the sad story. The Sox ended up being trounced in Toronto 11, Red Sox 2. In the forecast, a little bit of everything today. Thunderstorms, showers, and sunshine, maybe some more showers on the way. That's all leading to what should eventually be a partly clear night tonight. Moonlit skies tonight, lows about 60. And for tomorrow, generally sunny, light winds with highs around 80 degrees. 81 degrees now in the Boston area at 4:35.
Support for NPR comes from NPR member stations and from Inada, Japanese maker of full-body massage chairs, including the Flex 3S with pre-programmed shiatsu massages and full-body stretch sessions at inadausa.com. That's INADAUSA.com. And Progressive Insurance with its Apron Project, celebrating progress and the people who make it happen.
From NPR News, this is All Things Considered. I'm Robert Siegel.
And I'm Rachel Martin. The Greek Prime Minister said today he is willing to compromise to save his country from financial chaos. He said he'd work with European leaders on a new credit deal, but those leaders they won't talk about that until Greeks vote in a referendum Sunday. Greece's previous loan deal expired yesterday. The banks are still closed and the country is very close to broke. Joanna Kakissis has the latest from Athens.
In a short televised address, Prime Minister Alexis Tsipras told Greeks that he was still fighting hard for them.
We've been fighting all these months to protect your pensions and to make sure you have respectable ones. The proposals, the lenders tried to blackmail us into signing restructure pensions, and that's why we declined. And that's why they're taking us now.
That revenge, he says, the closing of Greek banks and a limit on cash withdrawals until at least next week. But economist Platon Tinio says the European Central Bank had been using Greek government bonds as collateral to finance the banks. And since the previous bailout expired yesterday, that collateral may not be working.
So that really, really big problem is the amount of money that banks have reached their net will almost disappear.
The bank closures are affecting Costas Roudadis. The small fabric factory where he works can't pay him until the banks reopen and credit is restored. The Prime Minister says Greeks should not regard Sunday's vote as a referendum on the euro. But Roudadis says that's exactly how he sees it. If we drop the euro and return to our old drachma, he says, we will all be crying in our mother's arms. We will go right off a cliff. Jeroen Dijsselbloem, who leads the Eurozone finance ministers, hinted that the blame for the crisis lay mostly with the Greek government, and he apologized to Greeks who feel like their expulsion from the euro is imminent.
Finally, I can just say that I am very sorry about this situation, given the strong determination of the Greek people to be a part of Europe and to remain a part of the Eurozone, in which we fully support them.
Tsipras has asked Greeks to vote no on Sunday's referendum in order to get a better deal from creditors. For NPR News, I'm Joanna Kakissis in Athens.
No country is playing a more critical role in dealing with this than Germany. Germany has the most powerful economy in Europe. Political deal maker. German politics is stacked against Greece from the beginning. The Greeks deserve actions. To hear more about the Greeks, by Roland Pletter, who is deputy of the business and economic section of the New York site.
Welcome.
We hear news about very real fears and crises on the streets of Greece. How would you describe the mood in Germany?
Well, actually, it's a mixture of frustration and indifference. I think frustration with the Greek government because many Germans feel like the Greek government were just delaying for several weeks when there was just enough time to get a deal done. But the other side is that in Germany itself, economically speaking, actually it's like living on an island at the moment. So unemployment is low, growth is doing well, and I think we do not feel all the economic problems some other countries in the Eurozone might face at the moment.
When you say you feel like you're living in an island, you feel like you're living in a very pleasant island.
That's right, and so I think there is no huge outrage about Greece. That's not the case. Another side is that, of course, there are some politicians who think we have to rescue them because they fear that if the euro collapses, the whole Eurozone and even Europe as an idea might be destroyed afterwards.
Well, does maintaining the Eurozone and maintaining the euro as a currency, does that trump whatever sense of fairness Germans might have, thinking that it's only fair that Greece honor its obligations?
Well, I think that's at the heart of the economic thinking of, for example, Chancellor Angela Merkel. She once said she wants to run the economy like a Swabian household, which refers to doing economic policy in a way like running your household. That means don't spend more money than you have. And that's what her conservative constituency expects from her. And given the fact that Germany had social security reforms 10 years ago, when former Chancellor Gerhard Schröder, he had to resign afterwards because people did not support these reforms. Now we are benefiting from these reforms, and many Germans think we had this hard time and we expect the Greece people doing this themselves.
How did Germans react to the argument that, yes, Germany said we should run this like a sound German household? On the other hand, by including Greece in the Eurozone, you more or less said to an improvident member of the family, go run up a bill. You can now borrow money as if you were a German at very low rates.
I see the point, and I think that's an argument often made by other countries criticizing Germany. The answer you would get from many German politicians is that when Greece joined the euro, they actually betrayed the other countries in the Eurozone with delivering wrong numbers about their growth rates, about their economic situation. And they basically lied their way into the Eurozone, and That's something many people are still kind of struggling with, and that makes it so hard for many Germans to say, well, actually, we bail out Greece anyway. But that's a problem, in my personal opinion. That's a problem because it's very backwards looking. It doesn't help us in the future. Now we have to deal with the situation. They're in the Eurozone, and we have to deal with it.
Roman Plevier of the Newspaper Zeit in Hamburg and Stuttgart.
Thank you very much.
If you want to fly in or out of Delaware, good luck, unless you have your own plane or the cash to charter them.
Delaware is now the only state in the country that does not have access to commercial flights.
That means Delawareans have to make the schlep to Philly or Baltimore if they want to fly.
To Philadelphia, it can take about 45 minutes to an hour. To Baltimore, it can be an hour to an hour and a half.
Scott Goss, a reporter for the News Journal of Wilmington, says Frontier Airlines quietly withdrew from Newcastle Airport last week. It had been the only airline offering service in the state.
Frontier isn't the first to depart Delaware. Since the 1960s, United, Delta, and U.S. Airways are among the companies that have come and gone.
The problem is Delaware's proximity to those other cities. Scott Goss says Frontier began canceling flights last October, which means it started adding flights out of Philadelphia International Airport.
Those sacrifices able to get there may be more profitable for the company, but it wasn't that the service wasn't used or wasn't popular here in Delaware.
In fact, Goss says people were using the airport. Flights were more than 80% full.
But there is no regulation that says Frontier or any airline has to commit to an airport.
Airlines are not required to sign any type of contract promising to provide service for any length of time. They can come and go as they please.
So this is what Delawareans get. Tremendous. You're listening to All Things Considered on NPR News. Paul LePage isn't afraid to speak his mind. He's told President Obama to go to hell and has compared the IRS with Nazi Gestapo agents. Now the Republican governor of Maine may have gone too far. Lawmakers have called for an investigation after the governor ordered a private school to fire a powerful legislator. Maine Public Broadcasting's A.J. Higgins explains what led up to this.
These are dark days for Maine's governor. Paul LePage has lashed out at legislative leaders after they secretly killed his budget and substituted one of their own. He was so angry he brought reporters to his office to show them how he felt about the legislative process. He unveiled a Christmas tree with ornaments that featured pictures of lawmakers who opposed his budget. And beneath the tree were several pink rubber pigs.
This is going to be our little Christmas tree. And this is the little piggy bank that the appropriators have behind the scenes where none of us are involved.
In retaliation for hijacking his budget, LePage has threatened to veto every bill. Most of those, such as the state budget, the legislature has overridden. That's done little to improve the governor's demeanor. During a question and answer session at a boys' student government retreat, LePage told the son of a newspaper cartoonist he'd like to shoot his father because of his offensive drawings. He later remarked that some lawmakers should be executed for supporting state welfare programs. LePage dismisses his verbal gaffes as jokes and attributes his rough sense of humor to a hard-scrambled childhood. He ran away from home and grew up alone on the tough streets of Lewiston, Maine. Democratic House Speaker Mark Eves doesn't appreciate LePage's humor or the rationalization for his threats and insults.
The governor's upbringing and his ability to make something out of himself and be governor of the state is one thing, but the way he conducts himself as a governor, I don't think is a fair representation of how generally people would like to think of Maine and its leader.
Speaker Eves frequently clashes with LePage and now finds himself at the center of a controversy that some lawmakers say could lead to the governor's impeachment. 2 months ago, Goodwill Hinckley School for At-Risk Youths hired Eves as its president. LePage then threatened to slash more than $500,000 in state funding to the school unless it rescinded its decision, something the governor doesn't deny.
Yeah. If I could, I would. Absolutely. Why wouldn't I?
So the school board Maybe Democrats like Charlotte Warren say that's blackmail and the three should be impeached.
Governor LePage is going on embarrassing. He's become a lawbreaker.
Now lawmakers want the state government committee to open an investigation. GOP State Senator Roger Cates is head of the Government Oversight Committee, and says LePage faces serious charges.
If in fact these funds were used for improper purpose, that is to affect a contract between a public official and a private nonprofit company, that's probably outside of discretion that we have.
The showdown isn't over yet. Governor LePage says the committee has overstepped its authority and can't compel it to participate in its investigation. For NPR News, I'm H.A. Higgins in Augusta, Maine.
You're listening to All Things Considered from NPR News. This is 9.9 WBUR. Go to WBUR.org today for a report on how Massachusetts' all-Democratic congressional delegation is reaching across the aisle in an effort to stem the state's opiate addiction crisis. That and a lot more at WBUR.org. Once again, a tornado warning in northeast Essex County has now been called off. Forecasters say the heavy rain in the region has tapered off. Flooding is no longer expected to pose a threat. It was the second tornado warning in the state today. There was one this morning at Cape Cod. No tornadoes were spotted in either place, though. In the forecast, gradual clearing tonight, lows in the 60s. Then for tomorrow, should be sunny and dry with highs topping out at about 80 degrees. Friday, and then for Saturday on the holiday, we're looking for partly to mostly sunny skies with highs around 80, about 70 degrees though on the Cape Cod. 81 degrees now at 10 before 5.
We're funded by you, our listeners, and by Legal Seafoods, visiting the docks daily in search of fresh seafood and testing it for purity in their lab. LegalSeafoods.com. If it isn't fresh, it isn't legal. Fitbit, now hiring software engineers for their Boston office to dream up, prototype, and deliver new health and fitness products. Your next step is at Fitbit.com. And the New England Acura Dealers. Information on their commitment to raise $1 million for Boston Children's Hospital available at neacuradealers.com.
Last year, thousands of unaccompanied minors arrived here from Central America. There's a new plan to keep it from happening again. Let legal immigrants bring their children in as refugees.
This way, they are coming legally. I would say the best way to come to this country is country.
I'm Linda Wertheimer. The new Central American Minors program tomorrow on Morning Edition.
94.9 WBUR, Boston's NPR news station. This is All Things Considered from NPR News. I'm Martin Siegel.
And I'm Rachel Martin. LeBron James has been given some lofty titles over the years. The King, the Chosen One, best basketball player on the planet. You may add to that list de facto GM of the Cavaliers. The NBA's free agency period started today. James is a free agent. That means he could go and play anywhere he wants. Now, no one thinks he'll be in Cleveland, but he hasn't signed yet. And the word that trickles from his camp is that he's waiting to see if the Cavaliers can build a championship team around him. Joining us now is longtime NBA reporter Bob Ryan. Hey, Bob, thanks for being with us.
No, you're welcome.
We don't know specifically how much input LeBron James has here, but he does have sway. Is it safe to say no NBA player has had this much power over a team?
Yes, it is. There's a unique circumstance here, which is that he's hometown. And there's a mutual circumstance here. I think one reason why most of us think he will not leave Cleveland is that he has now recast himself in a positive light after having cast himself in a very negative light the way he departed Cleveland. And now he's back and he's the savior. Of course, he's from Akron, he's local. And would he risk sullying his long-term reputation, his ultimate reputation, by being cast as a villain again, by abandoning Cleveland in the lurch, leaving the bride at the altar a second time?
I think not. So is this a testament to the immense stardom of this man, the singular player, LeBron James? Or is this a sign of something that could happen elsewhere with a different player?
Having said what I said about the power that Cleveland has over him, his power is unprecedented because he is the best player in the game with multiple skills, and he can help anybody out there be a quote-unquote better player by the nature of his game and the vast array of his skills. And he's someone that anyone would want to play with. And he also is a showman. He's a pitch man. He's a walking public relations advertisement for Northeast Ohio. And he makes money for people. You know, they're talking in terms of when the new NBA contract kicks in a couple of years and the new TV deal takes hold, that his next contract, not this one, this is going to be a 1-year breach contract, will be for upwards of 40 million a year. That's how valuable he is.
Is a player having this much power a good thing for a team?
Oh, no. I mean, no, it certainly isn't. Number one, he has apparently overruled the coach on numerous occasions during this past season, and there's no question as to whether or not Coach Dave Blatt will even return. Not that he isn't under contract, not that he didn't take a team to win 2 games in the championship, but because he has incurred LeBron's displeasure to the extent that we hear, and it has been reported that he has. It would be an easy call. You would retain LeBron James.
The Cavs were 2 wins away from an NBA title this year. That was with a ton of injuries on their team. So do they really have to do that much work to build up a team that can win championship?
They do not. They need tinkering on the edges. And in fact, I am one of the many who believe that had Kyrie Irving specifically not gotten hurt, that they may have had enough wherewithal to win the championship this year. They're right there.
Former Boston Globe columnist, longtime NBA reporter, Bob Ryan. Thanks so much, Bob.
You're welcome.
Dinosaurs have been rampaging through movie theaters for weeks. Now, just in time for Independence Day, they are joined by robots and strippers. Critic Bob Mondello says, let the blockbusting go on.
Say hello to the testosterone twins, Magic Mike XXL and Terminator Genesis. One designed, at least theoretically, for the delectation of women, the other for men, and guess which one has more male nudity. Apparently you can't time travel while dressed in so much as a domino.
Wash day tomorrow. Nothing clean, right?
Nothing clean. Right. The Genesis filmmakers are back explaining why Android Arnold arrived in the first Terminator movie naked. This time he does that again.
Your clothes, give them to me now.
And again, there are 2 of him.
You won't be needing any clothes.
Well, 3 in a way.
I've been waiting for you.
But let me back up a bit. See, the nakedness isn't all they're backsliding. Terminator Genesis is advancing a whole new timeline of the Terminator universe. It starts out like the old one, with human resistance leader John Connor sending a disciple back to protect his mom from the machines. But when he gets to the past, it's not to the past any of them expect.
In 1984, John sent you to it, no longer exists.
No, this is all wrong, but John sent here to save you.
From the Terminator that was sent back to kill me, I know, but we already took care of it.
Arnold again. There's also much talk of how Genesis may be Skynet, the system that lets the machines take over, though it's also apparently glorified Bluetooth, allowing you to connect all your devices. Would that they'd come up with something to connect all films' timelines. But speaking of devices, Schwarzenegger keeps getting upgraded. Once a mere android, that is a robot with artificial flesh, he is, in at least one of his incarnations here, a cyborg, a robot with organic flesh. And if he can switch from Android to a new operating system, then I suppose there's no reason the filmmakers shouldn't. Although there's a new beefy guy on hand this time. The rest of the movie is strictly old school, recycled plot lines, warmed over effects, just a post-Governator reboot for Schwarzenegger, which the filmmakers are optimistically believing is the start of a new trilogy. As the star keeps saying in the film, I'm old, not obsolete. Not as catchy as I'll be back, but he says that too.
I'll be back.
What?
Also back, Channing Tatum in Magic Mike XXL, doing what comes naturally. This sequence catches him in the custom furniture workshop he was so anxious to build in the first Magic Mike movie. That one had a Great Recession vibe. Now he has his carpentry business, but you know what they say about old habits dying hard. What's a male entertainer to do when this song comes on? That's a rhetorical question. Tatum bumps, grinds, sands, and drills until sparks fly. And you might say the same about the movie, which knows exactly what its target audience wants from male strippers and delivers it with a charm that's seriously seductive.
These girls have to deal with men in their lives every day who they don't listen to them, they don't ask them what they want. They don't even ask them what they want. All we gotta do is ask them what they want. And when they tell you it's beautiful, then you're not slave. You're like healers or something.
The plot, to the extent there is one, has Tatum and his buds reuniting for a farewell performance at a stripper convention, adding one tiny twist.
This really is our last ride. What if we make up some new routines?
So they practice and perform, and visit some old friends and some new friends who are older.
I wish we had known you guys back in our day.
Well, I'd say it's still your day, man.
Damn.
The guys all look to have been chiseled from whatever marble quarry is just upstream from the one Michelangelo favored. These are bodies to fuel fantasies, doing choreography that brings fantasies to life. Unlike its predecessor, whose new magic might makes barely a nod in the direction of social significance, it's an entertainment machine, calculated to encounter no resistance whatever when the machines take over.
Are you ready to be worshipped? Are you ready to be exalted?
Who's going to say no to that? I'm Bob Mandel.
You're listening to All Things Considered from NPR News.
Support for NPR comes from NPR member stations and from Kaspersky Lab. From protecting home PCs to securing global IT infrastructures, Kaspersky is committed to protecting over 400 million users from internet threats and attacks. Learn more at Kaspersky.com. The estate of Eric Robert Gustafson, member of the graduating class of 1955 from Lincoln High School in Seattle, whose bequest seeks to help NPR further its mission to work with member stations to create a more informed public. And Organic Valley, a farmer-owned co-op committed to the craft of sustainable organic farming, makers of Organic Balance milk protein shake powder with 16 grams of protein. Learn more at organicvalley.coop.
This is WPR Boston. Things kind of the longest thing otherwise, and just a little severe thunderstorm running down in place of North Central Essex and East Central Buckingham counties until 5:15 tonight. With the latest outlook forecast, including clear skies tonight and sunny skies tomorrow. It should be drying out tomorrow as well. 81 degrees now in Boston area. Boston Red Sox trounced by Toronto this afternoon. Toronto 11, Red Sox 2. It's 1:45. From Boston University, this is 9:09 WWR Boston. Also broadcasting at 92.7 WWR Pittsburgh Conference Field and 89.1 WWH Brewster Field. WWR Boston's NPR News for Houston's latest news and analysis at WWR.com. Secretary of State John Kerry says the U.S. and Cuba will soon take another step toward normalizing relations.
This will mark the resumption of embassy operations after a period of 54 years.
Today's Wednesday, the 1st of July. This is WWR's All Things Considered. For about 2 months now, Phoenix West Florida was declared a void of Cuba and there were 2 cases of video of Spanish World War VI. Also, that teaching doctors the importance of eating right.
My name is Emmanuel Quadio. I'm a freshman middle student. I'm here in the Nevada, and I'm going to help you guys with starting breakfast at
The economics of luggage flying from the skies ahead. We look at how airlines make money when you don't check bags. That and much more stay with all things considered. From NPR News in Washington, I'm Louise Goodman. United Airlines and American Airlines confirmed they are answering questions from the U.S. Justice Department in an antitrust investigation. The government is asking if airlines are slowing growth to keep ticket prices high. The U.S. and Cuba have agreed to reopen their embassies and restore diplomatic relations Florida, half-century after the recent NPR's Michelle Moon has more on President Obama's announcement today. Ethiopia has monthly negotiations on how to upgrade the diplomatic mission already in Uganda to a full-blown embassy. President Obama says Secretary of State John Kerry will travel there this summer to formally raise the U.S. flag.
This is a historic step forward in our efforts to normalize relations between government and people. We begin a new chapter for indigenous America.
Cuban-American Congresswoman Ileana Ros-Lehtinen says she thinks President Obama is just legacy shopping. Senator Marco Rubio and other club Republicans hope the White House is making too many concessions to the Castro regime. Obama says the U.S. should not be imprisoned by the past. Michelle Sullivan, NPR News, Washington. Scores of Egyptian soldiers were killed today in clashes with militants on northern Sinai. Hours of fighting began as militants launched a broad, coordinated assault on army and police positions. State Department spokesman John Kirby condemned the attacks by militants on the Egyptian army. He describes them as illegal. Money assessments of its public prosecutor, Hisham Verify, on Monday. Perpetrators of these cowardly crimes must be brought to justice. An affiliate of the self-described Islamic State group claimed responsibility for the attacks. Eurozone governments and institutions are considering a new offer from Greece in its search for financial assistance, one day after Athens defaulted on an IMF payment. Terry Schultz has more on the tough negotiations.
Germany said Prime Minister Alexis Tsipras's Tuesday offer isn't sufficiently changed from his previous positions. Chancellor Angela Merkel says she's not willing to negotiate anyway until after a referendum on bailout conditions the Greek government maintains will be held Sunday. French President François Hollande, meanwhile, wants a deal as soon as possible to minimize financial turmoil. In Brussels, European Commission Vice President Valdis Dombrovskis expressed continued solidarity.
We stand by the Greek people and support the negotiations starting.
Despite his request, Prime Minister Tsipras is still calling on Greece to reject EU bailout conditions when they vote Sunday. Glenn Carolines, I'm Terry Schultz in Brussels.
On Wall Street at the close, energy stocks were down. The future of Greece and the Eurozone remained unknown, but the Dow Jones Industrial Average rose 138 points, closing at 17,757. The NASDAQ Composite Index was up 26 at 9,013. This is NPR News. This is 90.9 WBUR. I'm Lisa Mullins. The latest twists and turns in the forecast now. A tornado warning has been called off in Essex County. But a severe thunderstorm warning remains in place in north central Essex and east central Rockingham County until 5:15 tonight. Doppler radar indicates storms are around the Amesbury area now. WBUR meteorologist David Epstein says the region and other parts of Massachusetts are likely to see more rain.
Until the cold front passes, the weather is going to remain volatile. We still see some of those hot thunderstorms. Interestingly, we don't have the severe thunderstorm warning or tornado warning. The atmosphere is so dynamic right now, these things will pop up very quickly and then they'll disappear very quickly as well.
The full forecast coming up. It appears Massachusetts will not have a budget for the fiscal year that began today before the 4th of July holiday weekend. But legislators say the 6-member conference committee is close to finalizing a spending bill that will likely total more than $38 billion. The major areas of disagreement between the House and Senate versions are over tax policy and how to fix problems at the APTA. A grand jury has indicted 2 men on charges relating to a May boating accident in Boston Harbor in which a 19-year-old woman lost her arm. Both 33-year-old Benjamin O'Gillis and 24-year-old Alexander Williams are charged with negligent operation of a boat and giving alcohol to minors. Williams is also charged with tampering with evidence for allegedly deleting his phone before giving it to detectives. Police say he was driving the boat at the time of the accident, irrespective of how long in Boston. There's a price of gasoline between itself and finish the weekend. Benefits for the Northeast reports the drop in the price of gas has saved households an average of $530 in recent months. Forecast scattered thunderstorms this evening, gusty winds. Look for things to dry up later on. Tomorrow, sun shines back, a few clouds around, highs hovering around 80 degrees. 81 degrees now at 6 minutes past 5 o'clock.
We're funded by you, our listeners, and by Tanglewood, with opening night for the BSO with an all-American program led by Jacques Lacombe, with guests Hero Gerstein and John Douglas Thompson, July 3rd. Tanglewood.org. At 8:24, presenting Amy, a documentary about singer Amy Winehouse, an international star who lived her life in front of the camera and disappeared in front of our eyes. in theaters July 3rd.
From NPR News, this is All Things Considered. I'm Rachel Martin.
And I'm Arthur Siegel. We've learned today that the Justice Department is investigating several major airlines for antitrust violations. Those include American Airlines and United. This was first reported this afternoon by the Associated Press. The investigation centers on whether airline executives used speeches at a recent industry conference to illegally give signals to each other. Comments were about capacity, or the number of flights the airlines offer. And capacity has a big effect on fares, hence the allegations of collusion. Senator Richard Blumenthal, a Democrat from Connecticut, asked the Justice Department to look into all of this, and he joins us now. And Senator, what was it that the airline CEOs said that you thought crossed the line?
We talked about discipline, which is kind of a fancy word for constraining the number of flights, and what's known as capacity in the industry. It's kind of economics 101, supply and demand. If you reduce the supply, you can charge more because the demand is seeking a smaller number of flights. And they also indirectly talk about disciplining or punishing Southwest Airlines, which had the nerve to talk about increasing the number of flights, thereby going against the industry rule.
This was hardly, though, a backroom deal. These were speeches at an industry conference. Reporters were present. One could say the CEOs are all in the same economy, the same business. Is that collusion, or is that stating the obvious?
They're in an industry that is very severely constrained by consolidation. After all, 4 airlines control 80% of the market, so this kind of indirect communication may indicate other communication that may be more direct. But also misuse of market power in a situation of monopolistic concentration for airlines, 80% of the market, I think well merits this kind of inquiry. I'm very glad that the Department of Justice has heeded my call.
The industry group, Airlines for America, issued a statement in response saying that the U.S. Department of Transportation's own data show that domestic fares are actually down. Respond to that.
The pricing patterns in this industry are evidence that the patterns have to be seen over a longer term than just a few months. And I'm very fearful there'll be an onslaught of increased prices and other charges this summer as a result of this indirect kind of signaling back and forth. But longer term, very profoundly importantly, the Department of Justice has a responsibility here because it has approved these mergers that cause the consolidation in the industry. So I am very hopeful that the investigation itself will send a signal, a message.
Are you saying break up American Airlines? Break up the big merged airlines?
I'm not calling for undoing or unraveling or unwinding these mergers, but merely that any kind of collusion or signaling back and forth that limits the numbers of flights and thereby raises prices for consumers merits the scrutiny.
You mentioned Southwest Airlines earlier, which did step back from a plan to boost capacity. You say, in response to what the other airlines told you to do, Southwest has a reputation for tweaking the so-called legacy carriers. Is it equally likely that what they were hearing from was not the other airlines, but Wall Street, saying you expand capacity, take advantage too much of low oil prices, and your stock goes right there?
We can speculate on what's likely, but what's needed is an investigation. And speculation is no substitute for fact. As a former prosecutor, I was the U.S. Attorney in Connecticut, the Chief Federal Prosecutor, and as Attorney General of our state for 20 years, I prosecuted antitrust cases civilly, and I can say that antitrust investigations merit searching, penetrating, scrutiny, and investigation. That's what we need.
Senator Richard Blumenthal, Democrat of Connecticut, thanks for talking with us.
Thank you.
Before the news of that broke, JetBlue was the big headline this week in the airline industry. The carrier, until now a holdout, is charging a fee to check your bag. That leaves Southwest, in fact, as the only airline that doesn't. We spoke with Rick Seeley, the CEO of FareCompare.com, and I asked him why JetBlue caved.
you have to sort of attribute it to their investor community. I've been on the calls for JetBlue and for Southwest. The question gets asked every time, why aren't you charging for a bag fee? Last year, $3.1 billion in domestic jet bag fees, and neither Southwest or JetBlue were participating in that. And I think finally they succumbed and said, hey, all the other airlines are doing it. We only have 3 legacy airlines left, American, United, and Delta. We're not going to get dinged for this anymore, and I think that's why they decided to go ahead and do it. They actually announced it late last year, and they're just now implementing it.
You said they're not going to get dinged. I read a quotation attributed to a JetBlue executive saying that when they surveyed customers, all sorts of things matter, Wi-Fi, but they don't seem to be baggage checks standing out as a good price.
You know, JetBlue is known as a beloved airline for many times for business travelers. Business travelers don't tend to check a lot of bags. They like to get out of the airport quickly. They don't want to wait at carousels, for example. So I think when they're polling their business customers, it's not that big of a worry. Most of them have status. If you have some sort of airline status, a lot of these bag fees are waived. So it's really about the consumer who likes to comparison shop, who doesn't have a lot of loyalty, and that's who's really getting charged this bag fee.
Fees for baggage look like a win-win for the airlines. You mentioned the billions of dollars the airlines make from baggage fees, but also, if you want to avoid that fee, you carry the same bag onto the plane, and by doing so, you become a volunteer baggage handler, and ease the burden on the airline.
Yeah, no, there's a couple things that are really great for airline economics, not necessarily for consumers. One of them is the fact that these bag fees are not taxed. So if they actually charge you the bag fee as part of your fare, it will be taxed at 7.5%. So that's not taxed. Clearly, anytime I've seen it, a senator gets charged a bag fee, we have new legislation to either get proposed legislation to either get rid of bag fees or to tax them. So that's one of the things for the economics there. And there's so many ways to get around the bag fee. Elite status, branded credit cards will waive those fees if you have a certain branded credit card. So it's a bit of a hobby, just like trying to find the best airfare. Getting rid of the bag fee is also something that's quite popular.
If adding baggage fees makes sense to JetBlue, how far away is Southwest from the same position?
Yeah, every time I talk about Southwest, I picture Wile E. Coyote hanging off a limb because they're the last one that's sitting out there that hasn't charged a bag fee. Their investors are clamoring for it. It's really probably worth $1 billion or so. Southwest Airlines are a little bit less, as much traffic as they have. And I do believe that you haven't seen their commercials lately touting, no bag fees or bag supplies free. They're preparing the public for this. I hope it takes a couple more years before they decide to do it.
Well, thanks for discussing the inevitable bad news about baggage fees.
Great, thank you.
That's Rick Cini, CEO of FareCompare.com.
The U.S. and Cuba took one big step closer to normal in its ties today. The countries announced they will reestablish diplomatic relations on July 20th and reopen embassies after more than 50 years. Secretary of State John Kerry plans to travel to Cuba later this month to make that official and raise the U.S. flag over an embassy. NPR's Michelle Coleman.
President Obama says the U.S. should not be imprisoned by the past. Claimed to a policy that wasn't working, he says part of America's leadership in the world is its capacity to change.
A year ago, it might have seemed impossible for the United States to once again be raising our flag, Stars and Stripes, over an embassy in Vienna. This is what change looks like.
While Obama spoke in the Rose Garden, Secretary of State Kerry took a break from nuclear negotiations with Iran in Vienna to tell reporters there that he looks forward to going to Cuba soon to raise that flag.
This will mark the resumption of embassy operations after a period of 54 years. It will also be the first visit by Secretary of State to Cuba since 1945.
One congressional critic, Florida Republican Ileana Ros-Lehtinen, says she thinks this is all about legacy shopping, and she's bound to withhold funding for an embassy. Senator Marco Rubio, another Florida Republican, says the White House is making too many concessions to the Castro regime and getting nothing in return. When the deal was reported on Cuban state television, the announcer read out a long list of government demands. There cannot be normal relations between Cuba and the United States as long as the economic blockade remains in place, the announcer says. Cuba also wants the U.S. to close its naval base at Guantanamo Bay and stop funding radio and television programs on the continent. The top State Department official says these are demands the Cubans often make, but were not part of negotiations. The talks focused on the nitty-gritty of how to turn the so-called interest sections into full-fledged embassies. Currently, U.S. diplomats can't travel outside Havana without getting permission. Now they will only have to notify authorities. President Obama says there will also be more diplomats there.
This is not merely symbolic. With this change, we'll be able to substantially increase our contacts with the Cuban people. We'll have more personnel at our embassy, and our diplomats will have the ability to engage more broadly across the island.
He says it's time to move forward, and he's urging Congress to do the same and formally end the U.S. embargo on Cuba. Senator Amy Klobuchar, a Democrat from Minnesota, has co-sponsored a bill to do just that.
It is gaining more momentum than I thought possible at the beginning. A lot of this is because people around America are genuinely excited about going to Cuba and doing business with Cuba.
Minnesota already does $20 million in agricultural sales to Cuba, she says, adding businesses are eager to do more, but she cautions it will take time to get over political barriers in Congress. Michelle Kellerman, NPR News, Washington.
You're listening to All Things Considered from NPR News.
We're funded by you, our listeners, and by Vicon Dental Implants, offering discerning dentists and patients short implants, avoiding the need for many surgical bone grafting procedures. Vicon.com and giftedandtalented.com. Summer online courses for K-12 in math, language arts, and more, developed by Stanford University. Giftedandtalented.com.
This is 9:49.